Golem of Gloom by Keith Robinson. Book 14 in the Island of Fog series. Chapter 1. Attack of the Griffin. The town of Carter had never been attacked by a griffin before. It arrived out of the blue one crisp Wednesday morning in February, swooping in with an angry bellow to the market square. Hal and his friends heard the distinctive screech out the window of their classroom. They all jerked upright, their math forgotten. They spotted the griffin immediately as it rose into the air and dive-bombed again. The teacher, Mrs. Hunter, raced to the window and flung it open, and then the whole class could hear the distant sounds of screaming and yelling. Hal and his 8 friends jumped to their feet without hesitation, their chairs scraping noisily. They didn't need to be told to get going, nor seek permission. They just got up and stampeded from the room, leaving Mrs. Hunter to mumble, "Here we go again." Dealing with random attacks like this was their job, after all. "I've got this," Hal shouted as he hurried away from the building. "I can't fight it in mid-air with all of you on my back." "Why are you even still here?" Darcy retorted. "Go!" "I'll punch it if I can get close," Robbie promised. He was already starting to grow rapidly in height. His shoulders, arms, and legs thickened and lengthened so much that his magical smart clothes stretched to their limits. Then the material gave up trying to match his size and reshaped itself into a belt around his waist, while he completed his transformation into a shaggy, muscle-bound ogre 3 times his usual height. By the time Hal found a clear spot to transform, the rest of his shapeshifter friends had either stomped, galloped, sprinted, slithered, or flown away. Darcy, her blonde hair flinging from side to side, leapt onto Dewey's centaur back and clung on. Being an invisible dryad was no use at the moment, but she liked to shout advice to the far more timid Dewey. In his 10-foot black lizard form, Fenton could move surprisingly fast when he wanted to. His extra-long tail kicked up dust and propelled him along. But Thomas raced past him, his red fur vivid in the sunlight, and his distinctive manticore stinger raised and ready for action. Lauren, Emily, and Abigail took to the air one after the other, a gleaming white harpy soaring high, a silver-colored winged naga with her long tail dangling, and a human-sized fairy zigzagging between chimneys. Despite his promise to punch the griffin, Robbie was the slowest with his lumbering gait and soon lagged well behind. Lifting off the ground, Hal glimpsed Mrs. Hunter peering from the school windows. It had to be difficult for her, watching her students going off to face danger, especially since one of them was her daughter. And it must be frustrating, since she'd been talking lately about how the class was lagging so far behind. "Too many distractions," she kept telling Miss Simone. "I know they're shapeshifters and have jobs to do, but their schoolwork is important too." The other parents agreed. Hal flew over the rooftops and quickly spotted the griffin. It had landed in the center of the market square and was spinning about with its massive golden wings spread wide, and its oversized lion tail knocking stalls over. The powerful hindquarters rippled with muscle as the claws dug deep into the ground. At the front end, the giant head of an eagle snapped at townsfolk as they scrambled to get away. The beast screeched at Hal. It reared up and snapped its beak several times, clearly a challenge, and Hal faltered just for a second. Very few creatures spoiled for a fight where he was concerned, not even giant rock birds. This griffin struck him as a real scrapper, a force to be reckoned with. Committed to his descent, he fell on the griffin with all his weight, instantly pinning the monster down. The griffin snapped and screeched and twisted under him with shocking fury, and Hal found himself losing his balance and tipping sideways. With all the scrabbling claws and thrashing tails, dust billowed up from the ground and surrounded them as they fought. The massive beak tore at his scales, trying to rip a hole in him. Hal tried to clamp his jaws on the griffin's broad back, but the creature was agile and wouldn't keep still, so he nipped at a hind leg instead. The griffin bellowed in anger and pain, then slipped free. Though Hal lunged, the creature was too quick and escaped into the air, its beautiful wings flapping harder and faster than any dragon's. But as Hal went after it, he noticed something. And his attitude toward the griffin changed considerably. He still faced the challenge of steering the monster safely away from the town. But now he knew he wasn't dealing with a mean or hungry monster. It had a terrible wound in its side, a nasty-looking open sore surrounded by an ugly bruise. The poor thing was in agony. He was reminded of the tale of the lion with the thorn in his paw. If only Charlie Duggan were here. As a griffin shapeshifter, it would be simple for him to calm this monster, but he lived a 2-hour flight away in the north. Now that he understood the griffin's pain, he recognized the exhaustion in its flight, how it bobbed and weaved, swaying from side to side while struggling to stay airborne. The injured creature dropped again, seeking to land in someone's tiny backyard. It did so, barely fitting into the small fenced area. 3 goats bleated in panic, leaping all over each other in an effort to get away. They ended up using the griffin's backside as a springboard, and then they were off, scampering up the street. The griffin huddled in the tight space, unable to fold its wings, tail flicking from side to side. One flick took out a window, and a scream sounded from inside the house. Hal circled above, trying to figure out what to do next. At that moment, Lauren came hurtling in. She landed neatly on the roof and stood looking down at the griffin. Then Emily arrived, her flight not quite as fast or graceful. She thumped down next to Lauren. Something about her serpentine body slithering about on the roof set the griffin off. It screeched and reared up. With its wings beating hard, it shot into the air and nearly knocked the girls from their perch. "Dang it! Everybody stay back!" Hal wished he could vocalize his thoughts or use telepathy. Heck, if he'd allowed Abigail to ride with him, she might have understood him and passed on the message, to leave the griffin alone and let it calm down. He spotted Robbie approaching in the nearby streets and groaned. A clumsy, dim-witted, fist-happy ogre was the last thing an injured griffin needed right now. Hal saw no choice but to land as closely as possible to the house Lauren and Emily perched on. Standing in the dusty street, he reverted to human form and waved his arms frantically at them. "Hey! Down here!" Both girls flew to him. Right around that time, Dewey came trotting up with Darcy on his back. "The griffin's injured," Hal said. "We need to—" "You injured it and let it go?" Lauren said, sounding annoyed. "That makes it a whole lot harder. Now it's going to be furious." "Oh, you think?" Hal retorted. "Listen, it was already injured. It has a horrible wound on its side. The poor thing's probably just frightened as well as hurt. So don't scare it off, okay? We need it to land somewhere, and then we all need to be calm so we can help it." "I'll warn Robbie," Dewey said, clip-clopping around in tight circles. "And Thomas," Emily told him. "No ogres or manticores within 100 feet of the griffin." "Or snakes," Hal cautioned her. "Okay, I have to go." He backed away and transformed again, then shot off into the air. Now where had the griffin gone? Ah, it was landing on the roof of the community hall. Judging by the creaking, groaning sounds from within, the rafters strained under the weight. But at least it was down. Perched on a rooftop was better than attacking people in the market. It must have been angry at first, lashing out, venting its frustration and pain toward anything that moved. Then Hal had wrestled with it, and now the griffin was tired. He made sure to fly at a safe distance high above, but even so it eyed him warily, the enormous eagle head twisting upward. During Hal's third pass, he spotted something odd. A thin grey mist crept along a lane near the outskirts of the town. It was so random and weird that he did a double take and blinked rapidly. Why such a small, defined patch? It couldn't be more than a few buildings long and half as wide. The wispy gloom swept up and over the homes, but it seemed to have a purposeful direction, following the curving lane. Hal would have rubbed his eyes if he didn't have huge, clumsy paws with razor-sharp claws. He was so drawn to the eeriness of it that he descended for a closer look. Plunging into the mist, he quickly concluded it was nothing special, just ordinary mist. But he noticed a curious figure stumbling along. Though hard to see in the greyness, it looked like the person was covered from head to foot in mud. Someone must have been so frightened by the Griffin that he or she had slipped and rolled on the wet trail. Only it hadn't rained in days, so the trail was bone dry. Also, the person stood 10 feet tall. Hal lost sight of the odd figure and pulled up sharply. Emerging from the mist, he flapped his wings hard in an effort to backtrack. He wanted to take another look, but the mist was now squeezing between narrow houses and along alleyways. Dragons weren't built for such tight spots. Deal with it later, he told himself. He resumed his circling, keeping his distance from the Griffin. He could see it had no fight or flight left, but it hadn't exactly landed in a convenient place for Hal to set down nearby. The roof would likely collapse. And anyway, he'd spook the tired creature if he approached. He was pleased to see Lauren and Emily giving it a wide berth. Below, some townsfolk peered around corners to get a look, while others simply ran for their homes. A squad of goblins stamped toward the hall, though what they thought they could do with those short swords was anybody's guess. The sight of Abigail buzzing toward the Griffin caused him to suck in a sharp breath. "No! Stay back!" She flew in a straight line, leaning forward, fists balled. That meant she was tense and determined. The Griffin saw her coming and gave a screech, then hissed and feebly flapped its wings. The huge lion's feet at the rear scrabbled on the roof, sending slate tiles loose. The front talons had a much firmer grip, and they dug in. Abigail stayed away from the snapping beak. She approached from one side, slowing as she got close. Hal hung back, hovering awkwardly. Even from a distance, the nasty wound on the Griffin's side was noticeable now that he knew it was there. "Don't you dare hurt Abby," he silently warned the creature. "Do anything to her and I'll—" He wasn't sure exactly what he'd do if Abigail got hurt, but he had a feeling he'd see red, slam into the Griffin with a savage roar, and probably take out half the roof at the same time. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. It won't attack. It's only here because it knows we can help. He snorted. Yeah, right. Griffins weren't all that smart. It must have become disoriented, wound up here by chance, and felt a need to bite something. He was pretty sure a lion with a thorn in its paw would do the same thing if anyone stood in the way. For a second, it seemed like Abigail vanished. But no, she was just much smaller now, 6 inches high, her true fairy size. She zipped closer to the Griffin and studied the wound. The Griffin no longer cared. It turned its gaze back toward Hal, watching him balefully as he flapped about over the tightly clustered buildings. He'd been practicing his hovering lately and considered himself pretty good at it, just like a hummingbird. Only hundreds of times bigger. He saw Robbie peering from behind a chimney. Fenton had slithered up a wall and was spread-eagled on the steep pitch of the library roof, his eyes visibly glowing red even in broad daylight. The other shapeshifters were probably close by, loitering in the streets out of sight along with everyone else. Miss Simone had to be down there too. She usually knew what to do. Heck, she might have been the one who'd sent Abigail for a look-see. As Abigail zipped away from the Griffin, Hal breathed a sigh of relief and dropped as gracefully as he could to the ground. He landed in a street and sent a group of people scrambling to get out of his way. "Sorry," he called as soon as he'd reverted to human form. He took off running toward the community hall, and townsfolk parted to let him through. He came across Dewey just around the corner. Darcy still rode on his back, and she gestured for him to climb up behind her. Then Dewey set off at a fast trot, calling ahead so that people would move aside. "Shapeshifters coming through." Hal held onto Darcy's sides, and it occurred to him that Abigail might be a little miffed if she caught him with her. He snatched his hands away, then gingerly held on again, this time with his fingertips. "Oh, for goodness sake," she said with a laugh. "Hal, I won't bite you." "Abby will," he grumbled. She laughed again, then shook her head. Her hair flicked back in his face, making him blink and recoil. Dewey glanced over his shoulder at them, his face a little red and sweaty. "You two weigh a ton," he complained. Darcy gave him a sharp poke. "Hey, don't ever tell a girl she weighs too much." "I didn't. I said you two. You were fine until Hal got on. Centaurs aren't built for carrying more than one." Actually, most centaurs could easily carry two, but Dewey was small in both human and centaur form. Plus, he was 13, like the rest of the shapeshifters, so just a colt, or whatever teenage centaurs were called. It wasn't the first time Dewey had carried two people, but Hal and his friends had grown a little in the last few months. Most of them were an inch or two taller. It was funny how Robbie hadn't grown at all, so the others were catching up to him. Even Hal, the shortest of the group, felt a little less like a squirt, as Fenton called him. Speaking of Fenton, a black lizard tail flicked into view from a rooftop as Dewey trotted through the crowd. Just ahead, Miss Simone nodded, as Abigail excitedly briefed her on what she'd seen. "Nasty great hole in the center," she said, waving her arms about. "It's all puffy and dark red, and the bruise isn't really a bruise, but discolored fur like it's been burned or something. But it has a purple color as well." Hal and Darcy jumped down and joined Robbie and Thomas. Though Robbie was back to his usual self, Thomas remained in manticore form and looked ready to go into battle. "How about I just shoot it with some quills?" he suggested. "I reckon I have enough poison to knock it out, and then someone can go up there and do some healing." "Do some healing?" Abigail mused, scratching her chin. She frowned at the red-headed boy. "That's some amazing advice, Thomas. Seriously, do some healing? I like that. So simple, and yet so brainless." "Well, why not?" Thomas growled, lifting his scorpion tail and pointing his stinger her way. "Because, Thomas, the Griffin is perched on the roof of the community hall and difficult to get to, plus the wound is pretty serious, plus we don't even know what kind of wound it is, and plus nobody in their right mind is going to climb up there and risk getting chomped when it suddenly wakes up." As Thomas opened his mouth to retort, Miss Simone held up a hand that instantly demanded silence. "Enough," she said in an even voice. "Thomas is at least right about subduing the Griffin first. But unless he wants to climb up there, we'll need some dryad plant magic. Darcy, can you—" "Already on it," Darcy interrupted. "I can gather some special leaves and make a sleepy time brew, or Hal can set fire to it and the smoke'll knock it out." "Then please go and—" Miss Simone broke off, realizing Darcy was already climbing on Dewey's back again. The centaur turned and galloped away with her. "All right then," Miss Simone said, turning to the rest of them. "Now, in the meantime, we just all need to stay calm and hope the Griffin doesn't fly off." "I don't think it will. It looks pretty exhausted." "What if it falls off the roof?" Emily said, flying into land. Her bat-shaped, translucent wings buzzed louder than Abigail's. She dropped to the ground and slithered closer, rising up so she was a couple of heads taller than everyone else. "I mean, when it goes to sleep, it'll slide right off." Thomas snorted. "Saves us the trouble of lifting it down, then." "But it might break a wing or hurt itself even more," Emily protested. "We'll figure something out," Hal said. "Robbie can stand on one side to catch it, and I can stand on the other, or Fenton can use his glue breath to stick the Griffin in place." But as it happened, The prospect of the monster falling off the roof stopped being a concern when it suddenly let out a mournful screech, straightened up, and began flapping its enormous feathered wings. Looking up at it from where Hal and the crowd stood, the Griffin was even more impressive and frightening. "No, no, no," Abigail said, a hand to her mouth. "Don't try to fly off." With a shriek, the Griffin did exactly that. It beat its wings harder and harder, tensed, rose up on its paws and talons, and pushed off. Almost immediately, it lost power, swooped low across the rooftops, took out 2 chimneys, and then knocked a hole in a roof as it struggled to rise up again. Its wings caught on houses, and a dangling talon snagged a wall. The long, flicking tail smashed into the ground and pulverized a fence. Everyone waited breathlessly for it to crash down. It looked like it had already, judging by the way it so quickly dropped out of sight behind the houses. Then, somehow, the Griffin heaved itself skyward and tumbled away through the air, heading out of the town. Though many cheered, Miss Simone pursed her lips and seemed to share the same view as Hal and the other shapeshifters, that the poor thing needed help, and now they'd have to go after it. But at least it was no longer endangering the town of Carter. "You know what this means," Miss Simone said, looking around at the few shapeshifters present. "When Darcy has her sleepy time concoction, I need you to track down that poor beast and put it under so we can figure out what kind of injury that is and what we can do about it." Hal, Robbie, Abigail, and Emily nodded in agreement. Thomas simply shrugged. "All right then," Miss Simone said. "Hal, get after it for now, see where it goes. You too, Emily, and Lauren, wherever she is." Emily took off immediately, but Hal had to wait for the crowd of townsfolk to clear a large enough space before he could transform. Once he was ready, he spread his wings and— "Wait for us!" Abigail called in a hushed voice as she glanced over her shoulder. Miss Simone had already turned her attention elsewhere. Hal harumphed at her. "Shush, Hal. She didn't tell us not to come, so we're coming too." Robbie came running as well, and behind him, Thomas rolled his eyes and sauntered over. Then Hal was off once more, ascending quickly with his passengers, on the lookout for an injured Griffin. He spotted it straight away. It wasn't exactly hard to miss. The golden creature wobbled from side to side, its flight erratic as it headed low over a stand of trees. Luckily, it avoided the forest and remained above the grassy meadows. There was a pretty good stretch of open land ahead, and the only question was how long it would maintain the strength to stay airborne. But before Hal had even made it to the perimeter of the town, his attention was drawn to his left. There was that strange mist again, creeping along, still following the trail and just now entering the forest. Hal guessed the 10-foot-tall muddy figure was in there somewhere. "What the heck is that?" Robbie called from his back. "Just some mist, Robbie," Abigail told him. "But it's weird, don't you think?" Hal completely agreed, and a second later he changed course and went after it. Chapter 2. Tracking the Monster. The Griffin needed their help, but there wasn't anything they could do until Darcy showed up with a concoction to put it to sleep, and even then they had no idea how to treat the wound. The strange figure in the mist, though, if they let it slip away, they might not find it again. So despite his friend's exclamations, Hal veered toward the trees. "Where are you going, Hal?" Thomas called. "We have to follow the Griffin." "The Griffin's going to land in the middle of a field," Robbie told him. "It'll be easy to find. Hal and I are going after that mist." "Fine," Abigail said. "Land just here, Hal. Let's go into the forest on foot and take a look." That's 3 against 1, Hal thought, counting himself as one of those more interested in the elusive stranger right now. He thumped down next to the line of trees and waited until the others had climbed off before reverting to human form. Then the 4 of them ventured into the gloom of the forest. "What's this?" Abigail murmured, pointing at some rather large footprints in the soft earth. "It was a really tall person," Hal blurted, finally able to speak, "covered in mud, about 10 feet tall. He or she was walking along the path at the west side of the town, staying inside the mist." Thomas knelt and gently prodded at the defined edges. He tentatively licked the tip of his finger and narrowed his eyes as he worked a tiny smudge of soil around his lips. Then he nodded and stood up. "Yeah, it's fresh." Abigail rolled her eyes. "Thanks. Couldn't have figured that out without you." Thomas sighed. "Look, that Griffin might be gone by the time we quit messing about in the woods. We had one job, guys, and we're blowing it." Hal joined Abigail in the lead. He wasn't exactly sure why, but he felt a tingle of excitement at the prospect of tracking down an elusive, very tall, mud-covered figure. It didn't seem like anyone who lived in the town. Maybe a traveler passing through? Perhaps a troll? Had anyone else seen it, amid the excitement with the Griffin? "You know, it might have been a golem," Abigail mused. Hal sucked in a breath. A golem. Yeah, it might. So not covered in mud, but actually made of mud. The large footprints were plentiful among the ferns, and so were the broken fronds and trampled weeds. Hal had never considered himself a tracker, but he did now. He vowed to learn all the tricks of the trade so he could drop to his knees and look carefully at the ground, nod with confidence and say, "Yep, he came this way," like Thomas had done, only better. "If it was a golem," Abigail said over her shoulder, "then let's talk about what we know about them. Are they dangerous?" "The one on Broden Beach was last year," Robbie retorted from behind her. "Ask Emily. She got tangled up with one for ages, and it kept going even after its head fell off." "Yeah, but that was one of Queen Bee's mob," Hal reminded him. "Everyone on that beach was part of the swarm, all scrag shapeshifters and all mean. That has nothing to do with what kind of creature a golem is." "Exactly," Abigail agreed, shooting Hal a smile. He figured he'd scored a point or two with her. So this golem might be dangerous, but it might not. We just need to be careful. "Golems aren't even creatures, really," Robbie pointed out. "I read about them. They're usually made out of mud or clay." "They're made out of whatever." Abigail stooped to pick up a stick. "Could be a bunch of twigs and rocks held together with mud. A golem is made out of whatever is available and holds together well. Then it's animated by magic." They walked in silence, and Hal knew they were all wondering the same thing. "Why?" he finally asked. But nobody had an answer to that. "Gosh, was that really a year ago?" Abigail said. Robbie squinted at her. "What?" "The battle on the beach of Broden. It was around the end of March last year, right? 11 months ago." "Huh. Time flies." Abigail gave Hal a nudge. "And our Hal will be 14 next month. He'll be the first of us to turn old." "You say that every year," Hal said, rolling his eyes. They moved deeper into the woods. It seemed they were no closer to their quarry. And no wonder, since it had a longer stride than any normal person. That much was clear from the footprints. "We need to speed up," Hal muttered. "It's probably miles away by now." "Not miles," Abigail said. "But yeah, we're lagging behind." Without another word, she sprouted her fairy wings straight through the back of her silk shirt and buzzed away. "Abby," Hal whispered as loudly as he could. "Oh, so she gets to do crazy stuff," Thomas complained. "But if I did something like that, you'd all get onto me like I was some kind of idiot." "Well, you are an idiot," Robbie said, sounding distracted. "Okay, I'm going after her." With that, he abruptly grew in size, stopping at about 11 feet tall. Now he matched the golem, though his shoulders were quite a bit broader and shaggy hair covered his body. He had a goofy grimace on his face as he shambled past Hal and set off after Abigail. "Okay, that's not fair," Thomas grumbled. "Yeah, well," Hal realized he was talking to himself when a red-furred manticore took off without him. "Dang it." Alone and fighting his way through a particularly dense patch of undergrowth, he decided that tracking the golem in the woods was best left to those more agile. With a sigh, he turned around and started back the way he'd come. Though the four of them hadn't discussed this, it made sense to resume his pursuit of the Griffin. Miss Simone would expect the shapeshifters to use their heads, make the best of their situation, and utilize their abilities to the fullest. A dragon was far better off flying about in the open, across the meadows, than barreling through woods and destroying the habitat of numerous creatures. He retraced his footsteps, and once out of the woods, transformed again. Soaring high, he flew over the trees, trying to guess where his friends might be. Probably just below, heading north. He veered to the right, out across the meadows, loving the feel of the wind in his face after the oppressive stillness of the forest. At first, he couldn't see the Griffin. He scanned ahead, seeing nothing but fields. Nothing in the sky either. We lost it, he thought, disappointed. We got distracted and let it slip away. Miss Simone's going to be mad. Who loses an injured Griffin? But his heart skipped a beat when he spotted a mound in the grass to the left of the meadow, near the forest's edge. A motionless, golden-furred mound. Part of him wished he hadn't found the Griffin. If it had kept flying, then it might not have been too badly hurt. But there it was, slumped on the ground. Hal felt a knot in his stomach. For all he knew, it had died in mid-air and crash-landed. He touched down a short distance away and reverted to human form so he could quietly approach. The Griffin seemed to have given in to its pain and exhaustion. At least it was alive, breathing hard and eyeing him warily as he moved closer. But it didn't rear up to snap at him. Hal eased just close enough to study the nasty wound, a raw red hole surrounded by a discoloration of the fur. It had spread, which seemed odd. It couldn't be a burn. It had a purple hue, and the fact that it was still spreading. Some kind of poison. What a horrible thought. He was pondering what that could mean when he heard the sound of galloping. He turned to find a small herd of centaurs racing across the meadow. Dewey led the way, carrying Darcy. Miss Simone, Fenton, and Emily had hitched rides on some of the others. Lauren swooped about overhead. Hal hurried to meet them, afraid the Griffin would be alarmed by the approaching centaurs and attempt to flee again. "Hey," he called, moving around to speak to Dewey's passenger. "Darcy, did you come up with something?" Darcy carefully slid down. "Yep," she said, taking a pouch from her pocket. She opened it for Hal to see. "Valerian root." He recoiled. "Smells like my dad's socks," he exclaimed. "Oh, really? I thought it was more like spoiled milk." She dug into the pouch and pulled out a handful of dried-up roots. "This stuff is good for helping people relax and sleep. Relieves tension, eases stress, panic, shock, that kind of thing. I've spoken to it, though. I think it'll be a little more powerful. I want you to burn it right under the Griffin's nose." Spoken to it. She said it so casually, like it was perfectly normal to talk to plants and get them to adapt to her will. The rest of the centaurs halted, and Miss Simone jumped down. "Hal," she said quietly as she approached, "Darcy has a herb that should put the Griffin to sleep. We want you to burn it, though. Can you get close to the beast?" She frowned at the pouch in Darcy's hand. "Oh, I expect she already explained." Hal smiled. "I can burn it, sure, but I'll have to set fire to it here, and then someone can carry it over. The Griffin might get nervous if I start breathing fire in its face." He lowered his voice. "Miss Simone, what's with all the centaurs?" Miss Simone sighed and absently pushed her blonde hair away from her face. Her striking blue-eyed gaze fell on him. "They've seen such an injury before and insisted on coming along. Now let's get this done." "Who's delivering the medicine?" Hal asked, glancing at Darcy, then across at Fenton and Emily, who hadn't dismounted yet. "Perhaps I should," Miss Simone said. "I have a little experience dealing with griffins." But Darcy broke in. "I'll do it. It's my medicine. Hal, set it alight for me." She handed the pouch to Hal, then abruptly turned invisible. Not completely invisible, but he always found it hard to focus on her when she blended so perfectly with the surroundings. It was like looking right through her. Hal didn't need to be a dragon to set the pouch alight. He dropped it onto the grass and belched up a burst of flame. Then he stepped back, his job done. "Over to you, Darcy." She snatched up the gently burning pouch. It hovered in mid-air like some kind of levitating smoke bomb. Then it moved quickly, heading for the Griffin. The Griffin's eyes were wide open, and they grew wider still at the sight of the rapidly approaching trail of smoke with apparently no source. But the creature remained motionless, raising its head only slightly, even when Darcy dropped the pouch just a couple of paces away. There wasn't much wind, so the smoke from the smouldering root spread outward in all directions. The Griffin's nostrils twitched. Unlike Hal and Darcy, it seemed to like the smell of the foul plant and sniffed a few times, curious. Then its eyes rolled up, and it fell asleep. "Wow!" Fenton exclaimed from the back of his centaur. "Wow, indeed," Miss Simone murmured. "Nicely done, Darcy. I've never seen valerian root work that fast before." "Piece of cake," she said, appearing out of thin air right next to Hal. He jumped in surprise. "Okay, so now what?" Miss Simone turned to one of the centaurs and called his name. She made it sound like she had something stuck in the back of her throat. Hal and his friends knew this centaur, and they simply called him Fleck. Much easier and less phlegmy. The centaur's lead scientist ironically cleared his throat and prepared to launch into a long-winded explanation. "Yes, well, this is rather interesting. That is indeed the exact same injury caused by a venom-soaked spear as used by an unruly tribe known as the Orcus. They live in the hills and rarely set foot in these parts, so the sight of a wound such as this—" Fleck gestured toward the Griffin. "Well, it's disturbing." "Orcus," Miss Simone repeated. "Do you mean orcs?" "Yes, very large and strong and ugly by any standards. Unfortunately quite smart as well. Smarter than ogres, smarter than trolls." "But not as smart as humans," Miss Simone said, gently rubbing her chin as she gazed at the ground. "Well, that's a matter of—" Fleck started to say. Then he jerked and blinked, his brooding eyebrows shooting up. "Oh, goodness, how rude of me. No, of course not as smart as humans. Not quite, anyway." He frowned. "Although I might clarify and say that the smartest orc is probably more intelligent than the stupidest humans. Is that fair to say, Lady Simone?" She smiled and nodded. "I think so, yes. All right. So is there something you can do for this poor Griffin?" "Oh, absolutely," Fleck said with a beam. He drew himself up, which meant Hal felt even smaller than he already did, and snapped his fingers at one of his fellow centaurs. "Bring the antidote, if you please." Hal exchanged a glance with Darcy. Antidote? That sounded just the ticket. As the centaurs busied themselves tending to the Griffin, Fleck stood aside and offered a running commentary. "The venom comes from a wyvern's tail. They pack quite a punch, you know. The orcs love to use their venom-soaked spears. And the spears themselves are very large, about the thickness of your arm, boy." Hal blinked as all eyes turned to him. He felt conspicuous with everyone studying his arms. He took his mind off it by imagining such spears. How on earth could spears that thick be thrown? Orcs had to be giants. "We've had an antidote for quite some time," Fleck went on, sounding proud. "Not that we've ever needed to use it. We've only come across one such wound before, and that was when one of our colleagues went on a trip to the Orc Hills and barely made it back alive." Hal's mind switched from huge spears to an injured centaur with a terrible wound, which caused him to think of the spears again. He shook himself and rudely interrupted Fleck's story. Oh, Miss Simone, I forgot. Have you heard anything about a golem wandering about in the town? She shot him a bewildered look. No. Should I have? Hal smiled. You will? I'm sure a few people spotted it. Wait, what? Emily said, from the back of her centaur. A golem? Where? Hal quickly explained how they'd found a golem surrounded by a curious, unnatural mist. Miss Simone looked aghast. So that's where Robbie, Thomas, and Abigail are, in the forest, looking for a runaway golem? Yeah. The look on her face worried him. In fact, I should get back to them in case. You know. The woman held up a hand and stared off into the distance. A golem, wandering through Carter. Everyone waited patiently. Finally, she sighed. You can't have a golem without a puppet master. Somebody sculpted that golem and animated it, and they gave it an instruction. What was that instruction? Well, if the creature walked into Carter, at least it walked straight back out again. Perhaps it was just the quickest way to get from the south to the north. Golems don't think very hard. They just follow their master's directive. The one we met in Broden last year, Emily said slowly, was one of Queen Bee's shapeshifter friends. I suppose we haven't met a real one before. She nodded, coming to a decision. I'd like to go after it with the others. It sounds fascinating. But Miss Simone shook her head. No. Leave it alone. If it was just passing through, then I doubt we'll see it again. Hal was surprised by the amount of disappointment he felt. He could see the dismay on Emily's face, too. The others, Dewey, Fenton, and Darcy, didn't seem so put out. Please, Miss Simone, he said, trying hard not to sound like a whiny kid. He affected his most grown-up, mature, adult voice. If nothing else, this would be a good time to learn about golems. Emily and I can study it, and if it ever turns around and comes back, we might have some idea how to deal with it. Also, this one was surrounded by mist. Is that normal? Miss Simone seemed distracted now, more interested in the centaur's progress. Mist? Never heard of mist being associated with a golem. As for the golem itself, dealing with it is simple if you can get close enough. Just take the message out of its mouth. Hal couldn't help his lame response. Huh? Miss Simone faced him again. Then she looked across at Emily. All right. You two may go after it, but carefully. Do not engage it. Just observe. Understand? Yes, Hal and Emily said together. Oh, he thought, but Abigail's going to be mad if she's not part of this. So just Emily, me, and Abigail, he said, briskly rubbing his hands. Great. Well, come on, Not Abigail, nor the others. I can't let all of you go running off together unless it's something really important. Got it? Hal mumbled his agreement. Miss Simone gave a nod. All right. You and Emily go now and take over the search. Send the other three home. And she glared at Hal and Emily in turn. I want you both back by nightfall. No overnight stops anywhere. Don't turn this into something it's not. Agreed? Agreed, Emily said firmly, shooting a glare at Hal. We'll be back by nightfall. Now that Hal's impromptu adventure had been severely dampened, he almost didn't want to bother. No Abigail? She was going to be mad. If the Griffin's wound was any better now that it had been treated, it didn't really show. The discoloration looked as nasty as ever, and the bloody hole caused by the spear hadn't been covered. But the centaurs worked quietly with a whole host of home-brewed medicines from the lab in their shelter. If anyone could save this Griffin, it was them. Well, Hal whispered to Emily, you ready to get going? Absolutely. Darcy and Fenton exchanged a glance and said nothing. But Emily caught it too, and she smiled. I suppose you two don't really care if you go off on a mission or stay home in Carter, as long as you're together, right? What do you mean? Fenton demanded. His face grew red. Shut up, Em. Darcy just grinned. Oh, ignore her, Fenton. She's just jealous. She slipped a hand into his, and his face darkened further. Emily couldn't help snorting, but she refrained from answering. When it came to getting on their way and rejoining the others, Hal realized he was still handicapped by his size as a dragon. There seemed to be no point in transforming, especially as they stood so close to the woods and might as well just cut through. It would be very difficult to find his friends in the vast expanse of trees, though. But Emily came to the rescue. She switched to her winged Naga form and flew around behind Hal. Before he'd realized what was happening, she'd looped her thick snake tail under his arms and hoisted him off the ground. "Whoa!" Hal yelled. "Put me down!" "I will," she said cheerfully, "as soon as we've caught up to the others." "Hey, no way! Em!" He was very aware of Fenton and Darcy grinning from ear to ear and Dewey laughing and a smile tugging at even Miss Simone's mouth. Centaurs stopped what they were doing just for a moment to watch the spectacle. Hal didn't like this one bit. He preferred to be the one doing the carrying. Actually, being carried was frightening. His feet dangled in mid-air and the ground dropped away. If she let go, he'd plummet and wouldn't have time to transform. He felt powerless. She sped up and over the treetops, leaving the sleeping Griffin and the centaurs and their friends behind. "See, isn't this fun?" Emily called down to him. "You're perfectly safe. I won't let go." "Yeah, but are your wings strong enough?" he grumbled. "You're only 3/4 your normal size, remember?" "Maybe so, but I've been getting a lot of practice, making myself stronger by carrying rocks and heavy sacks of potatoes and things like that. I can probably get us to where we're going before I crash down into the trees." Hal swallowed. That did not reassure him at all. Chapter 3. Mindless Golem. Emily seemed to be doing okay with carrying a passenger, and Hal relaxed, trying to enjoy the experience. The thick canopy of trees below made it impossible to spot Abigail, Thomas, or Robbie, or even a 10-foot-tall golem for that matter. How Emily found her way was a mystery. She kept mumbling and sniffing the air, then hissing noisily, listening, and adjusting her course. "Don't tell me you can smell them," Hal said, glancing up at her. She might pass for a human from this angle, only with silver-colored skin and fine scales. Her smart dress hadn't changed at all, except to allow her bat-like wings to sprout. Her lower half, though, was just one very long, serpentine tail, coiled tightly under Hal's arms. She didn't answer him, and he tried again. "Did you hear me?" Emily glanced down. "Yes, but you told me not to tell you I can smell them." "So I didn't." "So you can smell them?" She laughed. "No, I'm listening to the snakes. We're talking to each other." "Really?" "No, not really. I'm not doing either. Snakes can't smell with their noses. They taste with their forked tongues, and I can't taste anything this high up. As for talking to each other, I really have to be on the ground for that." Hal lifted his feet as they passed a little too close for comfort over a tree. "Okay, so how are you finding your way? You're mumbling and sniffing and hissing." "Am I?" She sounded genuinely surprised. "Maybe I just talk to myself when I'm flying." Annoyingly, she still didn't answer his question. She changed course again, making his legs swing wide. He clutched hard to her tail, even though she had a tight enough grip that he couldn't slip out if he tried. Descending into a slight clearing in the forest, she circled around and around, spiraling downward until they touched down safely onto hard-packed dirt with tufts of grass where the sunlight hit. Hal stood and stretched, relieved but puzzled. He looked around, seeing nothing of interest, just trees and more trees. "Why here?" Emily swayed from side to side, her tail flicking like she had a nervous tic. She probably never even realized her wings were fluttering. I sense them." "Huh?" Mist suddenly appeared out of the trees and engulfed them. Emily was distracted by it as well, but she answered his question anyway. "I think this kind of Naga reads minds. Well, maybe not reads minds, but feels them, if that makes sense. Our friends are close. I can hear their brains getting louder." Hal stared hard at her. She'd known about a third species of Naga for a year and a half now, but her first encounter with one had been just 3 weeks ago. She'd quickly developed the ability to copy its form, and despite never having wings before then, it was pretty amazing how soon she'd learned to fly. And now she had a new talent? I suppose it makes sense if you think about it, Emily went on as the mist thickened. They like the cold, and the ones we met live in the darkness of the tunnels and caves during the day. Sensing those around you would be useful. He was about to ask what other tricks she had up her sleeve when a large figure lurched out of the gloom toward them. They leapt out of sight behind a super-thick trunk. Emily quietly morphed back into human form, growing in stature even while her tail shortened and then split into human legs. The silver coloring faded from her skin. Together, they watched as a 10-foot-tall woman marched past. She moved stiffly exactly as Hal imagined an animated statue would, crashing through bushes without a care. The mud sculpture included shoulder-length hair, which didn't budge an inch as she moved. She wore a long robe, snug around her shoulders and torso, but hanging to her ankles and swishing very slightly from side to side. She was barefoot. What caught Hal's attention was the collection of sticks protruding from her head. They stood vertically all the way around, like some kind of crown. Her eyes were creepy, the same color as her skin. He couldn't get over how tall she was. Trolls weren't much different in stature, but this was a human woman, or an animated construction of one anyway. The giant stomped onward, pushing through bushes without a care. A few leaves and twigs had broken off and stuck to her, and she had deep gouges in her sculpted dress. She was gone seconds later, her footfalls receding into the woods. Meanwhile, the thick mist swirled around the trees, reducing visibility to a mere few feet. "It's like being on the island again," Hal muttered. "You know, the first time I saw her, I assumed she was just keeping pace with the mist and staying hidden. Now I'm pretty sure it's following her." "The mist is following her?" Emily repeated. "Oh, how strange." They waited in silence. Shortly after, the mist thinned. "See?" Hal exclaimed. "I'm telling you, it's following her." Then 3 human-sized figures hurried into view in pursuit of the golem. Emily was about to step out and greet them when Hal held her back with a grin. She immediately got it and nodded, a gleam in her eye. They kept still until Abigail, Robbie, and Thomas passed by. And then they leapt out with a combined yell that caused the 3 to jump a mile. In fact, Thomas was so startled that he stumbled sideways and spun around with a scorpion tail erupting from his back end and a red mane trying to sprout from his neck. "Gotcha!" Emily laughed. "Oh my, your faces!" They all ended up turning toward the mostly human Thomas, who suddenly realized he had a tail. He looked pretty shocked. "Ooh, partial transformation," Robbie said, pointing. "Nice, you should work on that. It might come in handy." Thomas said nothing as he stared at his tail and willed it to go away. He looked a little shaken, like his shape-shifting ability was faulty. Abigail stepped up to give Hal a tight hug. "Missed you," she whispered. "How did you find us?" "Ask her," Hal muttered. Everyone turned to stare at Emily, who frowned and shrugged. "Like I told Hal, I think the rock-dwelling Naga are a little different from the other 2 types." "They're all different," Robbie said. "Water dwellers have no arms and flatter bodies. Land dwellers have arms and are smarter. But you're always a rock dweller these days, with creepy wings and silver skin." Emily rolled her eyes. "Thanks for the lesson, Robbie. What I meant to say is that I think they communicate with their minds." She looked a little sheepish, but hastened to explain. "Back at the tower with Madame Frost. Remember when the Naga flew about in the sky? Hundreds of them, moving in formation. And when they were underground, not really saying much. Since then, I've started hearing voices. Well, sensing voices, maybe. Not so much the actual words, just a kind of murmur in my head." "You're telepathic?" Robbie said, his mouth gaping wide. No, no, nothing as grand as that. Emily let out a nervous laugh. It's not like mind reading. It's more like picking up on murmured thoughts. That's exactly like mind reading, Robbie argued. Well, whatever. I heard you from above the trees. It was like you were underwater, all muted and impossible to understand, but definitely there. Thomas gave an exaggerated sigh. Look, this is really interesting and everything, but the golem is getting away from us. Can we keep moving, please? All 5 of them automatically started walking. Hal cleared his throat and tugged gently at Abigail's arm. She raised an eyebrow. What? Well, the thing is, Miss Simone said we could follow the golem and see what's what. You know, find out why she wandered through Carter and all that stuff. Abigail grinned. Great! I was afraid she'd sent you to bring us home. Well, that's kind of what she said. It was Robbie who exclaimed the loudest. Wait, what? We're supposed to go home? No way! Yeah, we've come this far. We should at least find out where she's headed, Thomas said. I'm not going back yet. Not happening, Abigail said firmly. This is important. Hal looked across at Emily and spread his hands. What Hal is trying to say, she said as diplomatically as possible, is that Miss Simone won't allow all of us to skip school together or be missing from the town when there are emergencies like the wounded Griffin. We can't all go wandering off after a golem who hasn't even caused any trouble. Yeah, but, Robbie started. She said that you're all to head home straight away and leave this to us, Emily finished. Abigail stopped dead, and the rest of the group halted a second or two later. Us? She demanded. Leave this to us? Who's us? Hal and me. An awkward silence followed. Hal fidgeted and stared at the ground, feeling Abigail's intense glare on the top of his skull. Okay, fine, she said at last. Hal looked up. Huh? Abigail smiled sweetly. Fine, we'll go back. You? You will? She nodded. Sure, if that's what Miss Simone said, then Robbie, Thomas, and I will head back and leave you and Emily to track the golem alone. Now, hang on a minute, Robbie protested, but Abigail raised an index finger inches from his nose. Shh. It's not their fault, Robbie. They're only passing on a message, and we should do as we're told, right? So we'll leave. Just as soon as Hal and Emily give us that message. Hal frowned, seeing a familiar twinkle in her eye. But we have given you... Abigail cupped a hand behind her ear. Sorry, what? I can't hear you, Hal, because you and Emily haven't found us yet. This forest is huge. It could take you ages to track us down. Yeah, Thomas exclaimed. And until they do, Robbie said, finally catching on, the rest of us will just keep following the golem. With that, the 3 of them continued their march through the trees. Left behind, Hal and Emily shared a glance. Well, I suppose we could tell Miss Simone it took ages to find them, Hal said. It would have taken ages if you hadn't used your telepathy. Look, I get what you're doing, Emily grumbled, but Miss Simone's not stupid. She'll be mad if we disobey her. We'll only be gone an hour or 2, Hal argued, picking up his pace to catch up to the others. He raised his voice so they could hear him. Hey, instead of following the golem all day, how about we get ahead of it? Robbie spun around with a grin. Now you're talking. Of course, he had to be the first. He sprinted away, a tall, skinny kid weaving between trees with his tousled brown hair bobbing about. Robbie? Abigail called after him. Great. The idiot will get himself trampled on if he's not careful. They all sped up. Abigail was the fastest because she spread her wings and buzzed away. Thomas was after her in a flash, a blur of red fur. Hal and Emily were once more left in the dust. Great, she muttered. This is our mission, and they're taking it over. They ran, careful to dodge low-hanging branches and treacherous roots. Robbie took a long, circuitous route around the ominous cloud of mist and eventually came to a dead stop in the golem's path. Hal and the others joined him there, and they clustered together to catch their breath while squinting through the trees at the approaching giant. The mist arrived first. In dead silence, it enveloped the group and thickened. Then the golem came into view with heavy, thudding footsteps. She moved with purpose, head down, arms thrashing in an effort to push aside bushes and small trees. Suddenly struck with uncertainty about what would happen if the creature saw them, Hal hunkered down lower, but Emily jumped up and stepped into view. "Hello?" she called. "Excuse me, ma'am?" The golem slowed, her head swiveling around. Whoever had constructed the creature clearly meant it to be a woman, what with the shoulder-length hair and vaguely feminine figure. She had a wet sheen, as if she'd just waded out of a river or lake. "Are you looking for something?" Emily said, standing her ground as the golem stomped up to her. "Can I help?" "She's crazy," Abigail whispered. Hal assumed she meant Emily, and he nodded. The air suddenly felt cool and damp. The golem tilted her head, staring with sightless, unblinking eyes. Then she sidestepped Emily and continued marching. It was hard to see more than a few yards now. Hal jumped up and rushed toward the shadowy shape of his friend. Don't do that again. She could have killed you." "But she didn't. She walked around me. Did you see what was in her mouth?" "Huh?" Thomas grumbled from the gloom. "In her mouth?" "I saw something peeking out. I guess it was the message Miss Simone mentioned." The group huddled together. Abigail glanced at Hal and arched an eyebrow. "Message?" Emily smirked and folded her arms. "See, if this were your mission, you'd know these things. Miss Simone said you can deal with a golem by taking the message out of its mouth." Seeing the dumbfounded expression on Abigail's face, Hal shrugged and added, "That's if we can get close enough." The mist slowly faded as the golem moved off ahead of them. Robbie drew himself up. "I'll do it. I'm the only one tall enough." He took off running again, transforming as he went. "Robbie!" Abigail called after him. He disappeared once more into the mist, and she threw up her hands in disgust. "He might be the only one tall enough, but there are 2 others here who can fly, not counting you, my dear clumsy Hal." Unfortunately, she was right. "Emily, you go after her," he said. "It's our mission, so you should be the one to grab that message, whatever it is." Emily grinned and nodded. "On it." She transformed and buzzed away, leaving Thomas standing there with Hal and Abigail. "Nothing to add?" she said to the red-headed boy. "You don't want to try sticking the golem with poison quills? Leaping on her back and clawing your way onto her shoulders so you can reach her mouth?" He shrugged. "I doubt poison quills will work, and I don't want to get my fur muddy." Hearing a frenzy of roars ahead, they hurried to catch up, plunging into the gloom as they neared the action. Robbie was much bigger than the golem, but he had a problem squeezing between the tree trunks. He seemed to be jammed in place as he gripped the golem's shoulder with one hand and attempted to fish around in her mouth with the other. The golem struggled hard, but as tall as she was, the ogre was far stronger. "Robbie, stop!" Emily yelled. "You're hurting her!" The ogre grunted. His tongue stuck out as he focused on his task. But no matter how much he tried, he couldn't get hold of anything inside the golem's mouth, especially with her thrashing so wildly. Then Emily arrived. Leaning across Robbie's thick arm, she deftly reached into the golem's mouth and snatched out a rolled parchment. Abruptly, the golem froze. Holding the parchment aloft, Emily dropped lightly to the ground and retracted her wings. Robbie let go of the golem and slowly morphed to his normal size. "Watch her," Hal warned, pointing at the mud giant. "She might get mad at us." But the golem seemed to have been deactivated. She remained motionless in the mist, her hands still locked in place around Robbie's wrist, even though he wasn't actually standing there anymore. "What's it say?" Thomas said. as the shapeshifters gathered in a circle. Emily took her sweet time unrolling it. The parchment might have been cream-colored at some point, but it was smeared with mud now. She made sure to keep it close to her chest, then cleared her throat a few times and lifted it high so she could read it privately first. "Huh?" she said. "Emily, just read it," Abigail warned. Emily smiled. "It just says reclaim your kingdom." "That's all." She turned the parchment around to show them. After a long silence, Hal nodded. "She's a queen. Look at those sticks on her head. They look like a crown." They all studied the 10-foot mud figure, a slightly fuzzy shape in the grey haze. "So," Abigail said, "this message is like an instruction. Go and reclaim your kingdom." She was heading to her kingdom, wherever that might be. "Golems don't have kingdoms," Robbie countered. "They're made, then animated by magic. They don't own anything, and they don't live anywhere. They definitely don't have kingdoms." Abigail nodded. "Well, that's obvious. It must be a sort of figurative kingdom." Thomas narrowed his eyes. "Figurative? What do you mean?" Emily jumped in. "She means like a pretend kingdom, the same way her crown is pretend. Metaphorical." "So, like kids playing with dolls on the beach and they build a sandcastle?" "Close enough," Abigail agreed. "Question is, why? And why kingdom? There aren't any kingdoms in New Earth. Miss Simone always told us there used to be kings and queens, but not anymore. Now there are just towns and town leaders and councils run by old fuddy-duddies. There are castles, but royalty is a thing of the past." "Yeah, all that nonsense is old-fashioned," Robbie said. "Not true," Hal argued. "Elves have a monarchy. Remember Queen Adeline? Centaurs have khans. Dragons have emperors. In fact, Old Earth still has kings and queens in some countries. It's only in New Earth they're a thing of the past." "That we know of," Abigail said thoughtfully. Robbie rolled his eyes. "Oh, come on. I think we'd know if there was a kingdom somewhere ruled by a queen." "Guys," Emily interrupted, "this is all irrelevant. I think you're forgetting that she's a golem. She's not human or elven or anything else. Look at the size of her. She was made." "Looks human to me," Thomas muttered. "Just really tall. Why is she wet?" They stared in silence at the motionless giant. "Yeah, she does look human," Abigail mused. "Is there some tall race of humans we don't know about? Maybe they have their own monarchy, with kings and queens and everything." "Miss Simone would know," Emily said. Thomas huffed impatiently. "Does it matter? Look, it was fun while we were chasing this giant mud woman, but it's really boring now that she's been switched off. Unless—" He rubbed his chin, and a gleam came into his eyes. "Anyone got a pencil? We could write a new instruction and stuff it in her mouth, like go jump in a lake or—" "Thomas!" Emily cried. "That's horrible." "Wouldn't work anyway," Hal said. "Whoever created the golem and animated it would be the one to give it an instruction. I doubt anyone else can." "We can try." "Fine, Thomas, you go right ahead," Abigail said, rolling her eyes. "Anyone got a pencil? No? Oh, well, that's that idea scotched." Thomas patted his pockets as if one might magically appear. "Maybe we could go back and get one and—" But at that moment, the golem shifted, and everyone fell silent to watch. The 10-foot giant slowly dropped her arms to her sides and straightened up. She rotated her head until she spotted the shapeshifters, then turned fully toward them. After a moment of studying them with her sightless eyes, she took a couple of steps closer, her movements a little more fluid and natural than earlier. "Hello," the Golem Queen said in a startlingly human, distinctly female voice that seemed to come from deep within her throat. "Whoa," Robbie whispered. "What the heck?" "Golems can't speak," Emily said in a matter-of-fact way. Abigail gestured for them all to be quiet. "Shh." She moved toward the golem and peered up at her. "Hello? Can you understand me?" The Mud Queen's brow furrowed. Well, of course I can. Though I do feel strange. I don't know exactly what's... She chose that moment to lift her hands up in front of her, her brow furrowed even more. Goodness, I'm all wet and muddy. Did I fall into a marsh? She paused again. This time she peered over her hands at the shapeshifters, tilting her head as if puzzling over something even more odd than being covered in mud. I don't understand. Are you elves? You don't look like elves, but you're so small. Hal stared in disbelief. For a moment he entertained the idea that this was truly a woman who'd fallen in a muddy marsh and got herself disoriented. But those sightless eyes. Also the deep gouges on her arms and across her sculpted robe, the stiff movements as she'd stomped through the woods earlier, and of course the parchment stuffed down her throat. No, she was definitely a golem. And she seemed to have come to life. Chapter 4. Queen of Mud. No way, Thomas breathed. Robbie's astonishment matched his. This is nuts. While the shapeshifters stood there marveling at the development, the golem slowly came to the realization that everything was wrong, that she was 10 feet tall and constructed from mud. Though her eyes remained utterly dead and sightless, she had a full range of facial expressions available to her, albeit a little on the stiff side. And she used them all: confusion, horror, fear, panic, grief, and then back to fear again. "What's happened to me?" she cried. "How did I get like this? Why can't I remember anything?" Any normal person might have burst into tears at that point, but nothing welled up in her eyes or streaked down her cheeks. Hal half imagined tears of runny mud, but he quickly put the notion aside. Abigail and Emily raced forward together, reaching for the giant's hands. "It's okay," Abigail assured her. "We're going to help you figure this out." "Yes, that's why we're here," Emily said. "Look, sit down and tell us what you do remember." They couldn't hold on to the golem for long because she kept turning in circles, trying to orient herself both physically and mentally. Muttering and moaning, she clutched at her head like she had a massive headache, then stomped back and forth, her robe swirling in slow motion as though underwater. "This is horrible," she said at last, turning once more to the shapeshifters. "I don't know who I am or why I'm here. I remember nothing." "Please sit down," Emily said, taking the golem's hand again. They dwarfed her own. "Take a seat on this fallen trunk over here." It meant leading her through several trees, but at least the golem could plonk herself down and be still and calm. Though the seat seemed low for her, Emily had to scramble to climb up next to her. Abigail remained standing. "Do you remember your name?" The golem groaned and clutched her head again, this time leaning forward. "No, I don't know anything. I don't even—" Her fingers nudged up against the sticks, protruding from her head. She frowned and touched them gently, a fresh wave of horror on her face. "What are these? Oh my goodness, I'm injured. How did these—" "I don't think they're an injury," Emily told her. "It's not like you had an accident and got stabbed in the head. I think they're supposed to be there. Like a crown." "A crown? But why?" With sudden anger, she grabbed one of the sticks and yanked it out. It left a deep indentation, but nothing trickled out. No brown blood or anything gory. They were literally just a bunch of wooden sticks jammed into a mud sculpture. Staring at it, the golem shook her fist and wailed, "What is this?" She tossed it in frustration, scrunched her eyes shut, and clenched her fists. Hal, Robbie, and Thomas had said nothing for a while. Hal couldn't bear to watch a grown woman lose her cool and cry. He had no idea how to deal with it. It was difficult enough on the rare occasion Abigail got emotional. He busied himself by going to fetch the stick. It wasn't much longer than his forearm and looked exactly like, well, just an ordinary stick. He stared at it, perplexed. "Okay, So someone had fixed them atop the golem's head in a circle, like candles on a birthday cake, to make it look like she wore a crown. There had to be a reason for that. "Are you a queen?" he asked her, cutting through her latest round of muttering and moaning. "The message stuffed in your mouth said, 'Reclaim your kingdom.' So I wonder if—" Too late, he bit his lip as Abigail shot him a fierce glare. The golem snapped her head up. "What? What did you say? There was a message stuffed in my mouth?" "Well, you're a golem," Thomas said. "According to Miss Simone, golems usually have messages stuffed in their mouths. It's what gives them a sense of purpose." "Thomas," Emily warned, but Thomas either didn't care or genuinely had no clue how insensitive he was being. "Basically, you're made from mud and sculpted into the shape of a 10-foot woman and then animated by magic so you can walk around. And whoever made you stuffed a parchment in your mouth which was like an instruction. It said, 'Reclaim your kingdom.' So maybe you're a queen or something, and those sticks on your head are your crown." A long silence followed. Abigail's jaw had tightened, and her steely glare would have curdled Hal's blood if it had been directed at him. Emily had turned away, pinching the bridge of her nose. Even Robbie looked pained. "Nicely done, Thomas," Hal whispered. "Way to break it to her gently." "Why mess about?" he argued, his voice low. "We can't help her until she knows the truth and starts remembering things." The golem sat in silence, and Hal swore the mist thickened considerably. He flipped the stick around in his hands, wishing the giant would say something instead of sitting there with a wide-eyed, unblinking stare. Finally, she spoke. I'm a queen." Emily breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I'm sure you are. So now we—" "No, I mean it," the golem said, looking thoughtful now. She gently rubbed her chin, and Hal couldn't help noticing how the simple action smoothed it out. "I am a queen. I don't remember anything about that, but somehow I know it's true. And—" She stood up suddenly, and everyone leapt backward in alarm as she towered over them. "The parchment!" she demanded, pointing at Thomas. "Show me." He absently patted his pockets, but it was Emily who produced it. "Here," she said, unrolling it and holding it up for the golem to see. The woman peered closely. "Reclaim my kingdom? My task is to reclaim my kingdom? But I don't even know where it is." Before anyone could stop him, Thomas spoke up again. "Shove it back in your mouth and see if you start walking again." "Thomas!" Emily yelled. "That's enough!" "Ignore him," Abigail told the golem. "He has no feelings whatsoever." "But is he right?" the golem said. "Boy, do you think it would work? I would continue on my journey to my kingdom?" Thomas said, looking taken aback. "How should I know? Nobody ever listens to me." The golem snatched the parchment from Emily's hand and gripped it tightly. It was in my mouth? "I doubt it'll work now," Hal said, horrified at the thought of her shoving it back in as deeply as it had been before. "Whoever animated you would have cast a spell on the parchment, and we probably broke that spell, so—" Everyone gasped as the golem abruptly stuffed the parchment into her mouth. It folded in two, and she chewed and grimaced, but fought with it until it was a tightly packed ball. Then she paused and waited. 5 seconds later she said, "It noth workin'." Robbie blinked. "Huh?" The golem spat the parchment out. It landed lightly on the ground and bounced a couple of times. Rather than being wet with saliva, it remained dry, but had brown smears all over it. "It's not working," she said again. She swung about, peering through the trees. "Where was I headed before you stopped me? I must continue my journey. Oh, I hope you didn't ruin whatever plans someone made for me. Why did you have to interfere?" She shouted this last question, and everyone jumped and took another step or two backward. But the golem immediately held up her hands. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shout. Please forgive me. I'm just out of sorts. That's okay, Abigail said. Look, we'll point you in the right direction and come with you on your journey, but I don't know how you're supposed to find this kingdom of yours. Nobody has heard of such a place, unless— She frowned and turned to Hal. What? He asked. What are you thinking? Well, just that maybe there is a kingdom, and Miss Simone forgot to mention it. You know how she is. She always said there was no such thing as royalty in New Earth, but nobody's ever specifically asked her about a kingdom somewhere north of here. Maybe if I tell her what's going on and mention it, she'll be like, oh, that place. Yes, I know where that is. Maybe it's not a real kingdom, but a sort of metaphorical one. Or maybe— It's real, the golem said quietly. I can feel it in my bones. Thomas couldn't help himself. You don't have any bones? Shut up, Hal snapped. Abby, that sounds like the only plan we have apart from just walking aimlessly north. She nodded. So I'll go. I can zip straight up through these trees and head back. You can all carry on, and I'll catch up. Abby, are you sure? Emily asked. Will your little wings last? Abigail laughed. My little wings have been around much longer than your little wings, Em. I'll be fine. Just listen out for me in maybe an hour. Pop up above the trees every now and then so I can find you again. With that settled, Abigail came over to give Hal a hug. Ignoring Thomas's rolling eyes, he whispered in her ear. See you soon. Honestly, though, I think this golem is deluded. Maybe, but we can do our best for her. She smiled, grew her wings, and shot straight upward. The golem craned her neck to watch. What in the world? How did— She spun to face the group, looking around at them one by one. Who are you children? Emily smiled. It's a long story. The truth is— It's not a long story at all, Thomas argued. Hal shrugged. It is if Robbie tells it. Hey, Robbie protested. Thomas wasn't done. Look, Miss Golem Lady, we're shapeshifters. That's it. The end. He smiled at Emily. Story told. The golem shook her head. I don't understand any of this. Please point me in the right direction. I'm tired of standing around in this awful mist. Thomas opened his mouth once more, only this time Hal nudged him hard enough to shut him up. The golem had plenty on her mind without worrying about a mysterious mist that followed her around. The group set off. Though the tall Mud Queen had long strides and cut directly through bushes without a pause, she realized she was causing the others to puff and pant, so she slowed a little, glancing around at them as they weaved in and out of trees to her sides. This is very kind of you, she said. You don't have to escort me, though. Well, it's our fault you don't know where you're headed, Emily admitted. If we hadn't removed that parchment from your mouth, then I would be a mindless creature. No, I prefer it this way. Being somebody is better than being a thing. She heaved a sigh. Even though I really am a thing whether I have a mind or not. Look at me, all mud and sticks. Hal realized he was still carrying one of her crown pieces. He thought about throwing it away, but found he couldn't bring himself to do it. It thrummed with energy and calmed him somehow. So he relaxed and smiled as Emily made introductions. This is Hal, that's Robbie, and over there is Thomas. I'm Emily. Our friend who flew off is Abigail. What can we call you? The giant shrugged. Mud Lady? That's what I am, after all. And how does that feel, to be made of mud? The golem didn't answer straight away. It's strange. I don't remember my life, but I know this is wrong. When I touch something, I can sense it. My muddy fingertips have feeling. Yet, there's a strangeness about it, as if I've dipped my hands in mud and let them dry. I feel my footsteps on the ground. I feel these bushes as I cut through, but the thorns don't hurt when they scratch me. I feel the chill in the air from this awful mist. I can smell the forest. I hear you all and I can speak. So many things seem normal, but so much does not. And you still don't know your name? Robbie asked. No, it eludes me. Here's what I can't figure out, Emily said. Are you a golem who's been given a mind, or a person who's been turned into a golem? The giant swung around as she walked. Oh, I'm a person. I'm absolutely a person. The very thought of being constructed and animated by a magician, no, I refuse to believe that. Even though it might be the truth? Hal didn't voice his suspicion, and he cast a sidelong glance at Thomas to make sure he didn't either. But another idea popped into his mind. Maybe she was both. A lady who'd lost her body in an accident and given a makeshift one to inhabit. Like the yokai, a large group of immortal people who lived their lives as spirits until people visited their island and unwillingly offered themselves as hosts. Maybe this so-called queen was a yokai. He doubted it, though. As far as he knew, the yokai couldn't take over inorganic hosts. This mist goes on forever, the golem complained. Well, Emily said, glancing back at Hal, Robbie, and Thomas. Actually, the mist is following us. Following us? Following you, Thomas piped up. The golem slowed and looked back over her shoulder. Are you certain? Everyone nodded. It's no big deal, Emily added. Strange, but not a problem. Oh, what's this? They all slowed as it became apparent the forest had ended. I thought it went farther than this, Hal said. I've flown north quite a few times, and I swear the forest keeps on going. It does, Emily said. I see trees ahead. This is a narrow ravine or something. Oh. She was right. Hal squinted and made out the dark shapes of trees looming in the mist a short distance away. The ground at their feet stopped at a sheer cliff. Reminds me of Black Woods, Thomas grumbled. Robbie grinned. Yeah, don't go falling off this time. The golem, standing by the edge, rotated her head toward them. You are very strange children. You, Robbie, speak of falling off cliffs as if it's nothing. And you, Hal, speak of flying north many times. Flying? Do you all have wings like Abigail? It was nice that she remembered their names so easily. While Emily repeated Thomas's explanation that they were shapeshifters, Hal tried to think of a decent name for the lady, something a little better than Mud Lady or Golem. But he pushed all that to the back of his mind for now. They had a ravine to cross. The problem was, the forest ended right at the cliff edge, so there was no room for him to transform and allow the others to climb aboard. He'd have to jump and then transform, and that was always a little dangerous. Emily, you'll have to take us across one by one, he said. If you think you can handle a giant mud lady, Thomas added. Emily looked doubtful. Well, I don't know, but I can at least fly around and see what's down in that ravine. Maybe you can cling to the edge, Hal, and we can all climb onto your back. The golem looked even more mystified than before. You said you are shapeshifters, and I believe you. But what kind of shapeshifters? In answer, Emily grinned and transformed. As soon as her legs merged into a thick snake body and her skin turned silver, the golem gasped and took a step back. When Emily sprouted her wings and buzzed out over the cliff, the giant instinctively reached out as if to save her from falling. "Oh dear!" she exclaimed. Emily hovered, swaying from side to side as she peered down. Then she buzzed away, immediately disappearing into the gloom. "Remarkable," the golem commented. "So you don't remember Emily from earlier?" Robbie asked. "Or me? We both transformed then too. You don't remember us getting that parchment out of your mouth?" I do not." Emily returned. "It's not as steep as it looks. It's not far across either, but too far to jump. We'll definitely have to fly. Hal, I think you might be able to transform and kind of hang on to the side." Hal said. "Okay. But look, if I'm going to do that, I might as well just fly us out of the woods and head north in the sky. Much quicker." Robbie smacked a fist against his palm. And we'll be out of the mist. Hal stepped past the golem and squinted again. The gloom was hard to see through, but it looked like the cliff became a graceful slope a little way down. He suspected a fall would quickly turn into a bone-jarring, head-over-heels tumble, probably into the river at the bottom. He handed his stick to Thomas. "Hold on to that," he warned. "It's valuable, I think." "Huh? It's just a—" Thomas started, but he frowned and nodded. "Don't worry, I'll look after it." Hal reversed 10 paces, sucked in a deep breath, and took a running jump. He heard the golem gasp as he leapt into thin air. As soon as he was clear of the trees and the cliff edge, he twisted around and transformed. Beating his wings hard, he didn't have much time to arrest his fall, but it didn't matter too much. He plummeted for a moment, then thudded down on the slope below, scrabbling to get a grip. Once he'd stopped sliding, he glanced up. The mist hung there like a layer of cloud that he'd just dropped out of. The sooner they were off, the better. Clawing his way up the steep slope to the top, he clung to the vertical cliff edge with his snout resting on the ground where the golem stood. "Climb on," Emily called, still buzzing about. "Be careful. Just kind of step over his head and onto his neck." The golem looked so uncertain that Thomas, still gripping the stick, gave a snort and leapt past her, stamping on Hal's head in the process. Seconds later, he was safely perched back there somewhere. Robbie quickly followed, grinning at the mud lady. "Watch me. See? It's easy." "I don't know," the golem said. "This makes me nervous." Hal stood still while the 10-foot creature very carefully climbed over his head, taking care not to hurt him. He was grateful for that. Not that she'd hurt him anyway, but just the fact that she cared. She was strange and a little scary, but he liked her. She was so big and dense that he actually felt her weight just a little bit. He waited for Emily to stop buzzing about and get herself seated, and when she called out to him that they were all ready, he began flapping his wings. As soon as he lifted off the slope and out of the mist, the golem began to scream. "No, no, put me down, quickly!" Chapter 5. Magic in the Air. At first, Hal assumed the golem was just terrified of heights. That was a shame. Flying her to where she needed to go would be so much faster than traipsing through the trees. But when his friends started yelling as well, he realized something was very wrong. He'd already risen to the treetops and out of the mist, but on hearing the sudden panic, he dropped quickly through the layer of gloom and into the ravine, landing near the lazy river. His paws sank into soft soil. Immediately his friends and the golem clambered down, all of them yelling and crying out. The golem's words hit him the hardest. "I'm falling apart!" He quickly reverted to human form and watched in astonishment as she staggered away from him, staggering because her feet were crumbling and the hem of her sculpted robe was breaking off in chunks. Even one hand seemed to be hanging limply, and as he stared, a finger fell off. "Oh no," Emily cried, her hands over her mouth. "What's happening?" Robbie ran around, trying to pick up the broken bits of her legs and robe, but the chunks crumbled away in his hands, scattering across the dirt at his feet. Thomas stood paralyzed, and it was almost comical that he still gripped the stick Hal had handed to him. "This is awful," the golem wailed, collapsing to the ground. "My feet are gone." The mist descended on them just then, a cloud of gloom that slowly darkened their surroundings. The golem was down to the stumps of her ankles, and one hand was disfigured. As the shapeshifters moved closer, it was pretty clear that her sudden crumbling condition was slowing. Whatever had started so abruptly had now ended, but it was too late to save her feet. They stood in silence, peering down at the stricken golem. She was large enough that her head remained level with theirs even while she sat. "I don't understand," Emily said, her face pale. "You were fine until Hal lifted off, and then you just—" "It's the mist," Robbie exclaimed. "As soon as we flew up out of it, that's when it started. And it stopped once the mist had followed us down. It's protecting her somehow, keeping her together." Hal stared in amazement at his friend. Robbie had to be right. "Magical mist," he muttered. "Who ever heard of such a thing?" Robbie swung around. "Seriously? Are you forgetting our island?" "I was kidding, buddy." "Oh." Despite the ghastly turn of events, the golem looked from one boy to another. "Magical mist? You've seen this before?" Emily jumped in first. "Not exactly. It was fog, much thicker and covering our entire island, and it wasn't keeping us together, but it—" She pursed her lips. "Well, I suppose it was, in a way." The golem sighed heavily. "Well, that's it. There's no point anymore. I might as well stay right here and die." "That's a horrible thing to say," Emily cried. "Well, it's a horrible thing to happen. Look at me." She glanced over her shoulder, then twisted around onto her hands and knees. To everyone's amazement, she began crawling. It was bizarre and a little horrifying the way she dragged her legs along, leaving behind useless chunks of dried-up mud. As Emily, Thomas, and Robbie hurried after her, Hal stopped to pick up a handful of the stuff. It crumbled even more. There was no way of putting her feet back together. The golem crawled quickly toward the narrow, slow-moving river that meandered through the ravine. Hal scooped up as much of the dried mud as he could, but it just trickled through his fingers. Maybe if he used his shirt to gather it or— "What are you doing?" Emily shouted. With a splash, the golem dragged herself into the river. She sank to her neck, ignoring the yells of concern. With a heave of her shoulders, she twisted around to face everyone. "If I'm truly a creature made of mud and animated by magic, then I'd rather just dissolve in the water and be done with it. Thank you, children, for everything you've done. Now please go home." "No!" Emily yelled. Thomas waded into the river, reaching for her with one hand while gripping his stick in the other. "Come out of there. Look, we can still get you where you need to go, even without your feet. Robbie can be an ogre and carry you." "Yes," Robbie agreed, and quickly transformed, growing to 3 times his height. "Get on back," he added, jabbing a finger over his shoulder. "See," Thomas said. "Get on his back. He can carry you for miles without breaking a sweat. Seriously, we can help you." The golem gazed at him, then at Robbie. You can really carry me?" Then she looked across at Hal. "We can never fly, though. If this mist is keeping me intact, then—" "Maybe it'll follow us through the air," Emily suggested. "I doubt that," Hal retorted. "I'd be moving way too fast." "We'll walk the whole way, then," Thomas confirmed. "Right, guys?" "Right, Thomas." Hal was surprised by the red-headed boy's sudden compassion. What had gotten into him? The golem nodded and crawled back out of the river. As she splashed onto the bank, it was a huge relief to see she didn't seem to have dissolved. In fact, she almost looked renewed, a vibrant dark brown color, glistening and gleaming as water dripped off her. Her robe moved in slow motion as usual, but even that seemed refreshed, the deep gouges and scratches washed away. Hal thought again about the dried-up mud on the ground behind him. If he could gather enough together, mix it with water, and maybe sculpt it back into the shape of feet. He gaped. There was no need. Her feet had already grown back. She was the last to notice. Continuing to crawl, it wasn't until she twisted around and sat up that she realized everyone stood staring. Then her mouth dropped open. "My feet!" There they were, as good as new. She wiggled her toes, then got up and stomped around. Since they were still wet, she left muddy footprints wherever she walked. "I can't believe it," she exclaimed. "My feet are back." "You must have picked up new mud from the river," Emily said, frowning. "No," Thomas said. "That's not it." He sounded so quiet and serious that all eyes turned to him. "What then?" Hal prompted. Robbie, still in ogre form, shuffled closer. He towered over her, making her seem oddly small. Thomas smiled. She grew her feet back using her own mud. I'm pretty sure she's not as tall as before. Hal blinked and squinted. Was he right? No, surely not. Or maybe? It was hard to tell. Emily tilted her head to one side. You know, I think you might be right. She does seem shorter, like she's taken a bit of mud from all over to reform her feet. She has her finger back as well, Hal murmured. No change to the head, though. Emily snapped her fingers, because she didn't duck all the way under. The golem peered down at herself. Can it be true? I don't feel any different. Am I smaller? I'm certainly in a less sorry state. Look at my robe now. It's like new. So, water regenerates her, Thomas said, tapping the stick thoughtfully against his chin. Kind of smooths her out, washes away the bumps and cuts and dried-up flaky bits, and moves the mud around so new feet can be grown. That's amazing. Hey, Thomas, Hal said. That stick. Since it's not mud, the missing one in her crown didn't grow back. How about giving it back? Yes. Thomas squelched closer to her, his pants and shoes still sodden. I'm going to put this back on your head, he said loudly to the lady. I mean, if you'll let me. She smiled, got down on one knee, and bowed her head. Thomas approached and carefully aimed the end of the stick at the tiny hole in the golem's head. It struck Hal like some kind of coronation. As soon as Thomas placed the stick, the mud closed in around it, and the crown was complete once more. Thomas counted them. Okay, 18 sticks in all. Let's keep it that way. He backed off, suddenly frowning. Not that I really care that much. Hal had a sneaking suspicion the stick had some kind of magic in it too. They weren't just random. Magical mud, magical mist, and now magical sticks. What else? With the emergency over, the golem was keen to get moving again. But which way? Since flight was out of the question, that left either a steep climb up the cliff, or a detour along the ravine in one direction or another. They chose to go west. No particular reason, but the river flowed that way, and it just seemed like an easier route somehow. Not that they could see too far ahead in the murky haze. I must say I feel invigorated, the golem said. One moment, I was all doom and gloom, and the next... She stomped along so fast that the shapeshifters had to jog every 10 paces to catch up. And do you know something? I have an inkling of where I need to go. You do, Emily exclaimed. She clapped her hands. That's wonderful. Where? To a castle north of here. While I was crawling out of the river just now, I had the briefest flash of an image in my head. It was why I was so slow to notice my feet had grown back. I was distracted. Hal's enthusiasm waned. A castle in the north? They'd kind of guessed that already. It didn't exactly narrow down their destination. Any clues where we might find it? He said, trying to keep the dismay from his voice. I mean, north is a bit vague. If we miss the target, we could keep on going for... There's a temple, the golem interrupted. She slowed a little, her muddy brow furrowing. I distinctly remember a temple. The people there are not very nice, but... She came to a halt, her frown deeper than ever. I don't know why the temple is important, or if we should even go there, but my castle is nearby. I just know it. Hal exchanged a glance with Robbie. He suspected his friend thought the same, that a temple in the north was not much more to go on than a castle. It was at times like this he wished he could just go ask Miss Simone, or maybe blackmail the goblin, who liked to keep fairly well-detailed maps. He suddenly had an urge to fly back to Carter and ask around. Abigail was supposed to be doing that already, asking about a kingdom. But while a kingdom or a castle might be a little vague, maybe a temple would ring a few bells. And Carter wasn't far. He could be back within 30 or 40 minutes. Plus, he could let Abigail know where they all were. "Hey, guys, I think I'm going to head back and see what I can dig up about a castle or a temple. You can all keep walking, and I'll catch up." The golem didn't seem concerned at all, but Emily did. "Hal, this is supposed to be our mission. You're leaving?" "It is our mission," he assured her. "That's why I'm leaving. I'll do some digging, and you carry on leading the way." She shrugged and nodded, then smiled. "Fine. It would be nice to know which way to go once we're out of this ravine. Be as quick as you can." Neither Thomas nor Robbie wanted to go with him, so he transformed and took off on his own. It was strange, flapping up out of the narrow ravine and into a clear sky. The thick mist below completely masked his friend's whereabouts, but nobody could miss such an odd-looking patch of mist like that when the surrounding area was so clear. He soared high so he could get a good look at the landscape and memorize where he might find the ravine on his return. It was pretty well hidden in the forest, only visible when directly above. The forest covered a huge expanse of land, spreading north and west, with a little to the south. To the east lay dry, barren land. He remembered a journey across that bumpy terrain in Blacknail's giant steam-powered six-wheeled machine when they'd traveled to the Labyrinth of Fire. It had taken all day, but once he'd learned how to fly, it had turned out to be just a 2-hour flight. The temple and castle the golem had mentioned, if they existed, must lie a little farther to the west. He certainly hadn't seen anything like that on the open plains. The problem with flying so high in the sky was that structures below became mere pinpricks, almost impossible to spot. He hurried toward Carter, eager to investigate. The first place he checked was the meadow where the Griffin had come down. The injured creature seemed to be sound asleep on the grass, with only a couple of centaurs standing over it. No Fleck, though, nor Miss Simone. Where might she be? And where was Abigail? Had she made it back to town yet? He soon arrived at Carter and headed for Miss Simone's laboratory. She tended to stay away from the council elders these days, focusing on her science instead. He thumped down on the grass out front and startled a couple of goblins carrying a stack of rough-hewn boards. Reverting to human form, he hurried into the building. The main corridor was well lit with light bulbs from New Earth, and the place seemed to be busier than ever. He remembered a time when he'd be hard-pushed to spot 5 scientists or doctors at any one time. Now, dozens bustled back and forth, in and out of rooms, tending to patients or working on scientific projects. She wasn't in the building, according to a rotund, curly-haired lady. "At the centaur shelters," Dr. Kessler said. She looked quizzically at him. "Funny, I had this same conversation with Abigail not 15 minutes ago." "Oh, really? Well, that's where I'm headed as well, then." The doctor shook her head. "What a horrible thing. I heard the Griffin's wound was pretty serious. The centaurs have treated the poison, but it'll take multiple applications and a few days of rest." "Orcs, so I heard." Hal thanked her and left. Yes, Miss Simone had mentioned orcs. He'd never met one and hoped not to, if throwing poison-tipped spears was their way of welcoming people. Actually, that probably wasn't fair. For all he knew, the Griffin had been attacking them, and they'd acted out of defense. Maybe orcs were friendly otherwise. He flew over the town and landed as close as he could to the trail leading to the centaur shelters, then walked from there. It always amazed him how neat and well-tended this section of the forest was. Very tall and evenly spaced trees, lush grass, great swaths of bluebells, a sweet scent in the air. Just for a moment, he forgot about golems and griffins and simply enjoyed the walk. The shelters came into view, sturdy structures made from tree limbs and thick straw thatch. Centaurs paused to watch him as he sauntered past, but nobody challenged his presence. Very few of the proud creatures enjoyed mixing with humans, but their leader demanded ongoing cordial relations. And that was that. Centaurs could come and go in the town of Carter, and humans could visit the shelters. He arrived at the main hub in the center, a massive framework of horizontal logs resting on the boughs of living trees, secured with rope and packed with thousands of smaller branches. Completely covered over with thatch, the roof was thick and impenetrable. Under the 15-foot-high roof, the dirt floor was covered with straw, tree bark, and sawdust. Fleck, their lead scientist, was exactly where Hal expected him to be, in his sectioned-off lab amid hundreds of bottles and books. He lived and breathed this kind of work, and he'd talk about it all day long if he could. The centaur stood there, peering down at his high table, with Miss Simone on one side and his friends on the other: Dewey, Fenton, Darcy, Lauren, and Abigail. "Hey," Hal said casually, ambling over to them. They all turned. For a second, everyone blinked in surprise. "Oh, look what the cat dragged in," Lauren said at last. "What are you doing here, Squirt?" Fenton asked. Abigail's face lit up in a delighted smile, and she rushed to hug him. "Missed you," she whispered. "Feels like ages ago that I left you behind." "It was maybe an hour at most," he said. "Come look at this." Abigail took his hand and pulled him over to the table. It was so tall that he had to stand on tiptoes to peer at the curious object that lay on top. "The tip of an orc's spear," Fleck said in a somber voice, "laced with wyvern poison, quite deadly if it gets into your bloodstream." "That Griffin would have died without our help," Dewey said. "It was a lot of poison." "And a lot of spear," Darcy muttered with a shudder. "Look at the size of that tip." The sharp end of the spear, a broken-off section about a foot long, was coated in a purple substance and heavily mixed with blood. "We extracted this from the Griffin," Fleck said, seemingly unaware that he was stating the blindingly obvious. "Definitely an Orc's. Very odd situation, though. Why would a Griffin attack the Orcs? And if it wasn't attacking them, why would they try to bring it down? Either way, it's all just so very unlikely." Miss Simone sighed and put an arm around Lauren's shoulder to usher the shapeshifters away from the table. "Well, let's leave Fleck to his work. As puzzling as this attack might be, it's not a pressing concern, and the Griffin should recover. So let's get back to normality." She looked around at the group. "And by normality, I mean school." "Oh, Miss Simone," Darcy complained. Now, don't blame me. Your parents were quite clear on this matter. I've been dragging you out of class too much lately, and I need to curb my enthusiasm for investigating every little mystery that comes our way. And that business with the awful cert 10 days ago. Your poor parents just want you back in school while the dust settles. So, all of you—" "Whoa, wait," Hal said, suddenly alarmed. "You don't mean me, do you? Emily and I still have the golem to figure out." He glanced sideways at Abigail. "You were supposed to be asking around." She shrugged. "Sorry, got distracted by this. Anyway, I did ask Miss Simone, and she knows nothing about a kingdom to the north." Miss Simone continued nudging them all away from Fleck's lab. "A kingdom is an odd choice of word in this part of the world, Hal. As I told Abigail, there haven't been kings and queens around here for centuries. Not human kings and queens, anyway. Either way, I know of no such kingdom in the north or anywhere else." "So no castles?" Hal asked. "Well, the nearest castle is in Broden, and that's to the east." "Oh, and there's a fortress in the bay at Hemlock." She frowned. "Also, there's a tower standing on a small island outside Follen's Glen. That's to the northeast." Hal's ears pricked up. "A tower? Could that be a queen's castle?" "Oh, gosh, no. It looks more like a lighthouse than a castle. Nobody would live there. I believe the golem has simply been sent on a fool's errand." "But she's alive," Hal protested, "and when I tried to fly her out of the forest, she started falling apart. Turns out the mist was keeping her together, like it's magical." Miss Simone looked startled, as did his friends, including Abigail. They all listened, rapt, as he told them about the golem's feet crumbling into pieces and how she'd been restored in the river. "Now that is interesting," Miss Simone murmured, a familiar gleam in her eye. Hal grinned inwardly. Suddenly, this was a full-on mission, and they'd all get to skip school while investigating further. "She said there's a temple," he went on. "She lives in a castle, but there's a temple nearby, full of people that are not very nice." Miss Simone stared at him. "A temple?" "Yeah." She took a step closer. "A temple, you say?" Right." A long silence followed as she digested the information. Finally, she ran a hand through her hair and sighed. "Well, that narrows it down quite a bit. I know of only 2 temples. One is on Whisper Mountain to the south, belonging to the elves. The other is in the north. It's a very short flight for you, but if you're having to escort this golem on foot, it's, well, possibly an overnighter after all." "How do we find it?" Abigail urged. Miss Simone gave her a stern look. "You don't? I told you, this is a small task for Hal and Emily only. I'm annoyed that Thomas and Robbie are still not back. I'm certainly not losing you as well, Abigail." "But no buts. You stay right here." Miss Simone returned her attention to Hal. "If you're in that ravine, you'll need to follow it downstream and out. By then, you'll be west of the woods. Head north from there, across the marshes." She screwed up her face, trying to remember. Gosh, it's been years. "Does Blacknail have a map?" Hal wondered. "If he does, it doesn't say anything other than what I'm telling you right now. Just go north across the marshes. You'll spot a temple perched on the top of the hills, gleaming a golden color in the sunlight. It's really quite beautiful, but don't go near it. That's where the orcs live." The orcs live there?" Darcy gasped. "Wait, that—" Fenton shook his head. "That can't be a coincidence, can it? Orcs injured a griffin, the griffin finds its way here, a golem shows up, and the golem claims to live in a kingdom near to a temple where those orcs live." Miss Simone gave him an approving smile. "That's a very astute and concise summary, Fenton. No, it can't be a coincidence. It's all connected somehow." She turned back to Hal. "Still, stay away from the temple. If your golem friend claims to live in a kingdom nearby, well, let her find it. Lead her to where you can see the temple from a distance. Maybe she'll recognize the way home from there." They walked and talked as they left the centaur shelter. It was clear Miss Simone wanted him to continue this mission. And being a dragon, she had faith he could make his escape if the situation grew a little dangerous. But she warned him again and again about the orcs, reminding him how a griffin had been seriously injured. "That could be you," she said for the 4th time. "Stay away from the temple." All right, he thought, growing impatient. When they were clear of the centaur shelters and on a wider section of the woodland trail where he could transform and lift off, he had to say his farewells to a disgruntled Abigail. "This sucks," she fumed quietly. "Shapeshifters are a team. We should be together." "I know," he agreed, "but this is our parents speaking. I don't know about you, but my mom's been going on about my failing grades for weeks." She smiled briefly. "Yeah, my mom mentioned your failing grades as well." Then she sighed heavily. "All right. Go on then. Leave me behind, see if I care." She poked him in the chest. "Make sure to grab some food and blankets." "I will. I'll pop home before I head back to the ravine. And be careful." "Always." Seeing how Fenton and Darcy were holding hands, Hal grinned and decided they were officially an item. About time. It was probably a good thing they weren't coming along on this mission. They might be too distracted to pay attention to any dangers along the way. Abigail whispered in his ear just before he transformed. "I don't care what Miss Simone says. I'll catch up with you when I can. Now go." Hal gave Abigail a final hug, but he couldn't help feeling a little troubled at the idea of her disobeying orders and coming after him. Oh well, Getting the golem home should be a fairly simple task, just a long walk through the marshes and into the hills, nothing he and the others couldn't handle. Chapter 6. The Ravine. Gripping a backpack in his claws, Hal returned to the ravine and spotted a lonely patch of mist quite a bit farther downstream from where he'd left the golem earlier. Rather than swoop down to join them, he continued overhead, following the river to see how far it ran. It was hard to judge distances when he was moving so fast, but he guessed another half-hour's walk before the forest petered out and the ravine ended. Turning to the north, the terrain started out grassy, with stands of trees, but it soon became marshy, just as Miss Simone had suggested. That went on for quite a while, too far for his liking. And ahead, low hills loomed. Hal sped toward them, enjoying the rush of wind and the way his reflection played on the still marsh waters. The hills spread over the landscape, and for a second, he wondered how on earth Miss Simone expected them to just happen across that temple. But then he saw it, a gleaming golden color that dazzled him when the sun's rays hit it a certain way. Okay, so that was that. The Orc's temple. No need to get close, but at least he had an idea where to look for a castle. He scoured the countryside surrounding the temple for a good 10 minutes and saw nothing but empty hills. He glimpsed a town or two in the far distance, an occasional farm and random structures, but nothing that looked like a castle, and certainly nothing remotely kingdom-like. So he descended, still wary of the temple. The golem had said her kingdom was nearby, or at least as far as she remembered. Where, though? Absolutely nothing suggested a town or village, or even a tiny settlement. Confused and a little frustrated, Hal tightened his circle around the temple. He was flying pretty low to the ground by now, with the impressive structure to his right, and he took a moment to admire its 4 squat towers and the dome at its center. The towers and the base were made of sandstone blocks, but the dome itself was gold-plated, and it was this that gleamed across the countryside in the sunlight. He couldn't imagine orcs living there if they were as unfriendly and thuggish as he'd been led to believe. This was a place of beauty. He sucked in a sharp breath and twisted around in a dramatic maneuver that probably saved his life, because a massive spear hurtled through the air toward him and missed him by inches. Stunned, he flapped like crazy and rose high into the air. The spear glided onward below, arcing lower and lower until it buried itself in the ground. Holy cow, he thought. Now I see exactly what happened to the Griffin. He flew back to where the spear jutted from the earth. At least he could use it as a warning marker. He'd be out of range of further attacks from the temple, as long as he ventured no closer than this. What exactly did I do wrong? Flew too close? Big deal. Still, he could imagine why nervous orcs might attack any griffins and dragons that came too near. Simple defense. Making sure to mark his distance and on the lookout for more spears, he did his best to survey every slope and valley in the area, searching for what might be the golem's home. Nothing. Miss Simone's right. This is a fool's errand. He saw no orcs either, though they'd probably retrieved their spears as soon as the coast was clear. There had to be some kind of giant mechanical crossbow. There was no way orcs could throw spears that thick and heavy over such a distance. He headed back, full of doubt about his mission. The golem had to be remembering wrong. There was a temple, yes, and full of unruly people as she'd hinted. But she must have imagined the so-called kingdom. The marsh appealed to him even less on his return journey. Were they supposed to wade the whole way? A quick look confirmed that there was no simple alternative unless they all turned around and walked east along the ravine, then north over the moors, and then the same distance west again. What a long detour! The marsh would be quickest by far. From there, they just had to head for the gleam of the temple in the distance, in the straightest line possible. Hal rejoined the others in the ravine by thumping down just ahead of the slowly moving patch of mist. In his claws, he gripped a backpack full of folded blankets and food from his mom. "You be careful," she'd warned him, sounding a little cross that he was out of school yet again. Standing there on the riverbank, it felt strange watching the approaching grayness. When it finally enveloped him, he heard the faint voices of his friends within. A minute later, the group appeared in the gloom. "Without ever really giving him a proper name," Emily was saying, "so Fenton's always just been a giant black lizard to us. We had the idea to call him an Ouroboros at one point, but that didn't seem right, because that's more of a serpent than a lizard, so we never—" "Oh, hi, Hal." "Hey," he said with a casual wave. The golem smiled, showing brown teeth to match her skin tone. "Your friends have been regaling me with your early adventures. Fascinating." "I was just explaining how we never did figure out the name of those rare lizard creatures," Emily said. "I've asked Miss Simone I don't know how many times, and she keeps saying the species name is pending." "Meaning she doesn't know," Thomas muttered, "and she doesn't want to name them, only to find out they have a name already." Robbie grinned, stooping to pick up the backpack Hal had delivered. "I still think fen lizard was good. Or fenigator. Is there food in here?" "Fenguana was my favorite," Emily giggled. "Speaking of names," Hal said as he started walking with the group, "do you have one yet? We can't keep calling you the Golem or Mud Lady." "I'm afraid I don't know," the golem said with a sigh. "But if you like, you can call me." She stopped dead, jerking upright in surprise. She clasped a hand to her forehead. "Agatha." Everyone gasped. "Your name's Agatha," Emily said, sounding overly excited. She clapped her hands. "Agatha it is." No, that's not right." The golem shook her head as if it had become clogged up. "Agatha is someone else. Someone important, I'm sure. I feel that she... Gah." Apparently, whatever vague flash of a memory had popped into her mind had deserted her. She stomped onward, quickening her pace. "How about we call you Miss Golem until we know your name?" Emily said, hurrying after her, "or Queen Golem if you prefer." Thomas clicked his tongue and muttered, "If she's a queen." After a moment, the giant spoke in a soft, sad voice. "Miss Golem will be fine, whatever you like." For the next 10 minutes, Hal told them everything he'd learned during his quick flight to the Centaur shelter and then his reconnaissance mission to the north, including the near-miss spear attack. He was careful not to put too much of a downer on the lack of a kingdom, but still, the subject had to be broached. "No sign of anything?" Robbie said. "No castle?" "Nope." "No town or village that might be a kingdom?" "That's what I said." "Not even a small settlement or outpost? No buildings at all?" "No, buddy." "Maybe it's been miniaturized." Robbie halted and snapped his fingers. "Or maybe it's a moving settlement, you know, like a group of travelers." Everyone else came to a stop and turned to face him. "Goodness, Robbie," Emily said, reaching out to touch the back of her hand to Robbie's forehead. "Are you all right? That's actually quite brilliant." "Yeah, it's a possibility, right?" Hal said. "Miss Golem, what do you think? Ring any bells?" She tilted her head, frowning. "Actually, yes. There's something familiar about a group of travelers, though I don't remember being one myself. Anyway, I'm sure there's a castle. That I do recall. I can picture it now. Triangular in shape, 3 very tall towers, a beautiful place standing atop a hill with the gleaming golden temple visible in the distance." "Wait, what?" Thomas growled. "You never mentioned those details before." Jerking again, she gave a nervous laugh. "Goodness! I suppose my memory is clarifying bit by bit." Thomas rolled his eyes. "Great. In the meantime, we'll just keep wandering aimlessly." "Hey," Hal said, suddenly annoyed. "Nobody asked you to come along, Thomas. You're not even supposed to be here, so be nice or go home." "Guys," Emily hissed, urgency in her voice, "somebody's coming." Everyone froze. Sure enough, They heard footsteps crunching on the pebbles near the riverbank. A moment later, a man appeared in the gloom, hurrying toward them with a bag slung over his shoulder. Hal tensed. The man hadn't spotted the group yet, but when he did, he skidded to a stop, his bag falling to his side. What the... Naturally, his gaze fell on the golem. His jaw dropped and his eyes widened. Where he'd been hunched over before, now he straightened to stare up at the giant. She stood only 9 feet tall now, but that was still much bigger than the bearded man. He seemed unable to speak. His mouth remained open, even though the golem gave a tentative, friendly wave. "Hello?" Emily said, her voice cutting through the silence. Don't be afraid of our friend here. She—" "What are you?" the man blurted, his deep voice shaky. "I've never seen such a tall person." He wore a thick coat that hung to his thighs and sturdy boots. He looked like one of the fishermen on the blustery coast, only the ravine was far from the nearest seashore. "We're not really sure," Emily said, obviously trying to be tactful. "She's a golem at the moment, but we think—" "Stay back," the man growled, pointing and scowling. With his other hand, he snatched up his bag and clutched it to his chest. It was bulky, but appeared to be soft, and not especially heavy. "Move aside so I can pass. I don't want any trouble." "Nor do we," Hal said. "How about you move aside?" Thomas demanded. The bearded man eyed them all with anger, but his gaze kept returning to the tall mud lady. Ironically, she was probably the least dangerous of the group, but the stranger didn't know that. "Fine," he said at last. He clutched his bag even tighter and stepped aside, stumbling a little on the larger rocks. "Just go on your way." It was clear he valued whatever was in the bag, but Hal knew it wasn't any of their business. He shrugged and said, "Right, well, let's keep moving." He started past the man. Emily and the golem followed. Robbie came next, and Hal could tell he was itching to transform and show the man who was boss. Unfortunately, Thomas couldn't help himself. "What's in the bag?" "Keep your noses out," the man snarled. "This is mine now. Stay away from me." With that, he took his chance and hurried on his way, tripping and stumbling over the rocks until he rejoined the easier path. "I want to go after him," Thomas muttered. "He's acting weird." "It's none of our business," Emily called over her shoulder. She kept on moving along with the golem. "Whatever he has in the bag is not part of our mission. Come on, Thomas." Reluctantly, the red-headed boy let it go and caught up to the group. Hal gave him a sideways look. "Funny thing is, you could make him your mission if you wanted, Thomas. Maybe you should go after him, and when you're done, just head on home." Thomas looked shocked. "I'm not going home. You think I want to sit in a classroom doing math when I could be out with you guys on a mission? Then quit complaining about everything and stop being so ugly toward people." "But you saw the way he held that bag." "I don't just mean him." Hal lowered his voice. "Just try to be a bit nicer to the golem and other people in general. You're always so rude." They put the bearded stranger out of their minds and focused on their walk. Hal was tired of the mist already. It would be so much nicer to look ahead and see where they were instead of being locked into such limited visibility. All they could do was keep marching within a perpetual gloom. How are we supposed to look to the horizon and follow a gleaming golden temple when we can barely see 10 paces ahead? He imagined he and Emily would spend a lot of time flying above the mist as they slogged across the marshes. What a dreary mission this was turning out to be. "Emily," he called, "do us a favor. Fly up and see how far we have to go before the ravine ends." Thomas abruptly transformed. "I'll go. I need a run anyway." He scampered off, his red fur vivid in the drab grayness. The golem let out a cry. "My goodness! I know you warned me he was a manticore, Emily, but seeing one run past me— Yeah, he can be vicious in a fight, Emily agreed. But don't worry. He's okay even if he is a bit cranky. Hal realized Robbie had been quiet lately. What are you thinking about, buddy? Robbie shrugged. Travelers, I suppose. Oh, you still have that on your mind? Well, what if Miss Golem's people are always on the move? It would explain why nobody's heard of her kingdom, because it's never in one place, and it would explain why you never saw it on the hills. I know, but you can't have a moving castle. Maybe it's not a castle, or maybe it's— I don't know. Hal smiled. His friend really didn't want to let go of his theory. He wanted to be right. It would be a great addition to all those stories he embellished, a moment where he, Robbie, correctly solved the mystery of the elusive kingdom. A scream pierced the air. Once again, everyone halted in their tracks. Then Hal started running. He wasn't sure if he needed to transform yet. First, he wanted to get ahead of the mist and see what was happening. To his annoyance, he realized the golem was stomping along behind, her stride greater, easily matching his pace. "No! Stay back!" he urged her. "I'm trying to get out of this mist. Stay there, please!" He caught a hurt look on her face as she slowed to stop, but he'd apologize later. Right now, someone needed help. With Robbie and Emily at his side, the three of them sprinted along the path until they burst out of the gloom and blinked rapidly in the sudden brightness. The manticore stood farther ahead, his tail low but flicking back and forth. In front of him, down by the river, a woman cowered behind some large rocks. "Thomas!" Hal yelled, suddenly angry. "What are you doing? Leave her alone, you idiot!" "You're scaring her," Emily added. They continued their sprint until they reached the manticore, at which point they slowed. Hal shot Thomas a glare before hurrying to check on the poor, terrified woman. Emily and Robbie stuck with him. "It must be awful, running into a manticore when there's nowhere to hide," Emily said. She raised her voice. "Excuse me? It's okay. The manticore is ours. He's, well-trained. He just doesn't realize how scary he is." "You can come out," Robbie said. But the woman refused. She hunkered down behind the rocks, only the top of her head visible as she peeked at them with fearful eyes. "Stay here," Emily whispered to the boys. She crunched on the larger pebbles and rocks toward the water's edge. The boulders there were huge. As she approached, the woman dipped her head out of sight. Emily circled the boulders. "It's okay, we won't hurt you." It seemed a very long time before the woman emerged. She wore a simple dark green frock with a raggedy hem, and because it was wet and shiny, it almost looked like she'd draped herself in seaweed. She tiptoed barefoot up the rocks, her long brown hair clinging to her shoulders as she peeked around at them all. "What happened to you?" Emily asked. The woman angled toward her. "A man stole my coat. Did you see him? Oh, please help me. I have to get it back. Where did he go?" "He's long gone," Emily said, somewhat airily. Then she shrugged. "I mean, I could send Thomas after him if you like. The manticore over there, would you like that?" Her mouth fell open. "Yes!" She was really quite beautiful, Hal thought. He spun about and yelled, "Hey, Thomas, go after that man. He stole her coat." As the manticore grinned and turned to leave, Hal thought he'd better clarify a few things. Don't kill the man, just scare him off, I guess. If Thomas heard him, he didn't show it. He was already running off along the trail, his segmented scorpion tail now high and ready for action, quills bristling for a fight. When Hal returned his attention to Emily and the woman, he was startled to find a number of creatures swimming lazily in the river. They were dark brown and slick, like oversized otters. But Hal glimpsed a couple of faces, too, and they looked more like friendly dogs. Were they dogs? No, they were too big and fat. "Seals," Robbie said, sounding amazed. "Of all the— seals." While Emily walked with the woman up the bank to the path, Hal and Robbie continued to watch the seals. There had to be 5 or 6, maybe more, and they dipped in and out of the water, graceful and silent, except for an occasional snort. "I guess the fishing is good here," Robbie said. "The water's deep." Hal had nothing to add. They watched for a bit longer, then went to rejoin Emily and the woman. "Maybe you should check on the golem," Hal said to Robbie. "She's probably standing there wondering what's going on. The scream and Thomas rushing by and everything." "Good point. I'll get her up to speed." While he headed off, Emily sat down with the woman on some dry, flat rocks just off the main path. The clouds opened to allow a pool of sunshine, which had to be comforting to someone who'd lost their coat. "So," Emily said, "first of all, I'm Emily, this is Hal, and, well, Robbie's just run off, and that manticore was Thomas. We have another friend, too, standing in the mist back there." "What's your name?" The woman, who had to be in her mid-20s, peeked out from under her bedraggled hair. "Sapphire." "Ooh, lovely name," Emily exclaimed. "Okay, so what happened?" But the woman didn't answer immediately. She looked puzzled. "Why are you here? It's unusual to see children near our river." "We're 13, Hal offered. "Nearly 14, actually." She nodded. "Right. As I said, it's unusual to see children here." Emily spread her hands. "We're on a mission to get our friend back home. It's, Look, never mind that for now." "But it can be dangerous in these parts," Sapphire said. "You shouldn't be here alone." Emily gave Hal a mischievous grin, then abruptly transformed. The woman almost fell off her rock in surprise. "It's okay," Emily said quickly. "See, it's still me. I'm just a Naga now. We're shapeshifters. Thomas is one of us too." "Shh, shapeshifters." Hal could see she was overcome, but on the other hand, at least she wasn't freaking out. "The point is," Emily went on, "we can look after ourselves. But what about you? What's so special about your coat that someone had to steal it? How much does he expect to make?" Sapphire chewed her lip before answering. I'm not what you think." Just then, Thomas came running back along the path. He burst out of the mist, clutching the man's bag. Robbie came trotting after him. "Miss Golem is getting impatient," he called. "She's counting to 100, and then she's going to start moving again." "Fine," Hal said. The mist didn't matter now. Let it enshroud them all. Thomas threw the bag down at Emily's feet, and it came open. The look of relief on the woman's face was obvious, and she smiled and sighed. But the rest of them were puzzled. There was no coat in the bag, at least not the kind of coat they'd expected. Instead, what had spilled out onto the path looked like... Hal stared, feeling a sudden shiver go down his spine. He glanced over his shoulder toward the lazy river creatures, then stared at the bag again. Is that a seal's skin?" Chapter 7. River Creatures. Hal had visions of an evil man slaughtering a seal and skinning it, then rushing off to a market somewhere to sell the goods. This woman had to be his accomplice, or maybe she'd skinned the seal, and the man had simply come along and seized an opportunity. It gave Hal the heebie-jeebies to think anyone would be so callous. His anger was so great that he trembled. "How could you?" he growled. Emily had gone white. "Yeah, that's disgusting." She got up and backed away from the woman. Sapphire's smile faded, and she frowned. "What's wrong?" "This!" Emily yelled, pointing at the sealskin. "How could you? How could you do that to poor seals?" "You don't understand." "Oh, you said that man stole your coat. Is this your coat? How'd you get hold of a poor seal's skin, then?" Thomas, still in manticore form, growled and eased closer. "Why don't you all go on ahead and leave her with me?" Hal waved him back. "No, let's just get out of here. Come on, guys, leave her." Oddly, Robbie had been quiet until now. "Wait, hang on. I know what's going on here. Sapphire, tell us what you are." She's a poacher. That's what she is, Emily growled. A murderer of helpless seals. Sapphire was shaking her head. No, you have it all wrong. I'm not a poacher or murderer. I didn't kill a seal. I am a seal. Her smile returned. That's my coat. I'm a selkie. Robbie punched the air. I knew it. He grinned around at them all. See? I knew it. She's one of the seal folk. Huh? Thomas said. Hal and Emily exchanged glances and shrugged. This fueled Robbie's sense of superiority. He'd been a bug fan all his life, and in the past year had extended his interest to magical creatures. He was probably more knowledgeable than the rest of them now. So, Sapphire, he said, I guess you were just swimming around with your friends in the river and decided to be human for a while. And that man came along and stole your seal skin? She nodded vigorously. I was careless. But people rarely come this way. Emily sat back down, looking somewhat relieved, but also a little confused. So, how does this work? You're human, but... She jerked her head toward the river. Those are seals. I don't get it. It had suddenly grown dark and grey, and Sapphire hunched over, fearful of the change. Don't worry about the mist, Hal said. That's our golem friend. The mist is following her. Are you all selkies or just you? Emily persisted. Sapphire seemed puzzled at the question. We all are. But even wearing a sealskin, you wouldn't look anything like one of those seals in the river. They're all fat, and, you just looked like a woman wearing a seal's coat. Explain, Thomas demanded. Sapphire glanced at him, then shifted her gaze to the bag at her feet. We live two lives. Our home is in the water, but we spend time on land as well. I had placed my sealskin on the boulders while I practiced my walking and vocalizations. I'm not sure when the man came by, but I was sitting by the water speaking in human tongue, with my friends in the river applauding me. I'm nearly ready to venture into the forests, perhaps make my way to a town and mingle. Why? Emily said. Sorry, I'm just curious. The Selkie woman smiled. Why wouldn't I? She looked at Thomas. You're usually human, yes? Have you ever visited the manticores in their natural habitat? As it happens, I have, Thomas said. He drew himself up. When I was 6, and you, Sapphire said, gesturing toward Emily, you shapeshift into a Naga. Were you never curious to socialize with your Naga kind? Of course, she admitted. Sapphire nodded. We Selkies love the river, but our fascination with humankind drives us to learn your ways and venture into your territory. Some of our elders have been mingling with humans for half of their lives. I haven't left the ravine yet, but I'm close. I've mastered the language, I think, as well as the complicated vocalizations using these delicate lips. She touched a finger to her mouth, looking thoughtful. Then she smiled again. I can sing too. We Selkies are musically inclined. Listen. To their surprise, she broke into a song, or at least what a Selkie might call a song. To Hal's untrained ears, it sounded like someone having a bad dream and moaning in panic, blended with muted arfs and growls. Whoa, Thomas said, backing away. That makes me want to cry. Sapphire stopped and grinned. See? I told you. Hal broke in before Thomas could clarify his meaning. Amazing! But how will you get anywhere? It's quite a long walk through the woods and you're, well, probably not used to it. Walking long distances is a challenge, Sapphire admitted. I hope I don't run into any spider webs or wasps' nests. I hate spiders and wasps. Oh, and mushrooms. They're so ugly and creepy, don't you think? Just standing there, silent and still. She trailed off and her cheeks reddened slightly. I don't really. Those are just random things we're taught to say. It makes us sound more human. The golem loomed in the mist nearby, interested in the conversation. She was a very tall, fuzzy shadow. Emily had a wonderstruck expression. "Where did you learn our language? You're very good. Who teaches you our ways?" "My elders," Sapphire said, as though that should be obvious. "And one day, when I'm older and have socialized with the humans for half of my life, I'll pass on my knowledge to the cubs." "So," Robbie said, staring into space with one finger raised, as if working through a math problem, "are you saying that Selkies visit human towns?" "Wow, keep up, Robbie," Thomas murmured. "Almost every day," Sapphire agreed. "We have a dozen elders, and many more about my age, all setting out to explore the forests and the settlements. We are often gone for weeks, but our sealskins are well protected." She looked sheepish. "Normally, anyway. I was careless. That man? By the time I spotted him, he was already hurrying away. I ducked low and hid, and it was only when I returned for my coat that I realized it was gone. He'd taken it." "But you have a spare, right?" Hal said. Sapphire gazed at him, then burst into laughter. She snorted and giggled uncontrollably for half a minute. "I guess that's a no," Thomas muttered. Finally, still smiling, the woman shook her head. "Sorry, no, I don't have a spare. If that man had gone off with my coat, I'd be stuck in human form, unable to return to the river. I'd have to track him down and retrieve it before I could return." Emily gasped. "Well, it's a good thing we came by then." Sapphire reached for the bundled-up sealskin. After untangling it and holding it up, she swept it around her shoulders and drew it tight around her throat. Immediately, the dark-haired coat became a living thing, writhing and rippling all over. All the shapeshifters retreated with a gasp. Sapphire bulged and fattened under the sealskin, quickly transforming into a seal, her arms and legs becoming large flippers. She was a curious sight, the plump body of a seal with the neck and head of a human. Even her hair looked out of place now. A hood hung behind her shoulders. It didn't take a genius to figure out that pulling it up would finish the job. "That's the strangest transformation I've ever seen," Emily said, her eyes wide, but a huge grin on her face. "Gross!" Thomas exclaimed. "Incredible," Robbie countered. Sapphire laughed again. "Well, this has been fun. It's so nice to meet fellow shapeshifters, and I'm glad you came along when you did. Now I'm going to return to the river." She got up and peered at the lurking golem. "You're so tall." The golem took a few steps forward. "I wish I could simply peel off my outer layer. I would if I thought it would reveal my true self. Alas, I'm nothing but mud through and through." Sapphire was about to respond when a sudden frenzy of arf-arf barks came from the river. It sounded like a flock of hoarse birds, or perhaps a pack of nasally dogs, but there were some low, continuous, throaty noises thrown in as well. She slid off the rock onto her belly, her huge flippers slapping down. "Trouble!" she exclaimed. "You must all leave, now!" "What kind of trouble?" Emily said, morphing into her Naga form almost without even noticing. Thomas hunkered down, his tail rising behind him. Robbie started to grow. "It's a Triton," Sapphire said, her jaw hardening. "This is bad. This Triton keeps bothering us. He's taken 4 of my kin in the past month. He's coming upstream. You should move on before he conjures a storm. Maybe he won't bother you if you rush past." With that, Sapphire reached up with her flippers and pulled her hood over her head. It wasn't just any old hood. It came complete with brown eyes, a black nose, and long whiskers. And all of these suddenly came to life. She blinked, bared her teeth briefly, then sniffed, causing her nose and whiskers to twitch. Then she let out a bark, waddled quickly across the rocks, and slid down the riverbank into the water. She submerged with barely a splash. "Well," Emily said, "I don't think a Triton will be too much of a problem." Hal wasn't so sure. "I think we should fly out of—" He glanced at the golem. "Dang it. Okay, we should at least be careful. Let's just keep moving." Maybe he won't see us in the mist. So they headed onward along the ravine, following the river. The noise of the seals was loud and echoing, and more than a little unnerving. He'd encountered a triton before and had underestimated him at first. A merman, he'd thought at the time. Hardly a threat. But he had been. They got ahead of the seals, and their frantic barking receded into the distance. Oddly enough, that made Hal feel worse. He could take on a triton, and if that helped the seals, well, then he should do something. So he slowed. "You all go. I'll catch up." Immediately, his friends and the golem halted as well. "I'm with you," Emily said fiercely. "Me too," Robbie growled, currently twice his normal size. "Yeah," Thomas grunted. Hal sighed and rolled his eyes. "Fine. Miss Golem, you go on." "I can help too," she protested. "Yeah, but we can't see with all this mist everywhere." Emily gripped Hal's arm. "Maybe the mist can help. Come on, let's find this triton and send him on his way." They headed back upstream. The frantic barking of seals intensified. Moving closer to the river, the shapeshifters kept their eyes open for the triton. He had to be close. "There!" Thomas growled. They all stopped and squinted. In the gloom, a head poked out of the water. His slicked-back hair and flared ears gave him a streamlined look, but he appeared human. Until he dove, and just for a second, they saw a silvery blue fishtail. It was forked, 2 separate tail fins with more slender fins trailing from the ends. "He's going after the selkies," Emily said. They hurried on a little farther until a mass of seals came into view. They were going crazy, a cacophony of barks and splashes as they swam and leapt about, churning up the water. In their midst, the triton pounced over and over, fangs bared and a manic grin on his face. He had nothing in his hands, but he wore a loose belt with objects hanging off it, a large shell, a knife, and a collection of what looked like small claws. Hal couldn't figure out how a merman posed such a threat to the larger seals. Until the triton picked out a target and latched on, throwing his arms around its neck and holding tight while it twisted and thrashed under him. The rest of the selkies made a lot of noise, but they seemed unable to do anything other than trying to bite the triton. "Are you not going to help?" the golem said. Hal and his friends had been standing there watching for the past 10 or 20 seconds. "We're just trying to figure out a plan," Hal said. Emily, still in her winged naga form, slid across the rocks. On the way to the river's edge, she transformed again, losing her arms and wings and becoming the full-on water-dwelling variety, with a flatter but larger body. She sped up and slipped into the water, gone in a second. Then she reappeared, throwing herself at the triton and knocking him sideways. The water churned even more as the seal escaped and Emily attacked the merman. They both went under. Hal smiled. "Well, I guess we're not needed, guys." Robbie grunted. "Good thing, too," Thomas said quietly. "I don't like water." The seals had calmed down by now, and they massed together both above and below the surface to watch as the naga wrapped her coils around the triton and dragged him ashore. But something went wrong. The triton slashed at her, not with his knife but one of the small claws. It seemed like an insignificant graze, but Emily let out a cry and went limp. With wide eyes, fully conscious, she drifted away from the triton. Seals went to her aid, but the triton had already made his escape. As Robbie stomped closer, growing to his full ogre height, Hal prepared to shift into dragon form. He wasn't sure how he could help, though. Maybe if he could get hold of the triton and snatch him out of the water. The triton moved fast. Instead of fleeing, which he could easily have done, he shot across to the far side of the river and slithered out of the water. Still with a split fishtail, he wriggled about until he faced them, then brought the large shell to his lips and started blowing softly. Hal froze. Oh no, not that thing again. Robbie stomped into the water, but before he even made it knee-deep, the Triton's magic started taking effect. The river stopped flowing. Then it began swirling and frothing, and the sudden powerful current dragged some of the seals, along with Emily, from one bank to another, then knocked them against the rocks and pulled them under. Waves rose up and broke, and the churning got worse and worse until it was like a storm had hit in the middle of an ocean. Spray from the river drenched the banks. Some seals rode the impossible waves and thudded down on the rocks. Others were caught up in the maelstrom below the surface and swept around and around. Emily's serpent tail flopped limply as she struggled to break free of her paralysis. Robbie simply stood there, unmoving, as the water sloshed around his waist. He made a grab or two for the seals, but couldn't get hold of anything useful. Hal sighed and transformed. Beating his wings hard, he rose off the ground and hovered over the river. The Triton stared up at him, his eyes wide and his conch shell momentarily forgotten. Since he'd stopped blowing into it, the storm abated slightly, and the waves eased. A second later, the Triton apparently decided he was no match for a dragon and quickly wriggled back into the water, or would have if Hal hadn't swooped down and pinned him against the rocks. The Triton squirmed and yelled, but Hal picked up the creature in a tight grip. Then he launched and flew straight up and out of the ravine. "You're just a bully," he thought, but it was more than that. The Triton had already taken other Selkies. For what? Food? If so, were they already dead? He had to know for sure. He flew for maybe 10 minutes away from the river and heading southwest, looking for another body of water to dump the Triton in. He didn't care where, as long as it was away from the Selkies. Maybe that lake ahead? It wasn't huge, but it probably had plenty of fish or whatever mermen normally ate. Oh, he recognized the lake. It was where the Miengu lived. The Triton would be right at home there, among his kind. Well, close enough. The Miengu were a nasty form of merfolk who used enchantment to conceal their ugliness and who fed off fear and terror. The only problem was the lake linked directly to a river leading to Carter. That might create a problem. So reluctantly, he continued west looking for an alternative, somewhere more isolated. He found one eventually, a long, mirror-like lake with a few interconnecting rivers. That would do. Instead of dropping the Triton straight into the water, he landed on the grassy bank and stepped away. As the Triton gasped and flopped, obviously thinking he was about to be eaten, Hal reverted to human form and waited until the Triton paused in surprise. "What did you do to the other Selkies?" Hal demanded. The Triton blinked at him, then swung his fishtail behind him and rose up on his hands. Baring his fangs, he acted like a dog about to attack. "You can act tough all you like," Hal said, "but if you don't tell me where to find those Selkies, then I'm going to roast you and have you for dinner." Just to get his message across, he belched up a quick blast of fire. The Triton blinked in amazement. "What? What are you? What is this sorcery?" "Answer the question." The Triton glanced around him, weighing his odds. Could he make it to the lake behind him and escape? It was so obvious what he was thinking that Hal smiled. "Try it. See what happens, or answer the question, and then I might let you go." "My family has to eat," the Triton snarled. "I have 3 sisters and an aging mother." "So you ate the Selkies?" Hal said with disgust. "All of them?" "What? No!" The Triton grimaced. "I'm not a monster. I simply traded them. There's a man. He brings us things." "A man? Do you mean the man with the beard?" "Lots of men have beards, but no, he doesn't have a beard. He's a mere boy, but he pays me well." Hal's anger grew. "Pays you what? What's worth the life of a Selkie?" The Triton proudly patted the knife hung at his side. "This for one." "A knife?" A stupid knife? Its blade is forged from the finest. I don't care, Hal yelled. The Triton frowned. He looked behind him again. It was just a quick dash for a man on legs, but for a merman with a fishtail, unless, of course, he transformed and grew legs. Merfolk could do that, but not many did. It took practice to walk. In any case, he hadn't transformed and seemed to be contemplating the possibility of a frenzied wriggle across the grass. I thought you were going to say you traded for food or something worthwhile, Hal said, still trembling with anger. But a knife, that's all? My sister's got things too, the Triton said rather sulkily. A shield, a glowing rock, and a necklace. My mother— He paused suddenly, narrowing his eyes. Are you saying I could have bargained for more? Just tell me where the Selkies are now. The Triton shrugged. How should I know? The man takes them off on his cart. I don't know where he lives. I need more than that. Give me some idea. Are they still alive? They are when he takes them off. They struggle and wail, but he ties them down and ignores the noise. Hope flared. So they might be prisoners. The Triton shrugged again. Will you take me home now? No, this is your new home. You can't leave me here. I have family. So do the Selkies. With that, Hal transformed and stood over the Triton as menacingly as he could, making the merman cringe and wriggle frantically toward the lake. Hal let him go. Flying back to the ravine, he couldn't help feeling bad about the three sisters and mother. Maybe the Triton would find his way back there. He'd just have to walk. Somebody is trading for Selkies, not just stealing their skin, like that bearded man by the river, but the entire creature. Who would do such a thing? Hal sighed. Another mission. At this rate, they'd never get the golem home. Chapter 8. The Terrible Marshes. He traded Selkies for trinkets? Emily whispered, appalled. Hal shrugged. He actually thought he was getting a good deal. The four shapeshifters stood with the golem in the mist by the river. Selkies lined the bank, and one clambered out to waddle closer. Sapphire's sealskin peeled back to reveal her human head. We can't thank you enough, she said. You saved one of our own and got rid of the Triton. Hal wandered over to her. I think the other four might be okay too. I don't know where they are, but maybe they're prisoners. Sapphire's eyes widened at the news. They're alive? We assumed they might be alive. We'll do our best to track them down for you. You would do that for us? Hal frowned. Well, yes, why wouldn't we? But first we have to get this golem home. We're heading north across the marshes and into the hills. When we're done there, we'll come back this way. And we'll keep our eyes open the whole time, Emily promised. If we run across any traders or small villages— Sapphire frowned. You're going across the marshes? On foot? Well, we have to, yes. Emily cocked her head. Why? There is evil in the wetlands. Please be careful of Jenny Greenteeth, a ghoulish, slime-covered hag who will drag you under and devour you. Hal's mouth fell open. Jenny! And stay away from the shambling mounds, Sapphire went on, her eyes widening. If you see the vegetation moving, it's probably a shambler. Robbie said. Thomas turned to face Hal. You know, Miss Simone is going to be mad that I'm not back yet. I should probably head out. Before Hal could respond, the golem let out a heavy sigh. I'm putting you all in unnecessary danger. If it weren't for me, you'd simply fly across the marshes. You should let me go alone. I'm made of mud and can't be harmed. That's not true, Emily protested. You can fall apart. No, we're going with you. We'll be careful. Right, Hal? She looked at him with a somewhat hopeful expression. He nodded. Yup. Anyway, You're all forgetting our trip through the swamps of misery. Different wetlands, but remember you rode on my back while I walked in the water? We can do the same in the marshes. I'm pretty sure that'll be safe enough for everyone, and the mist can stay with us the whole time." He turned to Thomas. "But hey, if you'd rather head back to class and do some math—" Thomas grinned. "Actually, school's out by now. I'll just stick around." With that decided, the group moved on, to a chorus of grateful barks as they followed the river downstream. Sapphire swam alongside for a little way, telling Emily about her planned trip out of the ravine in the coming days. "I'll head east upstream. There's a small settlement there. I just need to sneak about until I can borrow some clothes off a washing line. I'm told that's where humans hang their clothes to dry. I'll hide my sealskin, then—" She frowned. "Oh, but I'd better be careful. That bearded man may have come from there." "Well, he was headed east," Emily agreed. "Yes, be careful." Hal tuned out their conversation. Sapphire was nice, but he had to concentrate on the mission. What she'd said about a slimy hag bothered him. And shamblers? He didn't know what to think about that. They eventually left Sapphire behind. She waved, and suddenly her human head was engulfed in the sealskin, complete with doleful eyes, whiskers, and sharp teeth. "Well, that was fun," Thomas said with a sigh. "I could have stayed all day and listened to her sing." Emily giggled. "I'm sure her Selkie family thinks she's a wonderful singer." "I thought it was awful," the golem said simply, and they all laughed. The ravine petered out eventually. They didn't even notice at first. The steep slopes to their left and right suddenly weren't as high, and when the river doubled in width and the ravine walls leveled off, the marshes came into view to the north. They all stopped at a fork in the trail. The riverbank path they'd followed continued west, but the other path led north into the wetlands. Long grass stretched as far as the eye could see, which unfortunately wasn't far because of the annoying mist. A signpost read, "Warning, Malevolent Marshes." "Well," Robbie muttered, "this sounds about as much fun as the swamps of misery." "I think it's all connected," Hal said. "Only difference is, the marshes are out in the open instead of being deep in the forest." The golem turned to face them all. "I really think I can manage on my own from here. Thank you for your help. I'm going to—" "Climb aboard," Hal interrupted. He transformed and hunkered low so they could clamber onto his back. Emily, Thomas, and Robbie seemed eager enough. The golem had an anxious expression on her muddy face, and she wrung her hands. But when everyone called for her, she sighed and relented. "Thank you so much," she said more than once as she joined the others. "You're so very kind." Feeling a little nervous, Hal stepped off the rocky ground and into the long grass. It was solid underfoot at first, just as he'd noted when he'd flown over earlier. But a little farther in, it grew soft and squelchy. He sank to his knees, then deeper until the waterlogged grasses and reeds came up to his shoulders. Thankfully, he rose higher soon after. There were a lot of slopes, and he was careful to avoid missteps that might send his friends toppling off his back. He spread his wings out to the sides, thinking that would make him look bigger and more dangerous to anyone they came across. He couldn't help noticing how quiet his passengers were. Maybe they'd strike up a conversation once they relaxed a bit. In the meantime, he waded in silence, with nothing but the gentle sloshing of water around his legs and the soft rustle of tall grasses. The mist really didn't help matters. Without it, they'd be traveling in broad daylight with a view of the distant hills, perhaps even the glint of gold that would show them the way to the temple. Instead, everything was gloomy and grey, as well as wet. "Bite to eat, anyone?" Emily said. "Hand me the backpack, Robbie." Her shrill voice almost made Hal jump. The mist and the marshes had a way of dampening noises, so everything sounded very close and personal. "Yeah, about time," Robbie said. "What do we have?" I'll take a sandwich. There are nothing but sandwiches. Emily clicked her tongue. Really, Hal? Honestly, if it were me, I'd have brought some fruit and vegetables, some napkins. Yes, because you just love organizing picnics, Thomas said, a little too scornfully. Why did he have to be that way? He could have said the exact same thing in a more friendly, joking way instead of being mean about it. Emily didn't take offense, though. Yes, I do. Anyway, this will work, I suppose. Just hand it over, Robbie grumbled. Hal thought it was pretty heartless of them all to start eating exactly when he couldn't. He huffed his annoyance. Emily laughed. We'll save you some, Hal. Robbie asked the golem if she'd like anything to eat. He was just being polite, but the idea still sounded ridiculous, and Thomas snorted. No, the golem said, but thank you, young man. I believe the last thing I ate was a... She paused. Oh, I remember now. It was an apple, but I bit into the apple and... And? Emily prompted. And then everything went blank. Goodness, I remember thinking of Agatha and... Her voice had lowered to a whisper. Agatha poisoned me, my own sister. Whoa, Robbie exclaimed. Sister? Emily clapped her hands. The picture is becoming clearer. So you have a sister called Agatha and she poisoned you, or put you to sleep anyway. Was this in your castle? I don't know. It's fading again. Well, Emily started, but Hal spotted movement ahead, and he let out a warning growl to shut them all up. He paused to watch, scanning the grasses just where the mist swallowed up the view. What did you see? Robbie whispered. As if I can explain it to you in dragon form, Hal thought. He started moving again, wary of his surroundings. He cast his gaze left and right, feeling a reassuring heat building in his chest. Any sign of trouble, and he'd let loose with a blast of fire, and if he really needed to, he could take off, even if that meant the golem crumbling a little. I could hover and stay inside the mist, he told himself, though he doubted that would be easy. He wouldn't have much room with such a thin layer of grey haze. The endless slogging through knee-deep water, getting tangled in long grasses and reeds, not being able to see too far ahead. He had a feeling his patience would soon wear thin. And now he and his friends had unwelcome company. Something green shifted off to his side, and he jerked his head around. He focused on a mound. It looked like the rest of the vibrant green vegetation, only it protruded a little. He would have been none the wiser if Sapphire hadn't said, "Stay away from the shambling mounds." A shambling mound described it exactly. Still he kept plodding on, his eye on the mound. Then another movement caught his attention, and another to his right. He counted 5 or 6 mounds now. They were the size of cows, if cows hunkered down in the marshes and disguised themselves as grass. "Careful," Emily called softly. Hal grunted. The one directly ahead was his biggest problem. He couldn't decide whether to make a detour or just keep moving. His indecision meant he kept moving, and before he knew it, he was practically on top of it. Even at the very last second, it looked completely innocuous, just like a tiny hill, a miniature island in the marsh. But as he lifted his foot to stomp on it, the creature unfurled and spun around, standing up straight and opening its long arms wide, as if to embrace him with its curved claws. Somewhere under a brow of hanging reeds, a mouth yawned open to reveal dozens of tiny fangs. The creature let out a hideous, gurgling screech and leapt up at his snout. Hal instinctively recoiled, rising up on his hind legs and causing his friends to yell in alarm. The marsh monster latched onto his head and buried its teeth in his snout, or tried to. His vision was a little blurred because of the proximity, but it startled him to see those jaws snapping feverishly. The other mounds screeched just as loud and splashed toward him from all sides. They threw themselves at his sides and tail, and his friends yelled in terror. "I'm out of here," Hal thought in panic. He beat his wings hard and started to rise. To his horror, At least half a dozen more of the shambling mounds tore across the wetlands toward him, and he felt them latch on before he'd lifted clear. On his back, Emily screamed for Robbie and Thomas to hold on tight at the same time as Robbie yelled for her to get away while she could. What the heck was going on? Thomas growled something about taking the monsters down with his stinger. The golem cried out in alarm as well, but nobody seemed to be paying her much attention. As Hal flapped out of the marsh, hovering as low as possible, he realized it was probably a little too late. The shamblers were all over him, attacking his scaly hide like a school of piranha fish. He was just glad he couldn't feel their teeth, except for that little nip on his tail and on his snout and on his leg. He twisted in midair and snapped at the creature hanging off his foot. That also dislodged the one on his snout, and as it tumbled away, he bit into the other on his tail. It tasted like seaweed, rotten vegetables. He had no idea, but it was pretty foul. He spat it out, and it fell with a splash. Emily suddenly flew past him, and she had both Robbie and Thomas hanging on for dear life to her long naga tail. Though both boys were in human form, she still struggled to carry them, her face red and her fangs bared as her wings buzzed for all they were worth. She rose a little way, arced downward, yelled, rose again. At one point, Thomas's foot dipped into the marshes, and a shambler came tearing toward him. It missed, but continued hopping around below, waiting for another chance. Hal hoped the golem was holding on tight, because he had to put his friend's safety first. And that meant shaking off the shamblers. He twisted and bucked, snapping wherever he could, clawing this way and that, even letting out a burst of fire when he caught sight of a creature dangling from his flanks. A couple fell, then another. He felt more nips, one of them quite painful. 2 more shamblers went tumbling past, arcing through the air and splashing down into the marsh. He hadn't done that. "Leave us alone," the golem shouted. Another flew past. Hal wasn't sure how many were still latched onto him, but he had no more time to lose. He shot toward Emily, who was gasping for breath and dropping fast with her yelling passengers. 3 shamblers waited below, reaching up and gurgling with anticipation. A long blast of fire took care of them. The entire area blackened in a second. Water bubbled and churned, and the shamblers screeched as a massive cloud of steam engulfed them. Emily plunged straight into that mess. Hal splashed down almost in the same spot, glancing around to check for more shamblers. They were coming, and fast. He roared, and at the same time the golem shouted, "Quick, get on!" Thomas leapt out of the steam in manticore form, a flash of red fur as he scrambled aboard. Emily was next, her wings barely buzzing now. She half slithered and half dragged herself onto Hal's back. Robbie emerged in full ogre form, a bedraggled giant itching for a fight. But this wasn't the time. As he lifted his fists to thump on his chest, Hal launched from the water and took off, making a grab for the ogre as he went. Trying to pick up a muscle-bound ogre in his claws was no easy task, but he growled and heaved, aware that he was probably digging his claws into his friend's flesh. The idiot didn't seem to grasp the urgency of the situation. Hal flew low over the marshes, quickly leaving the shambling mounds behind. Nasty critters. He shuddered and hoped he didn't still have any attached. As it happened, he did. Emily yelled first and then Thomas. The golem gasped and shouted, "I missed one!" Another problem presented itself. He'd moved so fast that he'd left the mist behind. The sudden sunshine felt wonderful, but the panicked wailing of the golem cut through him. Since he'd covered half the marshes in the last 10 seconds, Hal banked on it being safe to land again. For now, anyway. For all he knew, the shamblers were everywhere. He splashed down and spun about, turning toward the rear in case the horrible things came tearing out of the mist. The noise was unbearable. The golem wailing, Emily and Thomas yelling, Robbie roaring, the lone shambler screeching, and all from atop his broad reptilian back. All Hal could do was stand there and hope somebody dealt with the attacker. Then he had an idea. It was so simple he almost kicked himself. He reverted to human form. With fresh yells, everyone toppled into the water, including the shambler. When it burst out again, Hal was ready for it. He splashed closer and had a brief moment of eye contact with the creature. What a horrible sight! A couple of deeply buried staring eyes in a black, oily face surrounded by eerily realistic reeds growing from its skin. Hal blasted it with fire, and the shambler threw up its arms and recoiled. He kept the flames going as long as he could, pushing the creature farther and farther back. It screeched and gurgled, and finally it spun around and dove into the water. It wasn't deep right here, but it didn't seem to matter. The shambler moved fast, racing through the waterlogged grass until it was lost in the rapidly approaching mist. The mist. He spun around to find the golem floundering in the water, lying flat on her belly with her head sticking out and a look of panic on her slick face. While Emily was busy splashing water in the mud lady's eyes, a half-size ogre had hold of the giant's arms in an effort to pin her down. "Stay in the water," Emily urged. "Maybe you won't dry up so fast. Just hold on. The mist is coming." Thomas leapt on her back, adding his weight to keep her down. "Keep still," Robbie growled as she struggled again. "Oh, no." He backed away, holding up a broken-off hand. The mud was slippery and dripping, and now that it had come loose and was exposed to the air, it suddenly dried up and crumbled away. Seeing this, the golem's cries of anguish died. She stared at her dislodged hand for a moment, then abruptly nodded and ducked all the way under the water, head and all. A good thing, too, because it looked like the sticks in her crown had started to come adrift. A silence fell, at least relatively speaking. All of them were panting, and the distant screeching of shambling mounds suggested the creatures were furious. Come on," Hal muttered, watching the mist. It rolled toward them, absolutely silent. It was a good time to judge its height. Flying within it might be possible, but his wingtips would splash the water on every downbeat. He didn't think he could do it. The mist spread pretty wide, thinning at the sides. In a vast open space like the marshes, it reminded him of a manta ray, flat and grey, silent and graceful. He could almost imagine a long tail trailing behind. Then the greyness engulfed them and the sunshine dimmed. The gloom had returned, along with the unnervingly poor visibility. "We have to keep moving," he said, keeping his eyes peeled for movement. Robbie was already trying to tug the golem upright. She rolled over and sat up, brown water streaming off her. As she struggled to stand, Robbie reached for her, then held off, probably not wanting to break her again. The golem stood, and everyone inspected the damage. Hal couldn't resist a look either. She gleamed like new, both hands intact, no gouges or chunks missing, her robe in perfect condition. Her skin was smoother than ever. She looked more like a real human woman now than she had before, especially as she'd also lost another 12 inches in height. Hal stared in amazement. Only 8 feet tall now. Another couple of near disasters, and she'd be normal-sized. But then, after that, she'd be in danger of dissolving into nothing. This is quite amazing," she murmured. "We have to go," Hal said again, as the shambler's screeching rose in volume. "I think they're coming after us." "Wait," Emily said. "You have sticks missing." She started fishing around, and Thomas went to help. As they splashed about, the golem tentatively felt around on her head. "I really don't think it's important," she said. "It's just a crown. Your lives are worth far more. Please leave them be." Emily triumphantly held up a couple of sticks. Thomas found another. "Is that all of them?" he said, splashing toward the golem. His red fur was streaked with mud. 10, 11, 12, he muttered, his finger jabbing toward her. 13, 14, 15, plus our 3. Yes, we have all 18. Then let's go, Hal urged for the third time. Seriously, guys, get on my back now. He transformed and waited until they'd all scrambled aboard once more. Then he swung around and resumed his slog through the marsh, only this time with much greater haste. Chapter 9. A Ghoulish, slime-covered hag. "I think they're giving up," Emily said. Hal had been glancing back every 10 seconds or so, fearful of a dozen shambling mounds racing toward him in the mist. But their screeching had died, and he thought maybe Emily was right. "Thank goodness," the golem said. "I was afraid for you all." "You could have been hurt too," Robbie told her. "You might be made of mud, but you can still come apart." "Well, that's true, but I can also rejuvenate in the water." "If there's enough of you left to rejuvenate," Emily said, "and if there's any water nearby." Hello?" Robbie snorted. "Look around, Em." "I am. It's drying up." Hal chuckled inwardly. He'd been wading knee-deep for ages, but now he plodded through long, lush grass with a firmer footing, or a stickier footing anyway. It was definitely muddy, and if he had shoes on, they'd be sucked off his feet in seconds. Actually, he did have shoes on in a way. As always, his magical shoes had simply reformed around part of his dragon paws, almost like a second skin. Hopefully they would stay put. The grass, which would stand chest height if he were in human form, started to thin. He walked over bare patches of mud in some places. The mist blocked his view ahead, but he hoped they were coming to the end of the marshland and would soon be moving into the hills. He wanted to tell Emily to switch to Naga form and rise above the mist to check on the location of the temple. She and the others seemed intent on chatting about nothing in particular, and he grew more and more impatient. In the end, after stomping up a slight rise to stand on actual solid ground, he slowly reverted to human form. His passengers dismounted fairly gracefully. "What's up?" Robbie asked. Annoyed, Hal threw up his hands. "Come on, guys. Did it not occur to anyone that we might be walking in the wrong direction? I mean, I saw where the temple was before the mist caught up to us again, but we could have veered off course since then. Emily, go take a look, would you?" A little sheepishly, she switched to her winged Naga form and buzzed upward, instantly disappearing in the gloom. The rest of them stood together, peering around at their dismal surroundings. The ground sloped in all directions, a wide but very shallow hill with lonely tufts of grass. Similar hills lay ahead, with stickier marshland between. "We'll be in the real hills soon," Robbie said, nodding with approval. "We made it." "Don't speak too soon," Hal said with a grimace. "That's like tempting fate." "This place is familiar," the golem said with a faraway look that was clear to see even in her dead eyes. Thomas spoke up. "Familiar because we're close to your home? Maybe." Emily buzzed back into sight and landed. "Hal, come with me for a second, please." "What? Why?" "I just want you to see something." "Well, okay, but, I mean, you want me to transform and—" Emily shook her head. "Too dramatic. Just come with me. I can carry you again." Robbie and Thomas looked like they were about to protest very loudly. As for the golem, she was staring into space, perhaps recalling a few memories. Hal felt very out of sorts clinging to Emily from behind as she rose into the mist. He sat on her serpentine body, which she'd curled backwards, and held on where her human waist might be. Her wings buzzed furiously just above his head. Despite the weirdness of the flight, it was a pretty smooth ride. She flew out of the mist and into the sunshine, and directly ahead lay a landscape of hills. The golden temple gleamed not too far away. But Emily had her sights set on something else entirely. She pointed, and Hal gasped. A boat? More like a ferry, Emily whispered. A ferry was more accurate, because the vessel carried a horse and a cart. A man stood near the bow, and it didn't appear as if he'd noticed Emily. He must have seen the huge bank of mist, though. Apparently it didn't strike him as strange enough to fixate on. That could be the guy who's been trading with the Triton, Hal said. I bet it is. He might have 4 selkies on his cart. He knew that wasn't true, though. Those selkies had gone missing long before today. Still, this could be the guy. Where's he headed? Emily wondered aloud. Where's he been? It was conceivable that the man had come from the Selkies River, though much farther downstream. As for his destination... Do you think he's on his way to the temple? Emily asked. Not unless he wants a massive spear through his chest. Maybe he trades with the orcs. She had a good point. Was he headed for the temple? It was impossible to tell, since it would be a while before he reached the dry lands. Maybe when he landed on the hills and his horse started trotting, it would be easier to figure him out. Until then, he floated lazily across the marsh, apparently undisturbed by shambling mounds. One mission at a time, Hal said at last. Golem first, right? Emily nodded and spun around. Right. Just thought it was worth thinking about for later. If someone's kidnapping selkies and selling them, I mean, that's horrible. And then there's that bearded guy. He went a step further, stealing Sapphire's skin. Do you think that's all he wanted? Or did he know she'd have to come after him to get it back? Like a trap, you mean? Emily looked horrified. I suppose it's a lot easier stealing a skin than a whole selkie, and then just waiting for her to come get it. She buzzed back down into the mist, and they rejoined the group. Though the golem said nothing, Robbie and Thomas demanded a full explanation, and Emily told them quickly while they all shuffled to the edge of their low hill. So it's something we need to deal with, Emily finished. But later, after we get Miss Golem home. You have busy jobs, the golem said, and important jobs. How old are you all? 13? Goodness. I remember when I was 13, and my younger sister goaded me all the time about being a princess and how I'd have to be the queen one day, and when that happened, all my freedom would be gone, and I'd be busy the whole time dealing with people from the town coming to the castle to complain about... The golem frowned and shook her head. The shapeshifters had frozen in place to listen, unwilling to interrupt. But now it seemed her fleeting memory had fizzled out. You really are a queen, Emily murmured. Thomas huffed and crossed his arms. So why have we never heard of you? Miss Simone says there are no kings and queens these days. Does that mean you're an old golem? Despite his rather rude line of questioning, he had a point. Robbie snapped his fingers. Yeah, that's it. You're made of mud so you could be, like, hundreds of years old. But why come to life now? Hal wondered. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help feeling Robbie was right. She was a queen, but a very old one, and her kingdom was long gone. What a horrible realization that was going to be for her when they arrived. Maybe it explained why he'd found no sign of a castle, or indeed a town in the hills, because it had crumbled to the ground. That didn't make sense, though. Even a crumbled ruin of a town would still be visible. Maybe he'd just looked in the wrong place. If anyone had an answer to his question, nobody responded, because a nearby sound distracted them. It was the slurping of thick, sticky mud, as if someone were wading through it, or emerging from it. Hal's mouth fell open at the sight of a hand rising out of the mud right in front of him. An arm followed, then the mud heaved, and the top of a head popped out. What the... Robbie muttered. Another golem? Thomas exclaimed. With just half a head and one tilted shoulder and arm visible, it was hard to make out what this creature was. Definitely human, though. Or human-shaped. A woman. What is it with mud lady golems these days? Thomas whispered. They're literally everywhere. Hal slowly shook his head. She's no golem. Look at her eyes. When the woman had popped her head up, her eyes had been closed. Now they were open. A golem's would be muddy and sightless, but these were clear, with grey irises and large black pupils. She had long, straggly hair hanging to the sides of her wrinkled face. Since her nostrils and mouth were still submerged, it was a mystery how she could breathe. Maybe she was a golem. The woman moved suddenly, rising a little more so her other arm came free. Gobs of mud oozed off her chin. She struggled some more, leaned forward, grunted, and heaved herself to her feet. She stood there knee-deep in the bog, wrapped in multiple layers of heavy rags that draped in the mud and hung off her thin arms. She gripped a gnarly staff. Hal and his friends were frozen to the spot, morbidly fascinated by the ghastly appearance of this old woman. He suddenly remembered Sapphire's warning, "Please be careful of Jenny Green Teeth, a ghoulish, slime-covered hag who will drag you under and devour you." As creepy as she might seem, he doubted she was a match for 4 shapeshifters, or even an 8-foot-tall golem. "Well, hello, my lovelies," the hag croaked, breaking into a grin and revealing 2 neat rows of pointed teeth. True to her name, they had a greenish tint, as if she'd been chewing on marsh reeds. "Come to pay old Jenny a visit, have you? How delicious, how delightful." "Okay," Robbie murmured. "Guys, my mom always told me not to talk to strangers." Hal found his tongue at last. We're just passing through. Don't want any trouble." Jenny Greenteeth cackled, sounding exactly like a witch. "To be sure. Don't be afraid, little children. I don't bite." "That's not what we heard," Thomas challenged her. "But you don't want to mess with us. We're not as weak and feeble as you might think." "And we don't fear you at all," the Golem Queen said. "Move aside, you old hag." Jenny moved shockingly fast, somehow leaping out of the mud, wielding her staff. She shoved it straight into the golem's stomach, and it shot all the way through and stuck out the back. Everyone gasped. The hag still had a grip on the staff, and the golem stood there looking down in amazement. "Nothing but mud," Jenny complained. "What use are you?" She yanked the staff out, bringing small chunks of mud with it. They all watched as the hole in the golem's abdomen slowly collapsed and filled in. "But you 4," the hag cooed, turning her attention to Hal and then flicking her gaze from one to the other. "Well, goodness me, you're absolutely mouth-watering. Who's first? Anyone?" Hal couldn't believe she was so upfront with her evil nature. "I'm warning you," he said, his voice a little shakier than he liked. In a flash, Jenny spun and leapt on top of him. He was down on the ground before he knew it, with her sitting on his chest and leaning over him, her teeth snapping. As Robbie, Thomas, and Emily started to yell, the hag laughed and stood back up, but she yanked Hal up with her. He gasped when he found himself slung roughly over her shoulder. "What in the—" "Hal, what are you waiting for?" Emily shouted. "Change," Robbie demanded. But their voices grew distant very quickly, because the hag was sprinting across the marsh with him. His shapeshifter friends and the golem, along with the mist, were left far behind in mere seconds, and it suddenly grew very bright as the unfiltered sun beat down. Hal, draped over Jenny's shoulder, watched in astonishment as she left a zigzagging trail of footprints in her wake. She moved so fast that her feet barely had time to sink into the mud. He could change any time. Still, he was partly in shock at the speed of his kidnapping and also strangely interested in the old hag. She looked old, but she moved with superhuman speed. "This will do," Jenny announced, not at all out of breath. She abruptly came to a halt. There were no hills here, it was all mud. And the moment she stopped, she began to sink. She stood there calmly, allowing the soft ground to swallow her up, sinking to her knees, her hips, her stomach. And all the while, Hal hung over her shoulder, marveling at it all. "Last chance," Hal told her. After a brief pause, when they'd sunk low enough that the mud crept up Jenny's chest and over Hal's legs, she casually heaved him off her shoulder and held him up with one hand, gripping the front of his shirt. He dangled helplessly, his shirt riding up and cutting into his underarms. The hag kept sinking, but a little slower now. "Why aren't you afraid? Most people are afraid, even grown men. You don't seem scared at all." In another few seconds, they'd both be submerged. Hal didn't like the feel of cold mud up to his waist. "Is this what you do? You wait for people to cross the marsh and you eat them?" She chuckled softly. "Oh, yes. But I don't get many visitors, so I have to chew the cud instead. Ugh, tasteless stuff." She bared her green teeth and grinned. "I much prefer animal flesh." "I'm not an animal. At least not yet." She sank to her chin, and Hal felt the wet coolness pressing against his chest. "How come you don't go after that guy on the boat?" he asked. He couldn't actually see the man at the moment, but he felt sure Jenny would have been aware of him. She tilted her head. "He's useful. Brings me tidbits from time to time. Now I'm waiting for you to take action, little boy. You're not afraid, and you've warned me this is my last chance, and yet nothing. You're just talking. Is that it? You're planning to bore me to death?" Hal heard his friends calling in the distance. He twisted his head to see Emily buzzing out of the mist. Jenny saw her too. Her jaw dropped, and her grip on Hal loosened just a bit. "Well, I'll be—" Suddenly angry, she shook him violently. "What are you?" "We're shapeshifters." Still, he held off. Once he transformed, their interaction would be over. Being a resident of the marsh, she might know something useful. He struggled under her grip. "Jenny, have you ever seen a castle in the hills near the temple? How long have you lived here? Maybe you've—" "Shut up!" she snapped. She glanced once more at Emily, who had covered half the distance by now. "All right, so your friend is a shapeshifter, but you haven't shifted, so I guess I'll take my chances and assume you're bluffing." "I'm not," Hal said. But she suddenly gripped him tightly with both hands and plunged into the mud with him. Abruptly, he was in darkness, a nasty, terrifying, suffocating darkness. A second later, he felt teeth digging into his thigh. Enough was enough. Hal transformed, and the moment his paws pushed down on hard ground, he exploded out of the mud and spread his wings wide, flinging huge droplets everywhere. The old hag, who'd had her teeth buried in his leg, flew backward with flailing arms and legs. She landed with a splat and scrambled to regain her footing. "That's not fair!" Jenny screeched, wiping her mouth. She stared at the back of her hand, then gently poked at her teeth. And that hurt. Emily came buzzing up. "About time you showed her, Hal. What took you so long?" Of course he couldn't answer, so he offered a growl instead. When he shoved his snout closer to the hag and bared his teeth, she stood there unflinching while she considered her options. Then she rolled her eyes. All right. Maybe another day, then. I'll just go hungry until then. Don't you worry your pretty little heads about me, young dears." As she began to sink, Emily zipped toward her. "Wait! Instead of trying to kill us, how about helping us instead?" Jenny's scowl deepened. "What's in it for me? A pound of flesh? A leg, perhaps? Does anyone live in the hills? Is there a town somewhere?" Rather than answer, the hag placed her hands on her hips and struck an impatient, challenging pose. Again, "What's in it for me?" But Emily paused, bobbing up and down in mid-air. She stared off into the distance, and Hal followed her gaze. There was that man on the ferry again, just arriving on shore and jumping off to tie up. He was a distant figure, but it was clear he and his horse had made this trip before. It all seemed so casual and practiced, the way the horse ambled forward off the boat, pulling the cart, then stood waiting while the man climbed up into his seat. As they set off at a trot, Emily said, "Where's he going?" Jenny Greenteeth simply snarled. "Look, Missy, if you want information from me, then I want a nice juicy morsel to munch on, so either put up or shut up." Emily sighed and turned to Hal. "She's not going to help us. Let's go." "Yes, go," the hag snapped. "If I can't eat you, then get out of my marsh, you irritating toads." She knelt and sank into the mud without another word. It closed over her head and smoothed out as if she were never there. Hal didn't feel safe reverting to human form just yet. Knowing her, she'd chomp on his shins as he was wading away. So he flapped hard and lifted off. Emily raced ahead of him back to the mist. While he was airborne, he rose high to check out the remainder of their journey. There wasn't much of the wetlands left now, and plenty of shallow mounds offered respite from the mud over where his friends loitered in the mist. That wasn't to say Jenny Greenteeth couldn't still nab one of them if she decided to take her chances again. He couldn't wait to get clear, to start into the hills and search for the Golem's castle, if it existed. Chapter 10. The Golden Temple. Weary from the endless slog through thick mud and over shallow mounds, Hal finally made it to higher ground. He stamped vigorously, shaking off some of the muck that smeared his reptilian armor. Not all of it came loose, though. He needed a bath. When his passengers climbed down, Hal reverted to human form and checked himself over. His dunking in the mud meant he was filthy, and not even transforming back and forth had helped with that. "I need clean water," he muttered. "Let's walk around to where that boat came ashore. The marsh is cleaner there." Nobody argued. They were all a little muddy to some degree. Of course, the golem was entirely muddy. Hal smiled to himself, wondering what would happen if Miss Golem used a wet cloth to wash her face and pressed too hard. Would she simply dissolve? Actually, that was kind of a horrible thought. Keen to get a longer view of their surroundings, Hal hurried ahead, leaving the golem behind. High in the hills, the golden temple gleamed through the misty fringes. It was close, but not nearly as close as when Hal had flown by earlier that day. The group was well out of range of those deadly spears, and he intended to keep it that way. He waited for the others to catch up, and the mist slowly engulfed him again. Together once more, the shapeshifters and golem followed the firm marsh bank to the west. "There's the boat," Robbie said after a while, pointing to the shadowy shape in the gloom ahead. "Ferry," Emily corrected him. "What's the difference?" "A ferry carries things across the water." Robbie threw up his hands. "Like a boat, then?" "Yes. But boats are for travel or fishing. Ferries have one purpose only, and that's to carry people or things across the water." Thomas laughed. "You're such a nerd, Emily. I'm just annoyed we didn't know about this ship earlier. We could have ridden it across and avoided shamblers and old hags." "Ferry." "Why didn't Sapphire know about it?" Hal said. "She lives in the river, not in the marshes," Emily mused. The golem spoke up. "Perhaps the path to the ferry is well hidden for a reason." "The ferry itself isn't exactly hidden, though," Hal said. "At least, not at this end." It was moored to a short post sticking out of the ground. Though long grass surrounded it both in and out of the water, it was pretty easy to spot from a distance even in the mist. "I suppose most people aren't stupid enough to cross the marsh," Hal continued, "so hardly anyone comes here." "And those who do already know about the ferry," Thomas finished. "But since there's no driver—" "Ferryman," Emily corrected him, "or ferrier. Our island used to have ferries, and Dad said that—" "Since there's no driver," Thomas cut in with an impatient glare, "it can't be used all that much. Maybe only one person ever uses it. You'd have to be on the right side of the marsh, otherwise it's useless." "So," Robbie said, "this is either private land or there's some kind of secret smuggling business going on." Hal glanced sideways at him. "Smuggling?" "Yeah, kidnap Selkies. Maybe other stuff too." Ooh, Emily whispered, a secret smuggling organization. Hal laughed. Don't get carried away. I reckon that guy's just a low-life trader. He figured out a Selkie makes some good money once in a while, so he got himself his own personal ferry set up on the marsh. He gives some cheap junk to the Triton in return for a Selkie, transports the Selkie across the marsh, and takes it. Somewhere. They all looked off into the hills as far as the mist would allow, which wasn't far. Everyone was aware of the nearby Golden Temple, even if they couldn't see it. You don't think, Emily muttered. Selling to the Orcs? Hal said. Seems like the obvious conclusion, right? They realized pretty quickly the ferry offered very little of interest. It was just a simple but sturdy platform with a fence down both sides. What makes it move? Thomas asked, running up the wide ramp and stamping around on the moldy boards. If it were Blacknail's creation, there would be a steam-driven motor. In this case, a single pole lay on the deck. Thomas was amazed when he saw it. That's it? He punts across? Why not? Emily said. It's a marsh, so it's not too deep, and the ground is mostly flat below the water. And there's no current, so it's nice and calm. Yeah, but a pole, to push a raft with a horse and cart on it? Emily sighed. It's nothing new, Thomas. Hal waded into the water to get all the mud off. The others followed him soon after, except of course for the Golem, who stood on the grassy bank peering up into the hills. Remembering something? Hal called to her as he splashed back out. The Golem shook her head. Nothing, except that all this is a familiar sight. I feel my castle is nearby. Perhaps in that direction. She stuck an arm out to the side, pointing without even looking. So north then, Emily said. Well, let's go, kids. As it happened, a light trail led the way they wanted to go, starting up the nearest hill, but following a gentle slope rather than climbing steeply. It was mostly grass and dry dirt, but rocks projected from the ground in many places, making it impossible to simply cut across in one direction. The hoofprints and wheel ruts proved the man with his horse and cart used the same route once in a while, including within the last hour. With that in mind, knowing they were inadvertently shadowing the trader, the group kept their conversation to a minimum. The trail continued north, then forked. The right-hand path led toward the temple. Aha, Thomas said, pointing. See? He sold them to the Orcs. Hal wasn't so sure. I don't see any cart tracks. Yeah, well, the ground's too hard here. I'm sure he went to the right. I'm going to take a quick look. We're not supposed to be heading that way, Emily hissed as Thomas took off at a light run. The rest of them sighed with despair. Why doesn't he listen? Emily complained. They hurried after him, and Hal began to worry about getting too close to the temple. Just for once, he was glad of the gloom. If the Orcs couldn't see them. A sudden thought hit him. Thomas, he shouted, don't leave the mist behind. The idea of the reckless red-headed boy running about in broad daylight struck him with fear. He urged the others onward, knowing their best hope was to move fast enough to keep Thomas inside the mist. They caught up to him eventually, but only because he'd stopped. It's all grassy here, he said, turning to face them. Here's the path, but it's soft soil, and no horse or cart tracks. What does that mean? That he didn't come this way, Hal retorted. And now we have to go back down to the fork and take the other path. Or we could just cut across the hill, Robbie said. Let's just head that way. It's northish, right? Who needs a trail anyway? This mist is annoying me, Hal muttered. I could fly up and see where we are, Emily offered. Hal shook his head. Too dangerous. If we're anywhere close to the temple... Wait, I'll do it, Thomas said. He transformed quickly and padded around in a circle, obviously eager for another run. You just wait here a second. I'll go on and find a way. Stay inside the mist, Hal warned him. And go north, Emily reminded him. That way. Yeah, Thomas said, already scampering off. Hal shivered. He imagined the warm sun would dry his wet clothes pretty quickly. if they weren't stuck inside the gloomy mist. "I'm sorry about this," the golem said, sounding miserable. Hal, Robbie, and Emily turned to her. She looked forlorn, wringing her hands and staring hard at the ground. "Perhaps I should just go on alone. You've brought me this far, but to be honest, you've been in far more danger than I have. The shamblers were a nuisance, I know, but they would have left me alone once they figured out I was made of mud. Same with Jenny Green Teeth. Really, you should all go on home. I can manage from here, thank you." Hal smiled ruefully and rested against a leaning slab of rock. "Well, we're curious to know where you live and what happened to you, so we can't just leave you now. Plus, it's our job to help," Emily added. Robbie grinned. "And you got us out of school." The golem shook her head. "And that's another thing. Causing you to skip school? That's awful. I don't want to be responsible for that." "Well, school finished hours ago," Emily said quickly. "We're only there from 8 until midday. Well, I don't know what time it is now." "Has to be late afternoon," Robbie muttered, holding his stomach. "I'm getting hungry again." A distant yelp got their attention. "Was that Thomas?" Emily whispered. Hal nodded. "It was. Stand back." He moved away from the others and was about to transform when he heard the scampering of paws through the mist. "Guys, hide!" Thomas appeared a moment later, his red fur standing on end and his tail arched high. Instead of skidding to a halt, he spun about and darted for cover behind a boulder. "I said hide!" A massive spear came out of nowhere and slammed into the ground several yards away, spitting up earth. It thrummed for a second or two, then stilled. But the shapeshifters and the golem were already darting for cover. "What happened?" Hal whispered. "Did you leave the mist? Did they see you?" Thomas, still in manticore form, hunkered low and fought to keep his tail from rising up. "We got too close, that's all." "And they saw you," Hal groaned. "You idiot." "They can't see us now, though," Robbie said. Another spear thudded into the ground, closer this time. "They're shooting into the center of the mist," Emily gasped. "As soon as they saw you, Thomas, they must have guessed we were intruders trying to sneak up with a magical blanket of mist on us." "You see?" the golem moaned. "I'm causing you such mischief. That decides it. You need to leave me. I'll go on from here. I want you all to head home." "Not happening," Hal told her. "Let's just go back the way we—" A third spear slammed into the soil, and a fourth. "Come on," Hal urged. "Back the way we came. If they see us retreating, maybe they'll stop shooting at us." "No." The golem's stern tone caught them all by surprise. She stood up and faced them. "I'll retreat just as you suggested and take this mist with me, but you, Hal, should transform and take your friends away. Immediately. The temple is no place for you or for anyone in their right mind. I feel the orcs are doing something terrible there, and—" She frowned and shook her head. "Gah! The memories come and go." Yet another spear thudded down, this one landing mere inches from the golem's foot. She didn't flinch, but her voice hardened. "Leave, now, thank you, but go!" With that, she spun around and headed off, an 8-foot figure taking large strides back along the path. The gloom swept away half a minute later. Hal and his friends exchanged glances. "We're not leaving her," Emily said fiercely. "Nope," Robbie agreed. Since Hal felt the same way, that was at least a majority vote. Without waiting for Thomas's response, he moved away from them and prepared to transform. "On my back," he whispered. "We're not leaving her, but we can't stand around here getting shot at." Another spear came out of nowhere and whooshed past his face so close that he felt its breeze. This one seemed to be aimed over their heads, following the center of the mist. Only the massive projectile slammed into a tall outcrop of rock, shattering its point and causing the shaft to bounce off down the hill. Hal stared in horror at the purple smear on the rock. If getting pierced by one of those spears wasn't enough, the poison would finish the job. He transformed, waited for his friends to clamber on, then launched. He could see the mist thinning even before he rose up out of it. The moment the sun's rays hit him, a barrage of spears targeted him. He couldn't believe how many were being fired, one after the other in succession, shooting from at least 8 different crossbows, poking from the side of the temple. Man, they're serious about keeping people away, he'd miscalculated. As dangerous as it had been hiding in the mist, at least they'd had a chance. Now he was a single, very visible target. Speed and agility would have to protect him now. He was pleased he'd urged his friends many times to figure out how to lock themselves onto his back. With a knobby spine and protruding scales, it was just as Robbie had once described, like clinging to a small tree trunk made of rock, perfect for wrapping arms around and finding handholds. They all knew Hal often resorted to mid-air somersaults. Veering from side to side, bucking high and low, twisting and rolling, he spun his way skyward, pumping his wings as a new volley of spears rattled through the air. One glanced off his side, another sailed past his snout, and he heard Emily screech. Luckily, it arced away. His friends were okay, judging by their relieved shouts. Out of range now, high in the sky, Hal relaxed a little and started circling the temple. The spears had stopped firing, though one or two still targeted the slow-moving mist. The golem was headed back along the trail. "They're so mean!" Emily yelled. Hal wished he had something to drop on the temple. A huge rock would do the trick. Or maybe he could sweep in and breathe fire along the sides and try to burn those crossbows. He felt he had to do something. Directly below, the shiny golden dome looked out of place with the 4 towers at the corners. But what caught his attention was the small, square building on the eastern side, something he hadn't noticed before. He saw 6 figures milling around it, and he watched with interest as the flat roof split in 2 and both halves peeled back. He couldn't see the orcs clearly, but it was obvious they were heaving on chains and winching the roof sections apart. To Hal's surprise, 3 creatures flew up out of the building, orange and yellow scaly bodies with red patches on their leathery wings and long tails with vicious purple-colored barbs on the end. Wyverns. Of course the orcs had pet wyverns. They loved to use their venom after all. The small creatures, related to dragons but not much bigger than adult humans, screeched and shot up toward him. Hal hovered in place, wondering what they thought they could do to a much larger fire-breathing dragon. Then he remembered his friends perched on his back. Okay, this was no time for a mid-air scrap. He picked up speed as the wyverns screeched and veered toward him. His friends yelled as one of the slender creatures hurtled closer. Instead of attacking Hal, it shot overhead with its tail dangling and the barb pointed down. Just as it prepared to give a flick of that tail and stab some unfortunate victim, Hal rolled to one side. He felt the jab of the barb on his rear end. A flare of pain told him it had penetrated his scales. He dove at full speed, and although the wyverns followed, they couldn't keep up with him. He left them behind and made for the hills, away from the temple. "Ooh, that hurts," he thought as pain throbbed. He compared it to a bee sting, only 100 times worse. Since he was in dragon form, he could take the pain, but as a human, a sting like that would kill him. He had no choice but to drop down in some random grassy place. The temple gleamed a few hills over, but he was well out of range by now, and the wyverns had returned to their nest at the side of the orcs' temple. Hal landed and hunkered down to allow his friends to climb off. Then he reverted to human form. "Ow!" he yelled, writhing on the grass and clutching his butt. Robbie said. Emily came rushing over. "You did get stung. I wasn't sure if it had got you or not. What can we do?" Hal grimaced and groaned, not sure if it was better to lie on his side or on his back, or get up, or curl into a ball, or— "Keep still," Emily demanded. "Where's the injury? Let me see." "No," Hal croaked, rolling away from her. "It's okay. I'll be fine. Just let me shift a few times." They retreated, so he could do something they all knew helped tremendously, transforming back and forth and letting his shifting ability heal him. He changed 4 or 5 times, and with each return to human form, he felt a little better. Sitting up and gingerly prodding his rear end, he realized the others were standing there watching, stifling their laughs. "Shut up," Hal said. That set them off, and they burst into laughter. It was Emily who spoke first. "I've been stung by a wasp and bitten by ants, but I've never been jabbed on the rear end by a wyvern. Sorry, didn't mean to laugh, but you looked funny, rolling about like that." "Do you have a purple butt?" Thomas asked, looking solemn. That set Emily and Robbie off again. Hal sighed and stood up. Truthfully, he still felt sore, and he probably was bruised down there. "I'm fine," he retorted. "We'd better go find the golem." It wasn't difficult to locate her in the near distance. She'd already returned to the fork and was now marching north. Hal had half a mind to let her walk alone from now on. He felt relief at being out in the sunshine again. Maybe they could just follow her from afar and protect her if she needed them. He expressed his idea to the others. Thomas was all for it. Way better than sticking close to her and being blinded by mist. "But she's all alone in there," Emily protested. "And how does she even know which way to go?" "I vote we do both," Robbie suggested. "Some of us stick with her, some of us walk ahead. Best of both worlds." Hal agreed. "We can change it up too. Yeah, that's a much better plan. Anyway, how's she supposed to find this castle of hers from inside the mist? I looked earlier, flying around above, and I saw no sign of it." With a plan agreed, Hal took them on a short flight to intercept the moving patch of mist. It was decided they'd all go in and let her know they were back, but then he and Thomas would take the first watch in the sunshine. Later, they'd switch duties. It still bothered him, though. Looking to the north, he saw absolutely no sign of a town, old or otherwise, not even a small village or settlement, nothing but rolling hills. The mist engulfed them all. "Why are you still here?" the golem cried when she came into view. "Because we're your friends," Emily said firmly. "Like it or not, you're stuck with us." "But we decided to split up," Hal explained. "A couple of us will lead outside the mist, so we can see what's waiting for us. Safer that way." The golem smiled. "Fine, and thank you. You're all so very kind. I must admit, I was already feeling lonely without you." They continued walking, and Robbie launched into a lengthy and exaggerated explanation of what had happened. Emily started giggling again at the mention of Hal getting stung on the rear end, even though it would have been deadly for most people. Hal glanced at Thomas. "Want to get in front of the gloom with me?" he murmured. Thomas grinned. "To spare your embarrassment?" "Sure." So they set off at a jog. Hal couldn't help noticing how well worn the trail was, and it had horse and cart tracks. Not only was the group headed for an actual place, it could be that the Selkie kidnapper lived there too. "So what do you think?" Hal asked before they'd even made it into the sunshine. "A real-life ancient kingdom with a castle, all crumbled to bits over the centuries? Or just a wild goose chase because the golem has some false memories planted in her head?" Thomas shrugged. "I'm going with false memories. I mean, she was right about the Golden Temple, but if Miss Simone says there's no castle anywhere, then I don't see how— They squinted into the grayness, then slowed to a halt, amazement setting in. How could this be? "This isn't possible," Hal muttered. "We'd have seen it," Thomas agreed. The trail had led them to an impressive archway in a massive grey-colored stone wall. Since the wall stood taller than a full-grown ogre, the only way forward for those on foot was through the archway, only it was blocked by a heavy latticed iron gate. Hal swallowed. That's a portcullis. A what? The kind of gate that castles have. But, Thomas shook his head in disbelief, this wasn't here. It's gigantic. We'd have seen it. They stared and stared, unable to believe their eyes. Hal even reached out to touch the cold stone wall and the iron-plated oak grid that formed the gate. Behind them, Emily, Robbie, and the golem caught up and slowed to a halt. A silence fell. Then the golem laughed. "I told you! I told you!" Chapter 11. The Gateway. Hal backed away from the group. "Wait here. I just can't believe we missed seeing this earlier. I need to take a look from above." "Me too," the others chorused, except for the golem, of course, who stood by the gate with a huge grin on her face. Hal transformed and waited for his friends to climb on. Then he launched straight upward out of the mist, eager to see the castle grounds from above and to figure out how the terrain had somehow blocked him from spotting it before. Maybe the hills got in the way. To his surprise, once he was high enough to look down on the sunny landscape, he saw nothing but grass. No castle, nothing. He circled around and around, trying to figure it out. There should be more to see. The sturdy wall they'd just arrived at should extend from the mist. And what about the trail they'd been walking on? It ran all the way up the hill and vanished into the gloom, but it didn't come out the other side. Hal saw nothing but grass, bushes, and stands of trees, a completely untouched natural landscape. His friends remained silent. With nothing more to look at, Hal flew back down to join the golem, and they all peered through the portcullis again. "Is there anyone home?" she called. No answer. The golem turned to face Hal. "Perhaps you'll fly us over." "No need!" Robbie shouted, hurrying forward. "I've got this!" He was already growing, shaggy hair sprouting all over, while his smart clothes rearranged themselves. Moments later, he stood nearly 3 times his normal height, about 17 feet tall. He rushed ahead of Hal, eager to tackle the problem. "Robbie, try to be careful," Emily warned. "I remember the lighthouse gates you were supposed to tease open." And the gate outside the Chamber of Ghosts, Hal thought, smiling inwardly at the memory. The ogre rattled the portcullis. Then he leapt at it, throwing all his weight and strength at the sturdy gridwork. Despite being made of strong oak, lined with iron strips, he managed to rip the gate asunder, not stopping until he'd torn it loose of its framework and any ropes that drew it up and down. "Nice," Thomas said. "A good carpenter will have that back in working order in no time." "Not." Robbie grinned. The golem seemed to have frozen in place, looking horrified at all the damage. But it was done now. She gave a nod and started through the archway. "It's so very quiet," she said. "Where are the guards? There's normally a gatekeeper up in that tower to hoist the portcullis up and down." Pausing again, she blinked rapidly. Another memory. Yes, it's coming back. Where's Rhea? She's the chief gatekeeper, and there should be a couple of archers up there too. She craned her neck as she passed through, peering up at the short tower, the top of which was lost in the mist. Hal didn't like to tell her again that there was no castle. At least, not in any real sense. Just a wall and a gate, nothing more. The golem picked up her pace, clearly enthusiastic about being home. According to her, they were now inside an expansive triangular boundary wall, and she said it was a 5-minute walk to the center where the castle stood. "A castle in the center, with a small village surrounding it," she explained. "There are just over 100 homes within these walls. The population is... Oh, come on, I know this. Gah!" She shook her head, clearly annoyed that her memory was still fleeting. "A 5-minute walk to the castle," Hal said. The 3 walls must have taken years to build. If they exist, Thomas muttered. The golem didn't hear him. I don't know. It was long before my time, I think. Yes, this place has been around for hundreds of years. My father, Edgar, brought us here. Before that, we were simple travelers, at least as far as I can recall. For goodness sake, it's gone again. Several minutes later, still shrouded in gloom, Emily stopped and turned. Miss Golem, you stay right here with your mist while the rest of us pop back to the gate for a second. Huh? Hal said. Just for a quick look, Emily added with a wink. The 4 shapeshifters hurried back along the trail toward the gate. Emily was bubbling over with excitement. The castle and the walls must be hidden by illusion magic, she said. The mist reveals it, but it vanishes again when the mist moves away. You just wait and see. Out in the sunshine, I'm betting the wall and gateway aren't there anymore. But she was completely wrong. When they emerged from the mist, the wall and gateway still stood there, just as they'd left it, only now in broad daylight. The wall continued in both directions, following the contours of the hilltop out of sight. No way, Hal breathed. Okay, I have to see this from above again. Wait here. He transformed quickly and shot into the sky and reeled at the sight below. 3 long walls forming a giant triangular perimeter, a sprawling array of homes within, smoke rising from chimneys, people milling about in the market square, and a castle with 3 towers. He rose higher still, astonished at how the town had magically appeared where there had been none before. His wings smacked into something. With a yell of alarm, he tumbled and spun in the air, dropping rapidly before getting control again. But what had he hit? It had felt like a wall, though it had to be a pretty spongy one. Maybe a soft glass dome? Experimenting, he flapped to and fro, rising and falling until he was certain. Then he dropped back to the ground where his friends waited, aware that some of the people in this strange place had stopped whatever they were doing to gape at him. Force field, he announced once he'd reverted to human form. He urged them to huddle tight. There's a dome hiding the entire town, and the only way in is through the gate. But only if you have magical mist. Now that we're inside the dome, we can see everything. The shapeshifters were speechless. Hal, Emily murmured, are you sure you didn't see all this from above when you flew over earlier? I think I'd remember. Emily clapped her hands. This is so weird and fascinating. Miss Simone is going to love it. Such intrigue. They all grinned at each other. Miss Simone really would love this. We're being watched, Thomas said quietly. They stood in full view of the people who lived in this strange place. Feeling conspicuous, they hurried back to the mist. Hal caught several more stares before being engulfed in the gloom. The golem had waited patiently for them. I believe the castle is just ahead. It is, Emily muttered. We saw it. The golem smiled. So you believe me now. I feel like my memory is close to returning. I suspect the very first person we meet will trigger a recall. Even the sound of my name should help, I think. The weird thing was, as the dark shape of the castle loomed into view some way ahead of them, so too the sounds of voices came to their ears. Before they knew it, the everyday bustle of the market square filled the air, conversation cutting through the mist, a dog barking, goats bleating, the squeaky wheel of a wheelbarrow, crows squawking, the shrill laughter of children. People weaved into view all around, glancing at the golem with interest as they passed by. The friendly atmosphere reminded Hal of Carter in a lot of ways, though the people here seemed a little more finely dressed. The golem paused, tilting her head at a group of children who had ventured near. 2 boys and 2 girls. You're so tall, the youngest girl said. And dirty, the smaller of the boys exclaimed. The golem studied them. I know you. I remember your faces. I don't think we've met, the eldest boy said politely. No, I know you, don't I? The older girl frowned. "You look a bit like—" A woman's voice rang out then. "Harriet! Thomas! George! Verity! Will you stop getting under everyone's feet?" The 4 children jumped, spun around, and tore off. The woman who'd shouted appeared from the crowd, said sorry, then did a double take at the sight of the golem. She stared a bit longer, then gave a nod. "Ma'am?" That was all she said before turning and hurrying away. Despite the slightly awkward exchange, Hal felt at ease. He grinned at his friends, and they shrugged, silently agreeing that everything seemed pretty harmless. If the golem's eyes weren't dull mud, they'd be shining with enthusiasm. She had to be relieved to be home, even though her memory was spotty. "Hey!" Emily suddenly whispered, gripping both Hal's and Robbie's arms. "Look!" Just off to their left, almost greyed out in the haze, a couple of men stood talking. One, grey-haired and bearded, wore armor plating and chainmail, along with a dashing red cloak. The other was a young, clean-shaven man, very ordinary, except that he stood by a horse and cart. "It couldn't be, could it?" Emily said. "I bet it could," Thomas growled. They edged closer. The voices were fairly clear, even with droves of people stamping past and the sounds of the market drifting through the air. "Then someone else can do it for you," the cloaked man said rather sternly. "Don't come back empty-handed tomorrow." The young man spread his hands. "I'm telling you, he didn't show. He's normally right there at the end of the river each week. It's not my fault." "Pah!" The older man grabbed him by the shirt and yanked him close. "Look, Sonny, I'll tell you how this works. The Triton fails to show. That means you fail to bring me the goods. I tell Agatha there's nothing to trade this time, and she has to pass on the bad news to the king. At this point, the king gets irate at Agatha. She comes back and gives me a serious ear-bashing. As a result, I beat you upside the head. And then... Can you guess what's next?" Well, I suppose I go back to the river and—" "Right. Now you're getting it, Sonny. So with that in mind—" The older man suddenly lashed out so hard with his fists that the young man dropped to his knees, trying to cover his face and head while yelling at him for mercy. The commotion didn't go unnoticed, and several passers-by stopped, but nobody interfered. Hal felt an enormous sense of satisfaction, partly because of the kidnapper's rough punishment, but mainly because the shapeshifters had successfully tracked and identified the man, and it shed light on the kind of person Agatha was, if she had a hand in this. And who was the king? "Are you married?" Emily asked the golem. "Or Agatha?" The golem frowned and shook her head. "No, I'm certain of it. There hasn't been a king here since my father, Edgar." She gripped her head. Wait. There is a king, but... Gah! "All right. Never mind for now," Emily said, patting her arm. Not far in front of them, the castle's 3 towers reached high. Walls ran between those towers, forming an inner triangle that directly surrounded the castle. And in the center of the facing wall, a massive door blocked their way. A single guard leaned against the frame to one side, arms crossed, eyes closed. He had a thin face and rather long, straggly hair, and he wore shiny armor plating over a chainmail tunic. His helmet sat a little askew on his head. How anyone could snooze standing up was beyond Hal, but being a sentry had to be a pretty boring job. "Excuse me," the golem said loudly. The guard blinked awake, took a moment to focus, ran his eyes up to the 8-foot mudwoman's face, and jerked suddenly into life. "Whoa! What the—" Hal noticed that quite a few people had gathered behind them. Though nobody had challenged their arrival, word had spread quickly throughout the village. A cloud of mist, a dragon, and a golem couldn't exactly go unnoticed. "Do you recognize me?" the golem said crisply. The guard looked like he'd been caught stealing. Yes, of course, but how are you—" "Slow down, young man," the golem said, a little more softly now. The guard wasn't exactly young. He had to be nearly 30. Maybe the golem was older than she looked. Now, address me by name, if you please. The guard swallowed and offered an extravagant bow, a little awkward with his somewhat cumbersome armor. Your Majesty, he said, sounding a little uncertain. He sent a shifty glance toward the huge double doors. Welcome home, Morgana. The shapeshifters sucked in a collective breath. Morgana! Her name was Morgana. The golem took a step backward, then cleared her throat. Yes, Morgana, that's me. I'm your queen, am I not? Well, the guard said, beginning to sweat. He rapped his gloved knuckles on the door, then swallowed again and faced the golem. He didn't meet her gaze, though. Forgive me, but I'm not certain who I should. You see, Agatha is queen now, and— My sister? The golem interrupted. She frowned. You're saying my sister— She broke off, and her mouth fell open. She swayed and clutched her head. Emily hurried to her side. Miss Golem? Morgana? Are you all right? A tiny hatch in the door creaked open, and a beady-eyed man's face peered out. The young guard spoke hurriedly to him in whispered tones, jabbing a finger toward the golem. After a moment of wide-eyed amazement, the man on the inside slammed the hatch shut. The guard turned once more to the golem. Someone will be right out, he said, offering a nervous smile. To do what? Thomas piped up. The guard blinked at him. Well, to explain everything. Why can't you explain everything? Not my place, sir. He swallowed yet again, his gaze darting from the golem to the door and to the gathering crowd. Emily tugged at the golem's hand. Morgana, do you remember anything new? About what happened to you? The woman's frown suggested she was still confused. My sister, she said in a low voice to the shapeshifters. Agatha betrayed me, I'm sure of it. She gave me an apple, and I remember nothing after I took a bite. Before that, though, we fought constantly. She was angry, and I fear she might have— Morgana closed her eyes. Oh, Agatha, what have you done? It felt weird standing in a group outside the huge castle doors with a crowd spreading all around them. Hal sensed that literally everyone present knew the entire story, everyone except the shapeshifters and the golem. The question was, how worried should they be? Was Agatha the sort of person who would order guards to attack the visitors? To arrest them? To execute them? She kidnaps Selkies. She can't be very nice. The small hatch in one of the huge doors snapped open. Queen Agatha has a message. Morgana hissed quietly, so only the shapeshifters could hear. She's not the queen. She's my younger sister. Biting her tongue, if she had one, she gave a nod and moved closer to the beady-eyed fellow peering out of the hatch. Being so tall, she had to stoop a couple of feet to make eye contact. The man said, Morgana, you are to leave this place immediately. You are not welcome here. This time the golem spoke her mind. I have a right to be here. I am Morgana, your rightful queen. I command you to open this door at once. Your rights have been stripped, Morgana, the man said a little stiffly. You and your Curia Regis have been banished. Queen Agatha is angry that you've returned and vows to be less lenient if she has to confront you again. Please take that as a warning and leave. The little door snapped shut again. Morgana straightened up, her fists balled. When she turned back to the shapeshifters, Hal could have sworn her friendly face had resculpted itself into a gargoyle's contorted visage. She marched over and growled in a low voice. Help me gain entrance. Robbie, smash your way in. Or you, Hal, threaten to rage fire on these people. Hal started. Emily shook her head firmly. Miss Golem, Morgana, we're not here to break doors down. Our mission was to deliver you safely home. It's not that we don't want to help you, but— We'd get in a lot of trouble if we meddled in something like this without permission, Hal finished for her. Anyway, Thomas said, you don't have your memory back yet. For all we know, you were banished for a good reason. Robbie snapped his fingers. Yeah, we don't really know you all that well. Because you hardly know yourself, Emily cut in. Morgana fumed, her sightless but somehow furious glare sweeping from one to the other. So after all this, you won't help me? I have to do this alone? Hal spread his hands. Sorry, but we can't. Not until we know the full story, and even then, not until Miss Simone tells us we can. Do you listen to everything this Miss Simone woman tells you? She demanded. You can't make decisions on your own. You act like a group of... Abruptly, all the fury drained out of her. Her fists unclenched and her shoulders slumped. A group of kids, she whispered. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Of course you should listen to what Miss Simone tells you. Forgive me. You helped me to get here, and you've done enough. Now, it's up to me. Hal felt relief wash over him. He really wanted to remain on good terms with the golem. Glancing over his shoulder, he tried to ignore the fact that the entire village stood there in silence, 100 or more people watching everything from a safe distance. The guard outside the door shuffled nervously, no doubt wishing someone would let him inside the castle. Emily gently took the golem's huge hand. We came in together. Let's leave together. Morgana nodded, and for a moment it looked like she had caved and was prepared to exit the castle grounds without a fuss. The guard's eyebrows shot up, hope written across his face. But then a terrible scowl furrowed her brow again, and she pulled free of Emily's grip. No, I may be a golem, but somebody brought me back from whatever foul resting place Agatha put me in. Somebody believed in me enough to animate this mud body and direct me to reclaim my kingdom. Well, this is my kingdom, and I'm not leaving. Please, Morgana, Emily beseeched her. But the golem swung around. She took several large steps toward the guard, who let out a yelp and scrambled away, dropping his sword in the process. Morgana began pounding on the huge doors. Let me in, she roared. Though the doors didn't budge 1 inch, the crowd began to disperse in a hurry. One lady, instead of shuffling off into the mist like everyone else, called out to the golem, Don't do this, milady! She'll send them out here! Morgana was far too busy to hear a word the lady said, but Hal heard clearly, and he seized the opportunity to talk to someone who might actually know a thing or two. He darted toward the lady, but she immediately turned and vanished into the mist along with everyone else. Dang it, he thought, wondering who else might help. But not a single person glanced over their shoulder as they hurried away. In a matter of seconds, nobody remained. Please, Morgana, Emily said again, edging closer. Hal rejoined Thomas and Robbie. That lady said Agatha would send them out here. I thought she meant guards, but now I'm wondering. She sounded scared. Maybe guard dogs, or something else dangerous? I don't like it. She can bang on that door all day long, Robbie said over the continued thumps, but all she's doing is smearing mud on them. And annoying the real queen, Thomas agreed. Hal frowned. Well, we don't really know who... I just mean whoever's in charge right now in the castle, the one with all the power. Thomas rolled his eyes. I'm not an idiot. Emily got a little too close to the enraged golem and stumbled backward to avoid a sudden sideways step. Morgana wasn't even aware she was there. She thumped harder and harder, and the door actually rattled in its frame. But she was damaging her hands in the process. One in particular had bent out of shape and appeared a little flattened, and a couple of fingers had dropped off. Just then, ominous figures stomped out of the mist to their sides. 3 lurched into view from the left, and another 3 from the right. While Morgana had been pounding on the doors, Agatha had called on her henchmen. The 6 giants were about the same height as trolls, but utterly hairless, with sickly, pallid skin and twisted, malformed faces. They had the same jutting lower teeth as goblins, but with much larger protruding ears. A few had short tusks, while others had horns. Their eyes burned a horrible red color. Hal gasped. These had to be orcs, and their deep scowls suggested they'd come for a fight. They didn't carry poison-tipped spears, but they lofted massive clubs, each the size of Hal himself. Morgana paused in her thumping, her head twisting from side to side as she noticed the new arrivals. She pointed at the orcs on her right and said, "Stay back, foul beasts. I am not in the mood." But the orcs clearly had instructions to deal with her. The question was whether Agatha had ordered that Morgana be exiled from the castle grounds or tossed in a dungeon, or worse, dealt with more permanently. Chapter 12. Orc Attack. All 6 orcs converged on Morgana. She spun one way, then the other, glanced at the firmly closed doors behind her, then made a dash toward the shapeshifters. The nearest giant grabbed her shoulder. She didn't cry out, probably because she was mud and it didn't hurt, but her escape was thwarted. A second later, the orcs closed in. "Morgana!" Emily screamed. Shoulder to shoulder in a tightly formed circle, the giants attacked their target. The golem went down amid a flurry of fists and clubs. None of them said a word, barely a grunt from the orcs, and not the slightest oof from Morgana. But the onslaught was vicious. When one of the golem's arms flailed and stuck out from between a couple of orcs, the shapeshifters broke from their paralysis and sprang into action. Hal was the first to transform, but Thomas raced to join the fight ahead of him, his scorpion tail firing poison-tipped needles into several necks and shoulders. Robbie rose up and stomped over to clobber one of the orcs around the head, who reeled and toppled sideways, stunned from the blow. The ogre then focused on the next. Since he stood much taller than the orcs and was considerably bulkier, he quickly became their biggest concern. All 5 remaining orcs turned their attention to him and surged forward with clubs swinging. The 6th staggered to his feet and joined in. Robbie quickly ended up retreating. Thomas leapt in with his stinger. His victim gasped, jerked, then swung around and roared. Grasping his rapidly swelling neck, the orc advanced on Thomas, but then frowned and stumbled, his eyes widening. A second later he collapsed to his knees, moaned, and pitched forward. Hal, standing there with his wings spread wide, felt a little useless while his friends were in the way. Beside him, Emily hovered, with her silver tail swinging back and forth, awaiting her chance. When the moment came, she buzzed forward with her sights on an orc that had staggered away from one of Robbie's punches. Emily flew past the ugly giant and whacked him hard on the back of the head before zipping to a safe distance. The orc reeled again, letting out a strangled cry as he toppled. "Another one down!" Robbie, despite towering over the rest, had been driven back to the castle wall. 4 orcs continued bashing him with clubs, all their fury behind those swings. The ogre might have been caught off balance half the time, but he didn't seem to be suffering too much. Ogres liked a good scrap, and these orcs were more of a challenge than trolls. Morgana had been left forgotten on the ground. She crawled away from the fight, and Hal was horrified to see she'd lost an arm at the elbow and had numerous chunks knocked out of her. Small piles of dried mud littered the grass. One blow to the head had knocked her crown of sticks askew, and a couple had fallen off. While Robbie and Thomas fought the orcs, Emily dropped to the ground to help the golem. "Can you stand? Look, Hal's waiting. Can you climb on? We need to get you out of here." Morgana struggled to her feet and focused on Hal. She nodded and lurched toward him. As Hal turned and hunkered down low, he noticed Emily stopping to pick up the fallen sticks before buzzing over to perch on his back. Hal gave a roar, but his fighting friends didn't seem to hear. It was only when Emily screamed their names that they paused and looked over. In that moment, an orc smashed a fist into Thomas's side, spinning him almost all the way around. Shocked and winded, he limped toward Hal, all the fight gone out of him. Just Robbie left now. The ogre seemed to be having too much fun. No matter how hard the orcs hit him with fists or clubs, he just grunted and hit back. Orcs frequently staggered this way and that, then lurched forward again, over and over. Hal blasted fire in their direction. It superheated the air and scorched a few backsides, and probably blackened some of Robbie's hair as well. But it had the desired effect and stopped the fight dead. All the orcs spun around. The one who'd been stuck with Thomas's stinger groaned and blinked awake. So much for deadly manticore venom. Robbie chose that moment to escape, and he shouldered his way past the orcs, bowling them over. Finally, with his passengers on board, Hal gave another roar and launched, and remembered too late that the mist had limits. When he rose into the sunny sky, his friends and the golem cried out in alarm. "Oh!" Hal dropped quickly into the safety of the gloom. He was already a short distance away from the castle by now, and he half hopped, half flew over dozens of fleeing villagers, trying to go slow so he didn't leave the mist behind. People scattered in all directions, heading for the dark shapes of nearby homes. They didn't seem particularly scared, though, just eager to get out of the way. "Stay low," Emily scolded from behind his head. Yeah, I know." When he reached the tall perimeter wall, he didn't see the archway at first, so went to fly over the top. He nearly knocked himself senseless when he came up against the almost vertical outer wall of the invisible dome. Stunned, he dropped back and groaned, his eyes watering. "Find the gate!" Emily yelled. Grumbling to himself, Hal chose a direction at random and hurried alongside the wall. To his relief, the archway appeared ahead. As he turned and squeezed through it, he heard frantic voices in the squat tower above, a woman and two men, by the sound of it. A few arrows shot down and bounced off his scales. Though Emily cried out, Hal guessed she was just startled at the attack. "No, don't shoot at them now, you idiots!" the gatekeeper woman hissed from above as Hal passed under the archway. "The time to do that was when they arrived, not when they're leaving." "We weren't here when they arrived," a man griped, "and your wages will be docked because of it." The three continued arguing, but Hal stomped away. He was still a little dizzy from his collision with the invisible wall. It made him wonder what would have happened if he'd shot straight up into the sky without thinking. He would have crushed his friends against the underside of the dome. "There's just one way in and out," he told himself. "We need water," Thomas shouted. "Hal, find a river or lake," Emily added, as if Thomas hadn't been clear enough. Hal took off again, staying as low and slow as possible. When the mist rapidly thinned ahead, he waited for it to catch up. He felt like a bird with an injured wing, the way he was hopping about. A river, he thought, trying to remember if he'd seen one in the nearby hills. He couldn't recall any, though he vaguely remembered a stream within the castle walls, which struck him as odd now that he thought about it. How could there be a stream on the top of a hill? "Go back to the marsh," Emily shouted. Hal leapt and flapped his way up and down the hills until he caught a glimpse of the golden temple to his left. He veered right, staying out of range. "Hurry, Hal!" Emily urged. He grunted in annoyance. Hurrying was easy. Hurrying slowly was not. Finally, he spotted the banks of the marsh ahead. Wasting no time, he splashed down into it and waded deeper, aware that his friends were already sliding down off his back. "Get her in the water," Emily commanded. Now that his dragon services were no longer needed, Hal reverted to human form and waded over to help. His friends, all human again, already had Morgana submerged. They pressed down on her, keeping her under while she repaired herself. All of them were panting, but otherwise a silence fell. Hal joined his friends, groping under the water to find the golem. She was there, completely motionless. "How do we know when she's done?" Robbie asked quietly. "When she struggles to sit up, like last time," Emily answered. Thomas shook his head. "I think she's unconscious." "She's a golem, Thomas." "Well, she's not moving. If she's not unconscious, what would you call it, Em?" She shrugged, looking pale and worried. Hal reached underwater for the golem's arm and felt around. This was the one that had broken off. "Guys," he said with relief, "I think she's fine. Her arm's grown back." "It has?" Emily's face lit up. "Then let's get her out of the water." They all heaved, and to their surprise, she came up easily. She actually was unconscious, or a golem semblance of it. Deactivated, disabled, unanimated. Whatever the word, she hung limp in their arms. "She's so small," Emily whispered. By small, she meant normal-sized instead of 8 feet tall. They wrestled her out of the marsh and onto the bank. She might be shorter, but she still weighed far more than an average woman. All that thick mud. After laying her out on the ground and stepping back, they took a moment to study her sleeping form. She couldn't be more than 6 feet tall now, maybe less. She looked more real than ever, just like a woman who'd fallen into a muddy pool. And as before, the water had repaired her. The skin on her face and hands was smooth and shiny, her dress immaculately sculpted, all signs of damage gone. She woke suddenly, her eyes blinking open and staring sightlessly upward. She sat up and looked around. "I'm still here." Emily grinned. "Yes, you are." Thomas nudged her. The sticks." "Huh? Oh!" Emily had the sticks from Morgana's crown tucked into her silk belt. She pulled them out, and when the golem smiled and bowed her head, gingerly poked them back into place. "The crown looks bigger now," Robbie murmured. Hal squinted. His friend was right. With the golem now almost half her original size, the sticks had closed in tighter around her smaller head. Emily stepped back and smiled. "As good as new." Morgana climbed to her feet and faced the 4 friends. She stood just a little taller. "You lost a lot of mud," Thomas commented. Morgana nodded slowly, a frown on her face. "I did, but I regained some more of my memory." Hal felt a surge of excitement. "You did? How much?" "Well, I'm not sure. How does one know what's missing when one doesn't know what's missing?" Her slightly aloof tone suggested she'd regained her queenly senses. When she peered around at the shapeshifters, Hal had the feeling she might be re-evaluating them, maybe even wondering why she'd allowed them to tag along on her journey. "So," Hal pressed, "tell us what you remember." But just then, a woman's voice called to them through the mist. "Hello, dearies. Back so soon?" Hal groaned. "It's Jenny Greenteeth again. Let's get out of here." The slime-covered marsh lady eased toward them in the gloom, but the group didn't hang around long enough to confront her again. They hurried along the grassy bank, ignoring her pleas for them to come back. "I wish we could see farther ahead," Thomas complained. "Where's the temple? We need to steer clear of it." "It's up there to our left," Robbie said. "How can you tell? I can't see anything." "I have a good sense of direction." Robbie grinned. "Hal and I used to walk around Black Woods in the fog, and I always knew exactly which way to go." "It's true," Hal admitted. Emily morphed into her winged naga form and buzzed off the ground. "I'll take a look. Back in a minute." She rose up through the mist and vanished. "So?" Hal prompted the golem. "You were going to tell us what you remembered?" Morgana had been quiet for the past few minutes. She didn't answer straight away, and by the time she looked like she might say something, Emily called out to them from above. "We're heading east, guys, and the temple is up on the hill to our left." "Told you," Robbie muttered. "I think there are houses ahead," Emily added. The 3 boys exchanged glances and almost stopped dead. Houses? That couldn't be right. Who would live so close to the marsh and almost in range of the orcs' defenses? "Are you sure about that?" Hal called back to her. "I haven't seen any houses around here, just marshes and hills." Emily's voice floated down to them. "They're pretty well hidden. I think it's just a small settlement, kind of nestled in the trees along the banks of the marsh. Maybe we can check it out, especially as it's getting late and we might have to stay the night." "It's not late," Thomas argued. "It's nowhere near dark yet." "Actually, the sun's going down," Emily gasped. "Oh!" Immediately on the alert, Hal backed away from the others and prepared to transform. "What's wrong? Em, talk to us." It's okay. I was just surprised." She giggled suddenly. Then, a moment later, she buzzed down through the gloom to join them. Smiling, she winked at Hal as she reverted to human form. He was mystified. "Em? Why are you looking so pleased with yourself? What's going on?" Morgana spoke just then. "Doolan's point." Annoyingly, she clammed up again. Shaking his head, Hal threw up his hands in frustration. "What is it with everyone? You all keep saying random stuff and making us guess what you mean. Emily, what were you so surprised about just then that made you smile and wink at me? And Morgana, what point did Doolan make?" A smile tugged at the corner of the golem's mouth. "Doolan's Point is the name of the settlement ahead. It's a hamlet with perhaps 30 people. I remember it well because we've traded with Doolan for many years." "We," Emily said. "The people at the castle?" The golem slowed. "The people at the— Yes, my kingdom, the Grey Kingdom, 122 souls in all, at least there were." She scowled, rapping her knuckles softly on the side of her head. Then her face cleared again. "Yes, we need to visit Doolan. He can help us, I'm certain of it. He doesn't like me very much, but—" Just then, the flapping of wings caught their attention, and everyone glanced up. A white-feathered creature descended on them, talons outstretched, and landed nimbly among the group, smiling broadly. "Found you," Lauren announced. Emily gave a delighted cry and rushed to hug her. "I saw you coming. We definitely need more girls in this group. Now we're even." "No, we're not," Thomas argued. "Yes, we are." Lauren's yellow eyes flashed mischievously as she glanced at him. 4 against 3, actually." At that moment, a tiny fairy zipped into view. She grew rapidly, zigzagged around Robbie and Thomas, and landed inches from Hal. "Miss me?" she asked. Hal grinned and gave her a hug. "I did. Where are the others?" "They're way behind." "We got bored waiting for them," Lauren said. "Dewey's too slow with Fenton and Darcy weighing him down." A sudden thought struck Hal. "They're not going through the marshes, are they?" "No," Abigail said with a grin. For some reason, Dewey didn't like the idea of jumping off a cliff into a ravine, so they went around. "Oh, but it's a long way around," Lauren said. "They won't be here before dark. They'll be fine, though. Just your usual centaur, dryad, and giant black lizard, camping out under the stars. You can look for them in the morning when they're out of the trees." "So what's been going on?" Abigail asked. "Tell us everything." It was good to see the girls again. The group felt a little more whole now. Abigail laughed and laughed at Robbie's version of events. "What absolute nonsense! But I love it. It's good to be back on a mission, even an unofficial one." Hal frowned. "But what about Miss Simone? I bet she's mad at Robbie and Thomas for skipping school this morning." "We're on our own time now," Abigail said with a shrug. "Anyway, it's just a quick flight home on a dragon's back. Our parents are expecting us early in the morning. We have a test at school." Emily sighed. That means getting up really early. Hal was extremely doubtful they'd be home before class started. "Never mind all that for now. We're off to Doolan's Point." He and Abigail lagged behind the others as they walked along the marsh bank. The grass underfoot was soft and springy. Linking one arm through his, Abigail sighed and spoke quietly. "All this murk in the air reminds me of the island. Remember when you and Robbie sailed off on your raft, and I had to stand there and watch you go? I hated it when you disappeared into the fog without me." "We weren't exactly friends then," Hal said. "Huh, you and I had a connection. The problem was that Robbie couldn't stand to be around girls." Hal laughed softly. "I think you'll find he was okay with the other girls. He just couldn't stand to be around you." "Me? Why me?" "Because you were a pain in the neck." He grinned at her. "Still are." She sucked in a breath. "Oh, that hurts. So anyway, what's the deal with the golem? Her name's Morgana. Is she really a queen?" "I think so. But her sister Agatha has taken over the castle. Morgana can't remember all the details, but she does remember eating an apple that her sister poisoned, and after that, nothing. Actually, just before you showed up and rudely interrupted, I think she was about to tell us something." With Abigail still clinging to his arm, he picked up his pace to catch up. Robbie and Thomas were muttering to each other about something, while Emily grilled the Queen, exactly as Hal had planned to do. "But you don't remember what you and Agatha were always arguing about," Emily said. The golem shook her head. "That much is blank, but I do remember a great feeling of unrest within the castle grounds. People were scared of her and angry and—" "Why?" Abigail butted in. "Is she a terrible person?" Morgana glanced over her shoulder. "My sister? I don't think so, but I suppose she must be. And she poisoned me, so there you go. Turned me into a golem. I don't like to think about where she stored my body, but I hope it's in a safe place." Emily gave a shudder. "I've tried not to think about that either. How would she have transplanted your mind into the body of a golem?" Morgana shook her head. "I don't know. I wonder what happened to my Curia Regis, too. My counsel and closest aides. The question is, who brought me back? I'm guessing it was one of my council. Those good people are very loyal to me, and wherever they are at this moment, I have to believe they're waiting for me to find them." "And you think we might get some answers at Doolan's Point?" Emily pressed. Morgana nodded. "I do." Thomas huffed with annoyance. "Isn't there anything you can tell us now?" The golem smiled. "My head is filled with confusing information, a mishmash of bits and pieces. Just when I think I have parts of the jigsaw to show you a complete picture, I realize there are terrible gaps that make it impossible to fully grasp. I feel like I'm trying to pluck memories from the air as they're whizzing around me in a whirlwind." "Probably a boring story anyway," Thomas grumbled. Morgana laughed. "My goodness! I have a fleeting recollection of a man standing before my throne with the same disrespectful attitude." "And what happened to him?" Abigail asked. The Queen of Mud fell silent, a frown on her face. "I honestly don't remember. That's what I mean, holes everywhere. I'm sure I would have put him in his place, though. The Queen must be stern, you know." Emily took her hand. "I don't think you know how to be stern. And that's probably why your evil sister's sitting on your throne." "Oh, she's not evil." Emily nodded. "Of course you would see it that way. It's okay, Morgana. We're going to get you back on your throne before we head home tomorrow." "So," Robbie said, looking around at the group, "are we really staying the night? Even though Miss Simone is mad at us?" Abigail gave him a poke in the back, just as she used to do in the classroom on the foggy island. "This is important, Robbie. Miss Simone and everyone else will understand once we explain everything." Hal grimaced inwardly. He hoped she was right, because he was pretty sure they wouldn't be home anywhere near in time for school in the morning. Chapter 13. Doolan's Point. Just ahead, the mist revealed the outlines of tree trunks, and just beyond, the shape of a small log home. A young girl sat on the grass, petting a young goat and watching in silence as the group arrived. "Good evening, young lady," Morgana said, offering a smile. The little girl got up and ran to the house. The goat, suddenly left alone, scampered off. Pausing, Morgana glanced down at herself. I suppose I must look a little frightening. I wonder if anyone will even recognize me in this guise. A woman popped her head out of the nearby cabin. Help you? Morgana waved and strode over to her. Good evening. It was, until this mist sprang up. Ah, yes, sorry about that. I wonder if I might speak with Doolan? The woman's hair was tied up in a bun, and she wore a dirty white apron over her dark brown dress. She squinted. I'm guessing you're from the castle. What with all the mist you brought? She squinted even harder. You're a funny-looking one. Did you fall in the marsh? Jenny Green Teeth get you? Not exactly. Morgana moved a little closer. Do you recognize me? The woman rubbed her chin. You look like Morgana, but she was exiled. And when was that exactly? A month ago. Who are you? We often get random strangers showing up to stay a few days, but they don't usually bring a bunch of kids. The lady grinned at them. You're welcome, though. If you're hungry, we're having a communal meal tonight. Plenty of food. My name's Lacey, by the way. Thank you so much, Emily said, clapping her hands. Pleased to meet you. This is Hal, Robbie, Thomas, Abigail, and Lauren, and I'm Emily. And this is, She paused, obviously not sure whether she should introduce the golem as the queen or not. Lacey put her hands on her hips and returned her gaze to the golem. You are from the castle, aren't you? You must be new. Not being rude, but you'll have to lose the mist if you want to visit us. Oh. Morgana pursed her lips. Well, that might be a problem. Basic good manners, Lacey said firmly. You wouldn't like it if I came to your castle surrounded by a great big miserable cloud that plunged everyone into gloom and doom, would you? So switch it off, please. Switch it off. Morgana spread her hands. Truthfully, I don't know how. Well, you just eat it. That took everyone by surprise. Eat the mist? Morgana said. Lacey laughed. No, eat the little fairy ball. The silence was deafening. Hal felt like Lacey was talking in riddles. The golem gave up trying to understand. Even if I did switch the mist off, I would fall apart. I'm not quite myself, you see. Lacey peered harder at Morgana. She tentatively reached out and gave the golem a prod on her cheek. Then she drew back. What's wrong with you? A voice called out from somewhere not too far away. What's going on? Is anyone there? Hello? Someone from the castle? Turn that mist off, another yelled. Lacey shook her head. You see? You'd best go, whoever you are. The children can stay if they like. When you figure out how to turn your mist off, then you can join us for supper. But until then, you're only going to rile people up. Another voice. Right. Whoever and wherever you are, get out of here. Go back to the castle and learn some manners before you come tramping around in our neck of the woods. Go, Lacey urged. Morgana gestured toward the marsh bank some distance away. I'll be over there. Go ahead and eat, my young friends, then join me later. We've got this, Hal said. See you soon. The golem moved off. Lacey watched her go, her eyes narrowed. I don't understand. Why does she look so much like Queen Morgana? Emily glanced around, seeking approval. Hal shrugged. Robbie nodded. Thomas looked blank. Abigail and Lauren said nothing, since they were so new on the scene. In the end, Emily drew in a breath to explain. She is Queen Morgana. Somehow her mind has been transferred into a golem, and she was given an instruction to reclaim her kingdom, and that's why she's here. But she's lost a lot of her memory. Oh, and she can't switch off the mist. She doesn't know how, and every time we move too fast or fly her into the sky, the mist is left behind, and she starts falling apart. She paused for breath. Lacey stared at her in amazement. Well, now I've heard it all. Queen Morgana's really back? All right, Doolan's going to need to talk to you all. Please don't go running off. Stay and eat with us. Oh, we'd love to, Emily said, smiling again. Lacey continued to peer around at the shapeshifters. How well do you know Queen Morgana? Robbie cut in. Not all that well, but we're getting there. So you're not family? Friends? She's just a stranger you're helping? Right, Hal said. Lacey nodded, obviously making up her mind. Wait here, I'll go find Doolan. Oh. Just as she said that, the mist suddenly cleared. Moving off in the same direction Morgana had hurried away. As the gloom lifted, the late evening sunlight and darkening sky came into view, and the hamlet opened up around them. A patch of woods on the banks of the marsh provided a picturesque place for a settlement that was relatively sheltered from the wind and rain. Morgana had mentioned 30 people, which seemed about right. Hal counted 14 homes in a rough circle around a wide-open patch in the center. The small log structures had rooftops covered in sheets of flattened bark, and a few had open hatchways with trails of smoke drifting out. The mist had isolated Hal and his friends, making it seem like the voices calling from the murk were distant. In reality, people stood pretty close by, and they'd all turned as the mist drifted off. That meant everyone spotted the shapeshifters the moment it cleared. Hal stared back at watchful men and women, most of them tanned and weathered. In the background, he counted at least 9 or 10 children of varying ages, numerous goats and pigs roaming loose, quite a few horses and carts, and dozens of chickens. Oh, Emily whispered, this is lovely. And so close to the orcs, Hal muttered. Not to mention Jenny Greenteeth, Robbie added. Great neighbors. In the wide-open center, several men and women were filling up a line of sturdy wooden tables with food. Bread, meats, eggs, vegetables, the works, alongside all kinds of mouth-watering cakes for dessert. The roasted dishes smelled amazing, and the aromas drifted over in the wake of the departing mist. Lacey raised a hand. Doolan, come meet these nice children. While activities slowly resumed, with more food being brought out and several campfires being stoked, one man approached with a heavy frown on his face. He had long, grey hair hanging down over his shoulders and a wispy beard to match. But on closer inspection, he was younger than his grey hair suggested, probably no older than Hal's parents. What have we here? The man said smoothly. While he still wore a scowl, Hal figured it was just the way his face had developed, maybe from squinting in the sunlight all the time. He wore a faint smile as well. Lacey introduced them all. When she'd finished, she jerked a thumb over her shoulder. And there's another visitor, the one who brought the mist. The dismal mist now lingered some distance away to the west. Hal was relieved to be out of it. He's from Castle Grey, I assume? Doolan said, shielding his gaze and peering into the setting sun. She... Lacey licked her lips. I think she might be Queen Morgana. Doolan spun around to face the group. Morgana's here? These kids came with her, but they're not from the castle. They're just helping her out. Well, actually, our mission is to help a golem who doesn't remember anything, Emily said, sounding nervous. We didn't know she was a queen when we first met her, nor did she. This took a few moments to digest. Doolan nodded slowly. I understand. All right, let's talk. I need to know everything. So do we, Thomas growled. Thomas, Lauren whispered. Don't be rude. Doolan glanced over at him. No, it's okay. You all need to know the situation too. The supper got underway shortly after, as stars began to prick the darkening sky. Hal felt sorry for the golem, who'd been banished from the hamlet, and now sat alone somewhere on the marsh bank. But it was nice to be out of the gloom too. The people of Doolan's Point had seemed a serious bunch earlier, but they let their collective hair down once ale and wine started flowing. Most of the young children tore around the place, laughing and squealing, while the older kids clustered under a tree, their voices low, discussing who knew what. And the adults laughed and argued and sang, sometimes lashing out with a friendly punch, other times hugging and joking around. Hal and his friends huddled together at the very end of the long run of tables, feeling overwhelmed but enjoying the food. They kept their heads down, hoping nobody would ask them to dance when the annoying fiddler sidled closer. Many of the adults danced, though. That cleared some space near the shapeshifters, and they spread out a little. Thomas seized the opportunity to grab his third plate of the evening. Doolan plonked himself down among the shapeshifters, looking red in the face from all the laughing and shouting. He belched loudly and apologized, then pushed his foul-smelling tankard aside and folded his arms. "All right, let's talk. Tell me everything." Naturally, Robbie and Emily did most of that, filling him in on their journey starting from the Griffin attack. It meant explaining the nature of their shape-shifting abilities, and that raised Doolan's eyebrows. He said nothing the entire time, but he nodded slowly when the storytellers finally ran out of steam. "Well, that's interesting," Doolan said. "I've been to Carter a number of times and met Lady Simone. Tell me, have you ever been to this neck of the woods?" "I've flown over," Hal said. "We've been through the swamps of misery." "Ah, yes. That and the malevolent marshes are part of the same wetlands. I'm not sure which is worse. Jenny Greenteeth preys on travelers, but she stays in the marsh, never venturing on dry land. Mostly, we have a fairly quiet life here, as long as we steer clear of the temple." "Those orcs are horrible," Emily exclaimed. "Ah, well, they don't bother us if we don't bother them." "But throwing spears at us just because we passed by." "They're protecting something for sure," Doolan muttered. "We don't know what, and we don't much care, except somebody's going to have to do some investigating one of these days, because I think there's some sinister goings-on. You know, one of my guys spotted a trader last week. Someone from the Grey Kingdom, a young man with a horse and cart." "We saw him," Emily cut in with a fierce nod. "He's been kidnapping Selkies." Doolan's mouth fell open. "Is that what it was? I was just going to say that he had something strapped down on his cart and covered by a blanket. I'd guessed a shambler, but it made a weird barking sound, like a dog." "A Selkie," Hal confirmed. 4 have been taken over the last month." Doolan rubbed his chin. "Selkies, you say? Can't say I've ever seen one. I'll bet they're harmless creatures too, right? I knew something was fishy about that trader." "Agatha is involved," Robbie growled, his voice suddenly so deep that Doolan jumped and swung to face him. "She's personally handing the Selkies over to some king or other." This caused Doolan to frown deeply. "Some king or other? You obviously mean King Gruel." "But Morgana said there was no king," Emily pointed out. "Oh, there is. He's the king of the orcs." Abigail slammed a fist down. "Tell us everything. Start with the castle and why it's hidden. How is it hidden? What's the—" "Whoa, slow down," Doolan said with a laugh. "All right, let me see." He rubbed his chin again. "Well, the castle is 700 years old, though we've only known about it for a decade. The elves conjured it up with fairy magic and gave it to King Edgar back in the day, the father of Agatha and Morgana, and the last human king." "Wait, elves conjured the castle?" Robbie couldn't help blurting. "Out of thin air?" Doolan smiled and held up a hand. "No, they simply revealed it. It resides in another plane of existence, a pocket realm." "A pocket realm," Emily murmured, her eyes shining. "And what exactly is that?" "Think of it as a gateway to another place," Doolan suggested. "Oh, like a portal," Hal said. "We know all about those." Doolan shook his head. "A pocket realm is a little different, more like a bubble that protrudes into old Earth. And what you find inside that bubble bears no relation to where we are in the world. The castle is in fact a vast distance away, across the ocean on another continent. Pocket realms are snatches of another world brought to our doorstep. That bubble is like a force field, Hal mused. When we were in the castle grounds, I flew up and bounced off the ceiling. Yes, Doolan said. The bubble, or pocket, is impenetrable, a perfect sphere, half of which is below ground. Well, almost impenetrable. Entry to pocket realms is tricky. You need a certain kind of magic that surrounds you and confuses the force field so it can't decide whether you belong inside or out. Then you can pass through and... The mist, Robbie said quickly. He means the mist, everybody. Thomas sighed. We know, Beanpole. Okay, Abigail said. So Castle Grey is in a pocket realm that the elves created. Not exactly. The Fae folk are responsible for that. Abigail halted. Wait, what? I thought I'd misheard you earlier. Fairies? You're saying fairies created the Castle Grey pocket realm? Doolan nodded. Indeed. The elves merely acquired that knowledge from them. Stole it, you mean? Abigail scowled. A little surprised, Doolan sat back and scratched his head. Nobody stole anything. I trade with the fairies all the time. Now Abigail blinked, her jaw hanging open. You trade with fairies. Sure, I'm the only one who can get close. Took me months, lying out every morning by a Faerie Glade, trying to show I meant no harm, getting them to trust me. Finally, we became friends. That was back when I was just a foolish boy. I never expected to trade with them later in life, but it turned out to be a useful friendship. I made them something one day, and they gave me a tiny glass ball in return, one they call a realm orb. It expanded into a pocket realm, just a small one and long gone now, but a pocket realm all the same. And what exactly did you give them? Abigail pressed. A carved wooden house. They loved it, and that's what I trade to this day, whether it's for the elves or for the people at Castle Grey. I use a knife and whittle away at logs to create toy-sized homes. To the fairies, they're mansions. Fairies don't need mansions, Abigail said scornfully. After a pause, she added, but I imagine it would be fun having a kind of play area. She smiled suddenly. That would be nice to see, a fairy patch filled with carved wooden houses. How cute. Let's get back to the story, Hal said. How do elves come into this? Well, as I said, it was a tiny pocket realm, just a bubble of forest on the edge of elven territory. Enough to get their interest. Long story short, we ended up making a deal. The elves would bring us food, I would carve houses for the fairies, and the fairies would give the elves more realm orbs. Hal nodded. So then the elves gave Morgana's people a pocket realm of their own. Yes, the castle is in Old Earth, and the people who lived on its grounds were long gone. Seemed a perfect place for a large group of travelers looking to settle. So Edgar took it over and called it the Grey Kingdom. And it was grey. Grey walls, grey skies half the time, and grey mist whenever someone crossed over. You know about the gloom globes, I assume? Gloom globes, Robbie repeated, a smile on his face. Doolan nodded and smiled back. My name for them. They're exactly what they sound like, tiny orbs infused with magical mist. That's what I get from the fairies these days. People leave the pocket realm and go hunting, and to return, they have to crush a gloom globe between finger and thumb. Crush it? Lauren blurted. She glanced sideways. Abby, did you know fairy balls could do that? There are all kinds, Doolan clarified. These ones are infused with mist, as I said, the size of a fingernail. He narrowed his eyes at Abigail. I get it now. Of course, everyone's heard of the famous shapeshifters from Carter, and I know one of you is a dragon, and another is a centaur, but I'm guessing you're a fairy, young lady? She nodded, reddening slightly. So you crush one of those little fairy balls, Lauren said, and what? Mist springs up everywhere? Not everywhere. Just around the crushed fairy ball. When you're done with it, you just pop it in your mouth as if it's a squashed grape. He smiled. It dissolves halfway down the gullet, and the mist ends. Once you're inside the pocket realm, you don't need it anymore. The mist is only for entry. Hal glanced around at his friends. As strange as it sounded, what Doolan said fit neatly into what they already knew. Mostly, anyway. The golem's mist got us into the castle grounds, but it's sticking around. Well, some gloom globes last for days. Doolan reached for his tankard. He took a swig, then shoved it away from him again. Your golem friend must have one about her person. Maybe she swallowed it already, but it won't deactivate because it's not dissolving. Hal nodded slowly. It also stops her from falling apart. Doolan's eyebrows shot up. Ah, that's fortunate. Or deliberate. Anyway, what's important is why she's here. And how she's here, Thomas prompted him. Well, I can probably guess how. The sorceress animated a golem, transferred Morgana's mind into it, and sent it to reclaim the castle. The why is the bigger question. Why would the sorceress do that? Abigail gave a sigh. Are you about to suggest we go see this sorceress you're talking about? Is she anything like a witch named Madame Frost? Doolan studied her for a moment, a smile tugging the corners of his mouth. Depends. Is this witch of yours a hideous old crone living in a cabin in a field? All the shapeshifters gave that some thought. Well, that's not too far from the truth, Emily offered. And does this cabin stand on giant chicken legs, walking around and around? Wait, what? Is your witch a gangly creature with a repulsive nose? Does she fly around in a giant wooden bowl? All of their mouths dropped open. Doolan smiled. I think we're talking about different people. This one is called Baba Yaga. Thomas snorted. A cabin standing on chicken legs. Laughing, Doolan reached across the table and squeezed his shoulder. Son, there are stranger things than a cabin standing on a pair of giant chicken legs. Like what? Well, like a much-loved queen who goes and blows her credibility overnight. Morgana might have thought she was doing the right thing, but she angered many and gave her sister Agatha the perfect opportunity to step in and take charge. And here we are, with a new queen and council. He grabbed his tankard and swigged again. When he slammed it down, he gave an apologetic shrug. Sorry, kids. I know you wanted to help Morgana reclaim her throne and live happily ever after, but I believe she'll find it nigh impossible now, after what she did to that boy. Chapter 14. The Mysterious Boy. Lauren broke the silence. What boy? What exactly did Morgana do that was so bad? Ah, Doolan said. Well, young lady, I suppose whether it was bad or not depends on your point of view. Many don't understand her reasoning, but trust her judgment and will support her if she returns. On the other hand, Agatha will have you believe her older sister is a cowardly ruler. Many of the castle folk stand with Agatha. So do the orcs, apparently, Emily muttered. There's a whole bunch of them at the castle. Doolan sighed. Funny how situations turn on end. Emily folded her arms, looking defiant. If Agatha has orcs on her side, then there's no question she's the villain here. She's the evil sister, and Morgana is the good sister. Doolan looked thoughtful. Well, again, it depends on your point of view. Morgana is the rightful queen, and usurping her throne in the dead of night was rather underhand and cowardly. However, after what happened... The shapeshifters craned forward. Annoyingly, Doolan shook his head and stared off into space. What? Robbie begged. What? Doolan placed his hands flat on the table, collecting his thoughts. You see, the orcs have been troublesome these past few months. They would normally keep to themselves in that temple of theirs, but patrols have been sniffing around my hamlet and ambushing travelers in and out of Castle Grey. They've never hurt anyone, but it seems they're on the verge. What do you mean? Emily whispered. I mean desperate. Doolan scrunched up his face. No, not desperate. Excitable. Impatient. They've kept to the shadows for as long as I've been here, quietly tolerating us and the castle folk and honoring an age-old pact for a peaceful coexistence. But I get the impression they're on the cusp of something new, perhaps a discovery that will embolden them. Hal saw no point in asking what that might be. It was obvious Doolan had no clue. So, he pressed. Word spread that the Orcs were interested in a boy that showed up in these parts some months back. He actually came to us first, and we welcomed him. Then he discovered the magical castle and was sucked into its mystique. He joined them and became a permanent resident. But then the Orcs came sniffing around, and it was obvious they wanted to take him off to their temple. Only him? Abigail asked. No other boy? Just him, Doolan confirmed, though they never made any demands. They just loitered, brooded and stared as people came and went, cracked knuckles, growled, hefted their clubs in a menacing way, and often asked about the new boy, where he was, if he wanted to visit the temple, that sort of thing, thinly veiled threats. Why was this boy so interesting to them? Emily asked again. What did Morgana do? Oh, please just tell us. Doolan laughed. Now don't ask me to hurry my story along, young lady. These people here, he jabbed a thumb over his shoulder at the large, very jovial group gathered around the largest fire. They love a story, and I'm good at it. Yeah, but we don't have all night, Thomas muttered. Actually, we do, Abigail said with a smile. But please go on, Doolan. All right. So, with tensions high and people scared to leave the castle, and many worrying that the Orcs would just storm in and take it for their own, Morgana was— But they can't just storm in, Robbie interrupted. Not without the mist, surely? Doolan snorted. The Orcs have elven magic at their disposal, and by that I mean fairy magic. They could enter a simple pocket realm if they really wanted to. The next person who interrupts is dead, Thomas growled. Carry on, Doolan. The man chuckled. So Morgana was under a lot of pressure to act. This is when she and her sister really started arguing. Agatha suggested hiring mercenaries, gathering an army as a show of strength, while Morgana tried the other approach, to speak with the Orcs and ask what they wanted. Well, late one night, she went to the temple and— And what? Thomas yelled. So help me! She gave the boy to the Orcs. Doolan slowly pushed himself to his feet and paused before speaking again. He looked around at the shapeshifters as they stared back in amazement. Yes, kids, she offered the Orcs a sacrifice. He was just a boy about your age. He did nothing wrong, but Morgana simply handed him over to the Orcs, to placate them, to get on their good side and avoid a skirmish she couldn't win. Lauren had a hand over her mouth as she let out a soft cry. She might have had a good reason, Hal muttered, though he had to admit it sounded cowardly. Miss Simone never would have done such a thing. The sacrifice worked too for a few days, Doolan went on, picking up his tankard, because the Orcs were gone the next morning. Still, on the night it happened, news of the cowardly act tipped Agatha over the edge. She said that the boy, any boy, was too high a price to avoid a skirmish, so she immediately replaced the Queen and her entire council. Morgana simply disappeared that very night, along with 19 advisors. Gone. Exiled. It's been over a month since they were last seen. Half the town supported the new Queen's takeover. And the other half wants Morgana back, Hal said. Doolan nodded. Probably more than that now. You see, a few days after Morgana disappeared, the Orcs returned, marched straight into the Grey Kingdom as bold as can be, and installed a squad of Orcs outside the castle. He winked at Robbie. As I said, they have elven fairy magic at their disposal. Point is, they could have gained entrance to the Pocket Realm any time, but that would have meant breaking the age-old pact. Now they've crossed that line, so to speak. Why? Emily whispered. Because their king demands more sacrifices. Agatha now finds herself in an impossible position. Her sister set a precedent by giving the boy over, and now the orcs want more. Hence those selkies you mentioned. What do you think happened to them all? Abigail asked. Are they dead? Well, that's what sacrifices, Doolan started to say, but he stopped himself and shrugged. We assume they're dead. The truth is, we have no idea. Maybe they're slaves, or maybe they're being experimented on. Nobody knows. And frankly, nobody is dumb enough to walk up the hill to the temple to find out. He smiled, gave a nod, and turned to leave. All right, story time is over. Good night, kids. With that, he wandered off to rejoin his people, leaving the shapeshifters to exchange glances. We need to find out what happened to that boy and the Selkies, Lauren said. No way, Thomas argued. Sounds dangerous, and we're just here to get the golem home. She is home, and now we need to go to the temple. Abigail drummed her fingers on the table. We all know Miss Simone will call on us to investigate this. Right, Thomas persisted, but she doesn't know about it yet, and we have a simple job to do. Robbie punched his fists together. I vote we fight the orcs. Come on, Thomas, this isn't like you. Are you going soft? Don't you want to fight? Oh, shut up, Robbie, Abigail griped. I actually agree with Thomas on this one. We will go to the temple, but not now. Our job at the moment is to help Morgana. I vote we try a bit harder tomorrow to help get her castle back. What say you, Em? Emily cast her gaze down. I have to say, I'm with Lauren and Robbie. I think we should rescue the prisoners from the temple. What? Abigail looked aghast. You're going against Miss Simone's instructions. Are you ill? What's wrong with you all tonight? What about you, Hal? Robbie prompted him. Without Dewey, Fenton, and Darcy here, your vote could decide this. Everyone looked toward Hal, and he cringed under the weight of their stares. Look, one thing at a time, okay? He pleaded. Honestly, I think we should go see Baba Yaga tomorrow. Just for a second, he kind of enjoyed the astonishment on his friends' faces. But then he realized what he was suggesting and cringed even more. You think what? Robbie leaned away from him, looking incredulous. You want to go see a witch? Hal stood up. Like Abby said, we need to try harder to get Morgana back in her castle. So for now, I think we should tell Morgana all of this and see if it jogs her memory. I want to know more about this boy. Who is he? Why are the orcs so interested in him? All his friends started nodding. With that settled, Emily and Lauren grabbed some spare food for Dewey, Fenton, and Darcy, who would likely be hungry when they showed up in the morning. Their bellies full, the shapeshifters hurried away from the festivities and along the marsh bank. The sky was black by now, the golem's mist a little harder to pick out. Abigail sprouted her wings and buzzed along with her feet hanging, not because she felt lazy, but so she could use her fairy's far superior night vision. Lauren nudged Hal. Hey, if we all grab some sticks, you can get us a campfire started. 6 armfuls of deadwood and a blast of dragonfire was all they needed to make Morgana's chosen spot by the water's edge that much more cozy. They seated themselves in a half-circle on the grass, staring at the crackling, spitting fire as the golem struggled to remember the boy Doolan had mentioned. Some of the logs were a little damp, and the rising smoke mixed with the rest of the dismal haze. I hardly remember him at all, the golem admitted, scratching her head as if she had an itch. Much of my memory is still missing, but I do remember the arguments with my sister. I remember my councils speaking up for me even though I hadn't discussed it with them beforehand. They were loyal. Are loyal. I feel they... She paused, blinking. What? Abigail urged. Did something pop into your mind? My faithful friends are alive, Morgana whispered. I know they are. Not awake, but... Gah! It's so frustrating. While you were gone earlier, I had a vision of a small spinning cabin and a woman flying through the air. I'm certain that's Baba Yaga I'm thinking of. She's involved somehow. We must visit her in the morning." "That's the plan," Robbie said. Thomas lobbed a stick on the fire. "Tell us more about this Yabba Yabba person." "Baby Yoda," Robbie corrected him. "Baba Yaga," Abigail corrected him. "Anything to do with Lady Gaga and her chicken legs can wait until tomorrow," Emily argued. "I want to know about this mysterious boy. Morgana, you must remember something. Doolan said he stayed at the hamlet first and then came to you after. Why did the orcs take such an interest in him?" Morgana sat bolt upright and clutched her head, almost dislodging some of the sticks in her crown. "Because he's a shapeshifter." This bit of news took the wind out of Hal's sails, and his friends fell silent as well. They all stared in amazement at the golem. "Doolan didn't mention this," Hal said. "That's because Doolan didn't know." Morgana nodded slowly. "Yes, one of the people in the hamlet mentioned the magical castle hidden in a pocket realm, and the excited boy wandered into the hills to find it. We had a newcomer to our castle, the first in ages, and he quickly proved himself useful by... "Gah?" Thomas muttered. The golem shook her head. "No, my memory is clear on this. He transformed into a dragon." If Hal and his friends weren't already startled, they certainly were now. "A dragon?" Lauren repeated. She twisted around to face Hal, and he couldn't help noticing an oddly suspicious expression. "Are you keeping something from us, Hal? Have you been here before?" "Who, me? No!" Morgana held up her hands as if trying to stop anyone from interrupting her flood of memories. "A dragon, yes, and the dragon." She squinted at Hal. "It was you." Totally befuddled, Hal swallowed. "Look, I promise you I've never been here in my life." "How many shapeshifter dragons are there, Hal?" Thomas demanded. He started to count on his fingers. "Let's see, there's you. And Miss Simone's brother. That's 2. Oh, wait, that's all of them." "You really think I'd lie about this?" Hal exclaimed. "You might have lost your memory like Morgana did." "Seriously? What, I came here and stayed a month or 2 and none of you noticed I was missing from class, and then I came home and forgot all about it? I mean, come on." Thomas said, looking troubled. "Yeah, I guess we'd have noticed if you were gone that long." "You think?" Robbie snapped his fingers. "I solved it!" Emily prodded him so hard that he winced. "Solved what? Spit it out." "I solved the mystery of the mysterious boy. I know who he is. If he's not Hal, there's only one person he could be." He looked around, barely able to contain his smug smile. What boy our age can shapeshift into a dragon and looks exactly like Hal's dragon? It has to be someone who... "Seth!" the golem suddenly barked. She looked like someone who'd had something stuck in her throat and just managed to spit it out. "His name is Seth." While Hal and most of the others reeled in shock, Robbie's face darkened at having his thunder stolen. He shot the golem a murderous glare and quickly carried on. "It has to be someone who was cloned from Hal's dragon DNA. Someone who was there at the castle in Broden with Queen Bee when shapeshifter magic was being handed out. Someone who—" "Yes, Robbie, we get it," Emily muttered. "But don't you see?" he persisted. "It all fits. Seth lived in that castle in Broden for a few days, and he would have stayed longer if we hadn't come along and ruined their plans. After Queen Bee died and Hal kicked his butt, Seth flew off and came here." "Robbie, we're not stupid," Abigail growled. "We understand." Robbie got to his feet and paced about. "He obviously flew about for 8 months or whatever, homeless and sad, but this is where he wound up, right here at Doolan's Point. And then he heard of another castle nearby and thought, oh, perfect, another castle. And so he went to find Castle Grey, and eventually someone let him in." "Robbie, please shut up," Abigail snapped. "Would you like us to say you're a genius for figuring this out 3 seconds before anyone else? Okay, fine, you're a genius. Well done, Robbie, you're so smart. There, happy? Now be quiet while we think." Hal had to chuckle as Robbie sat back down. His friend's huge smile suggested Abigail's sarcasm had flown on by without hitting him square in the face. Well, good. Let him have his moment of triumph. So, Lauren said to the golem, this boy Seth lived at Castle Grey with you, and then you gave him to the orcs? Her disdain was hard to mask. Everyone heard it, including Morgana. The golem turned her gaze downward and stared into the crackling fire. I suppose I did, and I wish I could remember why I would do such a thing. Her shoulders slumped. Am I a coward? Is it true? Did I really take the easy way out and give the orcs what they wanted without even putting up a fight? Nobody knew how to answer that. It sure seemed like it, though. Shapeshifters! Abigail exclaimed, snapping her fingers much as Robbie had earlier. Her eyes gleamed as she peered around the group. Seth's a shapeshifter, and the orcs wanted him. The 4 missing Selkies are shapeshifters, too. Oh, Lauren breathed. Emily clapped a hand to her mouth. Oh, my goodness, if the orcs are specifically targeting shapeshifters, then we're in serious danger, Abigail finished. Morgana pinched the bridge of her nose. It was funny how she had such human mannerisms, even though she was fashioned from mud, but it proved she was human. A human mind in an artificial body. Gah! She cried. I was on the verge of remembering. The whole reason I gave Seth to the orcs sprang to mind for a split second there, and then it was gone, like a dream when you wake in the morning. I just can't seem to hold on to it. You will, Emily assured her. Is there anything at all? Just an image of meeting with the orcs at their temple in the dead of night. I remember an argument, and Seth turning to me and saying something, and then allowing himself to be escorted away. But why would I hand him over so readily? Well, Emily said, after we've got you reinstated as Queen Morgana, maybe we'll find out more. You said Agatha gave you an apple, and you fell asleep? The golem blinked. Yes, that's right. I have a habit of eating apples when I'm stressed. She touched her lips as if the taste lingered there. I returned to the castle late that night without Seth, and Agatha appeared, demanding to know what I'd done with him. We argued, and then I finally retired to my room and paced back and forth, munching one of my apples. Only it wasn't one of mine. I remember how sour and mushy it tasted, and I threw it out the window. And then you fell asleep, Emily finished. She drugged you. I remember nothing more until I woke up in the forest and met you. She seemed so horrified that Abigail cleared her throat and attempted to lighten the mood. You're Snow White. If so, Prince Charming just needs to kiss you and wake you up. One of these boys might do it. She beamed at her joke, but Morgana didn't seem to get it. Obviously, she hadn't grown up on the same fairy tales as old Earthers. We're more like the 7 dwarfs than Prince Charming, Hal muttered, especially standing next to Morgana. There are only 6 of you, the golem said, confused. Emily hurried on. Anyway, once we figure out where your real body is, we can bring you back to life, storm the castle, reclaim your throne, then go to the temple and rescue Seth and the Selkies. Ha! Robbie snorted. So easy. We can rescue the Selkies for sure, Thomas said. But Seth? Do we really care about him? Thomas! Lauren exclaimed. Of course we care. Well, it just seems to me... Thomas, stop talking right now. Emily wagged a finger at him. Yes, he was on Queen Bee's side. And yes, he and Hal had a horrible dragon fight in the sky. But whether we like him or not, he's in trouble. And the orcs are obviously the bad guys here. So we'll do what we can. Hal sighed. So much to do. Well, we'd better get some sleep. Think we'll stay warm enough? Maybe we should take turns to keep this fire going. I'll look after it, the golem said. Go to bed. All of you. No argument from me, Thomas said with a yawn. We have a big day tomorrow. If we're going to visit a cabin on chicken legs, then we need to be fighting fit in case it tries to run away. Chapter 15. Faerie Glade. Hal, don't wake up. The whispered but very loud voice in his ear caused him to groan and stir. I said, don't wake up. Relax. It's just me. Abby, he mumbled, keep your eyes closed and take my hand. He suddenly understood what was happening. Still half asleep around the campfire, he calmed his mind and body and looked into the darkness of his mind. Or maybe Abigail's mind. He wasn't sure, but he spotted her hand reaching for him. He grasped it, and she pulled him closer. Or at least, that was how it felt. She'd done this fairy trick a few times before. The disorienting feeling was just as bad as ever, but he felt more relaxed this time, not so wigged out. He remained calm, allowing her to transport him. It felt like his limp body was being dragged underwater. Where are we going? He asked. Was he speaking out loud? If so, he might wake one or two of his friends. They'd find him mumbling to himself in his sleep. Hopefully, they'd settle back down and leave him alone. I found it, Abigail said, a hint of mischief in her voice. In front of him, the blackness faded, and Hal looked out of Abigail's head through her eyes, rather like sitting at the back of a dark cave, squinting at the daylight in the entrance. Bushes and trees rushed toward him. She was buzzing along the marsh bank in the very early hours of the morning. Directly ahead, the brightening sky had a gorgeous orange hue to it. Maybe 10 minutes from now, the sun would peek over the horizon. Found what? He asked, shaking his head. Or his imaginary head, anyway. I found the Faerie Glade Doolan visits. It's where he trades with the fairies for those little balls, those gloom globes, as he calls them. Hal was mesmerized by her smooth movement. She zipped along close to the ground in gentle zigzags. Some tufts of grass stuck up so high that she weaved around them. So? What are we doing? Aren't you curious? I woke up an hour ago and couldn't get back to sleep, so I shrunk and went for a buzz. My fairy senses told me that others were close by. Other fairies, you mean? Right. I followed their scent and, well, you'll see. Hal relaxed. If she wanted to fly about in the real world while his physical body slept by the campfire, that was fine. Whatever he was at the moment, a spirit or astral projection, he still felt pretty sleepy and was happy to chill at the back of her head. Abigail buzzed out over the water at one point. The still, mirror-like surface showed her reflection when she paused and looked straight down with a smile. He instinctively returned the smile, even though she couldn't see him. "Hello," she said, before zipping back to the grassy bank and continuing east. That was weird, Hal said. Hearing you say hello while seeing your lips move in the reflection, it was strange. Such a loud voice coming out of a tiny face. After a pause, she giggled. I have a tiny face? Well, you do at the moment. Yes, but you're tiny as well, and you're inside my head, so my face must look normal size, right? Ah, but I imagine you're tiny, so... He broke off and sighed. I don't even know where to go with this conversation. I know. I can read your mind, and it's a big jumbled mess. My goodness, how do you even get out of bed in the morning? Stay out of my head, he griped. She laughed. You've said that before, and it never gets old. You're in my head, Hal, not the other way around. Let's change the subject. Okay, look, we're close now. Hal rubbed his eyes and squinted. In the feeble dawn light, he couldn't see a whole lot of anything. Still, Abigail made a beeline for a clump of huge bushes on the water's edge. She darted straight under the thickest of them and slowed. They'd arrived. Hal gasped. Isn't it the most magical thing you've ever seen? Abigail murmured. Words failed him. Tucked in and among the bushes was an entire village of miniature homes carved from logs and lit up with sparkling light. Miniature to humans, anyway. To the fairies, the structures were full size. There had to be 30 or more, each chiseled and whittled into the rough shape of a house, complete with a rooftop and chimney, doorways and windows. Some of the logs were tall and skinny, others short and thick, one or two with an angled cut, so they leaned. And all had been hollowed out. It was that empty space inside that made these usable fairy homes instead of mere ornaments. Each dwelling glowed orange from within, a steady flame that reminded Hal of candlelight like pumpkins lit up for Halloween. The fairies themselves glowed too. Dozens of them flitted between the homes, occasionally zipping in and out of doors and windows and causing delicate flames to dance as the 6-inch creatures buzzed past. They laughed and jabbered at each other, landed on rooftops, perched on chimneys, and dashed down narrow alleyways. Some kind of screechy music came from somewhere deeper within the miniature village. "So, they really like Doolan's work then," Hal said after a while. "I mean, this is... Man, I wish our town looked like this. If only Robbie was big enough to carve homes out of hollowed logs," Abigail said with a giggle. "Of course, we'd also need trees that were 50 feet thick." Darker shapes loomed in the background beyond the village. "Are there more over there?" "They're rotted out and abandoned. Doolan's been doing this for years." Several fairies spotted Abigail and gestured for her to join them, but she shook her head and said something. Hal frowned. "What language is that?" "Well, Fae, obviously. Duh." He smiled. "Okay, I walked into that one, but I thought they spoke our language? I'm pretty sure—" "Many do, but they have their own language too." "And you can understand it?" "What were they saying?" "They want me to party with them before the sun comes up, but I'd rather talk to whoever makes the gloom globes. Hold on." Hal remembered that fairies were nocturnal. They'd be off to bed soon. Magic was strongest during sunrise. It made them giddy. They'd party until they dropped. He felt a little giddy himself as Abigail spun about, trying to glean information from laughing dance partners and large groups that were attempting to sing in unison. They were all too merry to make any sense, and even Hal smiled at their constant fits of hysterics. Finally, Abigail focused on one particular fairy, a male and quite a handsome one. Like the rest of them, his clothes were simple but neat. He wore narrow-toed shoes, short pants, a pale green tunic, and had some frilly cuffs on his white sleeves. Where they found the fabric was a mystery, but much of New Earth boggled Hal's mind, so he didn't question it. "His name's Phobal," Abigail announced. Okay, what are male fairies called?" Abigail paused. "Fairies, obviously." "Oh." The dapper male named Phobal tilted his head. Then his eyes widened, and he pointed and nodded. Abigail nodded, then translated for Hal's benefit. "He just realized I have a passenger. He says hello." "Hello," Hal called, then immediately felt stupid. "Now he's going to show us how to make a gloom globe," Abigail said. Phobal had turned and darted off. Abigail buzzed after him, and for a few brief seconds Hal closed his eyes to avoid the dizzying zigzag pursuit. When the swaying motion ended, he looked again to find they'd arrived at the water's edge. The sun's morning rays had turned the mirrored surface orange, and it looked almost solid enough to walk on, until Phobal flew low, performed a rapid U-turn, and skimmed his heels in the water to cause ripples. He smiled, then dove in head first. "Ooh," Abigail said. "Apparently he doesn't mind getting his wings wet." As the fairy burst out of the marsh, he spun in a half-circle with his hands outstretched, scooping and flinging droplets of water everywhere. Since fairies were so small, the droplets were huge in comparison, but also the size of gloom globes, which couldn't be a coincidence. Ordinarily, the splashes would simply cling to blades of grass or soak into the soil. For some wonderful magical reason, these droplets froze in mid-air. Abigail gasped. Hal blinked. As Phobal swam ashore and shook his wings dry, the droplets rotated, suspended and sparkling in the morning sun. They began to descend in slow motion, but Phobal seemed unconcerned. When his wings were dry and buzzing freely, he hovered close to one of the higher droplets and waved his hand underneath. He didn't touch it, but the glimmering orb began to spin much faster. It wobbled gently, and Hal found the orange and purple reflections mesmerizing. Phobal spoke softly, and after a moment, Abigail repeated his words. He says magic is at its strongest when the sun rises. Some of the Fae folk are better than others at harnessing that magic. Phobal says he's the greatest of the bead weavers. Bead weavers? Hal repeated, although he knew exactly what that meant before the words left his mouth. I'd say Phobal is quite big-headed, Abigail said softly. He says nobody can match his skill. She spoke to the fairy then, her voice strangely muffled. I asked if this was how my first little fairy ball was made. I described it like a crystal ball with memories inside, and he said, "Ah, a recall bead. Any fool can make those." Phobal chatted amiably, his gaze on the spinning droplet as he hovered with his wings buzzing. It continued to fall, though very slowly now. He makes 50 gloom globes each time Doolan brings a carved house, and Doolan actually did come up with the name for those ones. He wasn't kidding about that. This is the same fairy that Doolan trades with, so Doolan can speak fairy? After a moment, Abigail laughed softly. No, Phobal can speak our language. He just doesn't see a need when he's talking to me, another fairy. Okay. Hal's mind was buzzing with questions. But how does he actually make these recall beads and gloom globes? This is just a drop of water floating in the air. Abigail spoke out loud again, and Phobal nodded. He's going to make us a realm orb. Perhaps it was the blood coursing through her veins, or her heart thumping harder, but Hal could feel her sudden excitement. Still hovering effortlessly, Phobal placed his hands near the spinning droplet and leaned closer, his face screwed up in concentration. A golden slant of sunlight chose that moment to touch the top of his head. It worked its way down his face and neck, and he closed his eyes, basking in the warmth, or perhaps harnessing the magic. When the ray fell upon the droplet a minute later, the orb immediately stopped spinning and rapidly hardened, like turning to ice in a heartbeat. The refracted orange light sparkled and shone, so it looked for a moment like a tiny sun suspended in a distant galaxy. Then Phobal snatched the orb into one hand and grinned. "That's it?" Hal gasped. "I think so." Abigail spoke to Phobal in her muffled external voice. He grasped the hardened orb between a finger and thumb, and with a flourish flung it toward a towering clump of grass. The eccentric fairy reminded Hal of a magician performing a magic trick, which wasn't far from the truth. Instead of dropping out of sight, the orb suddenly flashed. Hal blinked at the appearance of a cloudy glass wall in front of him. He understood straight away. The tiny orb had expanded in size. How much bigger was it now? 100 times? 1,000? "A realm orb," he whispered, "a fairy ball that turns into a pocket realm." "This is just a small one," Abigail said, translating Phobal's words. "The larger they are, the more energy they take." The glass-like wall of the pocket realm faded. Hal could see through it now. And he was not looking at the grassy bank of the marsh. "A snowy mountain!" he exclaimed. It towered over them, the peak out of sight high above. Hal gasped at the pure white slopes, the craggy grey cliffs, the clear blue sky. This was someplace far, far away. Phobal smiled and gestured for them to move closer. Abigail did so, but slowly. She spoke, and the fairy laughed and nodded. "He says it's safe to pop inside. Should we? It feels really cold." Sure," Hal said, not sure at all. She spoke again. Phobal frowned. Then his face cleared and he replied, "I asked if we needed a gloom globe to enter. He said no, those are only for the Grey Kingdom. This is a newer type." "A newer type?" Phobal says the Grey Kingdom was an early experiment. His skills quickly improved after that one, and he gave Doolan the newer realm orbs, which Doolan gave to the elves in their temple. Great, so King Edgar got the useless prototype. No wonder the elves didn't want it back. They were like, "Here, take it. It needs mist to enter. We don't want it. We want an upgraded version." And guess what? That's what the orcs ended up with when they took over the temple. Yep. Abigail paused, studying the mountain scene in front of her. "So, we can just step across without any kind of mist?" With a deep breath, she did so, though she buzzed rather than stepped. The moment they passed through the skin of the dome, a freezing blast of cold air swept over Hal, even though he was nothing more than a phantom in Abigail's head. She felt it for sure, though, and she squealed and darted backward. "Oh, my goodness!" she gasped. "That's a real place somewhere else in the world. It's so cold." "How big is the actual dome?" "It's a sphere," Abigail said, speaking more to herself now. "A giant sphere, but the bottom half is underground, or halfway down the mountain." "Yeah, I get it," Hal griped. "How big is it, though? Is it as big as we can see? Or can we see through its walls to what's beyond?" She shrugged. "Big enough." Actually, Hal already knew the answer. He'd tried to fly into the sky above the Grey Kingdom and come up against the inner wall of the bubble. He'd still seen the sky, though, so the pocket realm in front of him could be much smaller than the fantastic, far-reaching mountain scenery. While Abigail conferred with Phobal, Hal tried to imagine sliding down the icy slopes. He wouldn't get far, because the lower side of the bubble's invisible wall would arrest his fall. Of course, it still might hurt when he smashed against it. "The power!" Abigail said. "Oh my gosh, I had no idea fairies could do this. I wonder if—" "No, surely not." "What? You're wondering if you can do this?" "Why not?" she demanded. "I'm pretty powerful. I'm a shapeshifter." "Ask him." So she did. And Phobal laughed so hard that he nearly dropped into the long grass, clutching his sides. "I guess that's a no," Hal said. "Shut up. Wait, there's something I don't understand. If we don't need mist to walk into this pocket realm, does that mean we can enter from anywhere? We could walk around to the far side and enter there? Back up a bit, Abby." She did as he asked, retreating across the still marsh water away from the grassy bank. Phobal watched, amused. "Oh," Abigail said. "Oh," Hal repeated. Backing up allowed them a much wider view. A semicircular opening, perhaps 15 feet high and twice as wide, stood upright on the bank, through which they looked upon the dazzling mountain scene. But the surrounding edges of the opening fuzzed out, and everything beyond was as expected, nothing but trees and bushes along the marsh bank. The only way to view and enter the pocket realm was right here at its point of creation. And unlike the Grey Kingdom, this entrance didn't need mist to open it, because it already stood wide open. Abigail flew around behind the entrance just to be sure. It was like it didn't exist. No sign of a mountainous scene anywhere. Hal had a hard time wrapping his head around it. "It's mind-boggling, isn't it?" Abigail agreed. "I suppose if you're going to create a pocket realm, you have to plan where the entrance is. I mean, it wouldn't do any good to have the door opening on a cliff edge or in the middle of a lake." "Unless you have wings," Hal said. "But yeah. So, I guess when the elves created the Grey Kingdom, they made sure to throw the realm orb in the right place, so it opened at the castle's main gate. Otherwise, you'd walk into the pocket realm and crash into a wall." Abigail giggled. She thanked Phobal for the demonstration, and the fairy bowed in mid-air. He then waved his hands, and the entire pocket realm collapsed, rapidly shrinking to the original size of a droplet. It hung in the air for a moment, rotating and glittering, then dropped into the grass. Phobal gestured, said something, and buzzed away. He said a pocket realm can't be used twice. It can stay open forever, but when it closes, it's dead. Hal was enthralled. This is amazing. I have so many questions I don't know where to start. What if people are inside when it's closed? And, quick, ask him how they even know where to aim their orb realms so they open it. But the fairy had already vanished into the bushes. Abigail yawned. Too late. The fairies will be going off to bed soon. And we'd better too. Let's call it a day. Or a night. Yeah, okay, Hal said. We need to go visit a witch in a strange cabin. Chapter 16. The Strange Cabin. Hal woke to find Morgana poking at the fire. The sun had risen, and the mist was bright and hazy. His feet were warm, but his hands and shoulders felt chilled. Of course, he'd have been a lot colder if the tireless golem hadn't kept the fire going all night. All night, with no sleep. He squinted at her from where he lay, wondering if she even felt the heat off the flames. "You're awake," Morgana said in a low voice, smiling at him. "My boredom ends at last." He sat up and stretched. His friends were laid out side by side in a ring around the fire, feet closest to the heat. Well, some of his friends. Dewey, Fenton, and Darcy had yet to arrive. Abigail looked absolutely dead to the world. Hal smiled as their visit to the Faerie Glade rushed back into his mind. He'd let her explain it to the others, though. He had something to do in the meantime. "I'm off to look for the others," he said, climbing to his feet and brushing himself down. "I'll wake everyone," Morgana said, "so we're ready to get going as soon as you're back." He took off at once, out of the dreary grayness and into another crisp, cloudless blue sky. He immediately felt his spirits lift. "All right, where are you?" The hamlet seemed to be sound asleep, with just a few trails of smoke drifting from open rooftops. The marsh was absolutely still, and for the most part looked like a huge mirror, except for the extra muddy patches where Jenny Greenteeth hung out. Birds chirped in the nearby stands of trees. On the hills, the dome of the Golden Temple dazzled him in the sunlight. He caught his breath. There! There they are! Dewey trotted along a treeless section of the nearside bank, heading west toward Doolan's Point, with two passengers slumped lazily on his back. It looked like Fenton was up front, with Darcy leaning against him and snoozing on his shoulder. Hal swooped down to greet them. By the time he'd reverted to human form, Dewey's passengers had dismounted. The three of them grinned, looking relieved. "We thought we'd never get here," Dewey said. He didn't seem to have the energy to clip-clop around in circles like he usually did. "He moaned the whole time about how heavy we are," Fenton told Hal while rolling his eyes. "You are," Dewey exclaimed. Darcy sniffed, putting on a haughty expression. "Well, that's nice, isn't it?" She nodded toward the hills. "That's a pretty dome. Have you been there yet?" "Yes, and nearly got a spear through me." "Oh, that's the Orcs' temple?" Hal quickly explained the situation with the Orcs shooting at anyone who drew too close. But he saved the rest for later. "Come on, let's get back to the others. We're about to head out to find Baba Yaga." The reaction was comical. "Who's that?" they all said at once. Hal smiled and didn't bother to explain. He transformed, allowed the three to climb on board, then set off. He passed the hamlet and dropped down into the mist that hung by the water's edge. The others were up and about by this time, except Thomas, who grumbled at all the noise and squeezed his eyes shut even tighter. "Glad you could make it," Abigail exclaimed, rushing forward to greet the newcomers. The four girls hugged, and the boys nodded at each other. Fenton gave Thomas a gentle kick and elicited a further groan. The three new arrivals eagerly wolfed the bits of food saved from the previous evening, but discarded the chicken, which was probably bad by now. Then all eyes turned to Morgana. She stood and smiled. "Pleased to meet you. So now you're all together, all 9 of you." I'm Queen Morgana." "The Golem," Darcy murmured, her eyes wide. "You're not as tall as I'd heard." She shot Hal a puzzled look. He shrugged. "What can I say?" She shrank. It was only when Morgana had snuffed out the fire and they'd been walking for 10 minutes that Hal realized the Golem must have some idea where Baba Yaga lived. Either that, or she was marching aimlessly. "There's a path around the foot of the hills," she explained. "Don't ask me how I remember that detail, but can barely remember the inside of my castle, or my throne room, or my bedroom, or—" Shaking her head and huffing with disgust, she pointed ahead. "Somewhere along this path, there's a gate leading into a field. That's where we'll find Baba Yaga." "Somewhere close, then?" Abigail asked. "So no need for Hal to fly us there?" "I don't think it's far." Despite the dismal mist that blocked the morning sun, they enjoyed the walk and talked non-stop, the 9 shapeshifters back together again, with Thomas taking jabs as usual, and Robbie exaggerating his tales, and Abigail smiling sweetly while laying on her sarcastic wit. Everyone fell silent when she started telling them about her early morning jaunt to the Faerie Glade with Hal. She told them how Phobal had created a pocket realm before her very eyes, then destroyed it like it was nothing. They were all particularly interested in the entryway, how she and Hal could just pass through without needing a gloom globe. While everyone digested that information, Abigail dropped back and trailed behind with Hal. Together, they couldn't help noticing Fenton and Darcy holding hands. Hal smiled to himself, remembering when he and Abigail had first become serious and everyone had chortled and made fun behind their backs. Fenton and Darcy, he thought, not at all surprised. He nudged Abigail and whispered in her ear. "What does this mean, do you think? You and me, Robbie and Lauren, and now Fenton and Darcy? That leaves Emily to choose between Thomas and Dewey." Abigail giggled. "Well, obviously Dewey's the right choice. But just because she's running out of classmates doesn't mean she has to choose one of them. She might have some other boy in mind. Or nobody. Hey, remember when we were in Old Earth and we popped into that musty old tavern and sat down? And Surt's sword sucked a bit of magic out of the air?" Hal snapped his fingers. "That's right, the old Russian superstition." "Which said that sitting at the corner of the table means never getting married," Abigail finished. "I heard that," Emily growled, shooting them a glance. "I'll have you know I've met a nice Naga boy." "Really?" Lauren exclaimed. "Oh, tell us more." And Emily did so, going into great detail about her recent visit to the neighboring Naga village and meeting a long-haired youth whose serpentine tail had unique flecks of red, signifying that he was destined for greatness, at least according to some of their ancient lore. His name was Alangrus, and he was Sel de Strombrew. "What does that mean?" Darcy asked. Emily smiled and looked away. The 3 girls inhaled sharply and exchanged wide-eyed glances. "Ooh, that must be something serious," Lauren cooed. "Love is in the air." "Oh, give me a break," Thomas muttered. The Golem had said nothing the whole time, but she looked back over her shoulder and smiled. What it is to be young again. "One thing I know for certain about Agatha and me is that we're both single. I, for one, cannot marry someone from within my castle walls, and yet there aren't exactly many neighboring towns with suitors worthy of a queen." A frown flickered across her forehead. "That sounds pompous, doesn't it? Losing my memory and regaining it slowly has forced me to take a good look at myself, and sometimes I don't like what I see." Nobody quite knew how to respond, but luckily she changed the subject and pointed ahead. "There! The gate!" The path they traversed was narrow, with hills rising to their right and densely populated woodland to their left. Though the twisting dirt road continued onward, the Golem stopped at an opening in the hedgerow where a tall, leaning, wrought-iron gate blocked their way. To both sides of the gateposts, an iron fence plunged into the woods, the railings tangled up in vines and bushes. Human skulls had been skewered on the tallest spikes. "Well, that's nice," Lauren murmured. Thomas clicked his tongue. "Typical witch, all doom and gloom." Morgana offered a rueful smile. "She likes to be known as a sorceress." "Does she fly around on a broom?" Abigail asked. "Madame Frost never did. I'm beginning to think that's just a myth." "Not a broom," the golem replied in a soft voice. "Oh, that's right. Doolan mentioned a bowl? How weird." Morgana didn't elaborate. Instead, she stepped forward to try the gate. Naturally, it was locked. Another skull hung off the latch, and it had a mouth of sharp teeth. "Not a problem," Robbie said, starting forward and beginning to transform. "Last one over's a fat old goblin," Abigail said with a giggle. She sprouted her wings and buzzed into the air, zipping past Robbie as he took hold of the fence with his ogre-sized hands. She was over in seconds, dropping to the other side and peering back at them. "Real mature, Abby," Thomas said. Emily grinned and transformed. Throwing her arms around Darcy from behind, she shot upward with a noisy buzzing. Darcy shrieked in surprise, but she barely had time to complain before they landed neatly next to Abigail. Lauren was next. That left 5 boys and a golem, and only Hal could fly. He sighed and stepped back. Robbie chose that moment to wrench on the gate with all his ogre might. The entire fence swayed along with the gate, dislodging one of the skulls. He ignored it and rattled the gate harder. "Robbie, you don't have to," Hal started to say. With a clang, the gate came loose, and Robbie stumbled backward. Grinning, he tossed it aside. "Duh," he rumbled, stepping through the opening. The 4 girls rolled their eyes at him. "Well, the great big doofus has his uses," Thomas said. While the boys headed through without a care, Morgana looked a little uncertain. "I'm not sure that was a good idea. Breaking open a sorceress's gate doesn't seem like a good way to seek help." Thomas snorted. "Come on, Mrs. Mudd, let's go." Hal winced. That was a queen he was talking to. The large group entered a field. Morgana's gloomy cloud prevented them from seeing too far ahead, so they walked a little aimlessly, waiting for a shadowy figure or object to appear before them. They'd been walking in ankle-deep grass a moment ago, but it thinned until the ground underfoot was dry and barren. Hal hadn't paid much attention to the chirping birds until he realized they'd gone silent. "I feel like we're blindfolded," Abigail complained in a low voice. "I'm going to pop up above the mist and take a look at—" She broke off as a thudding noise permeated the mist. They could feel it beneath their feet, like a giant stomping about. Instead of sprouting wings and buzzing away, Abigail moved closer to Hal. Morgana," Emily whispered. "Are we safe?" The golem gave a shrug. "I honestly can't remember." "Okay, that's it," Lauren announced. "I'm going up for a look-see." But before she had a chance to do so, what appeared to be shadowy tree trunks stomped by from right to left. Morgana and the shapeshifters halted. Amazed, Hal immediately recognized the stiff, backward-jointed legs of a chicken, each with 3 toes out front and a single digit pointing backward, a bit like Lauren's when she was in harpy form. Only these legs were massive, reaching high into the mist. They were gone in a second, vanishing to the left, swallowed up in the gloom. But the thumping continued. It grew quieter for a while, and then the noise slowly shifted to the far right, before rising in volume again. The legs came into view once more, stomping past and vanishing into the mist. Running around in a huge circle, Hal thought, feeling a little numb. Was it a giant chicken, or just a pair of legs with a house perched on top, as Doolan had joked the previous evening? "No way," he muttered. "It can't be," Emily responded. "We've seen a lot of weird things, but what Doolan said last night—" Thomas started forward again. "I have to see." They all surged after him. The legs stomped past, a little clearer to see now. Perched on top, A squarish shape confirmed Doolan's ridiculous tale. An actual house with giant chicken legs. Dark, severely weathered siding suggested the place was old. Dried up, twisted ivy clung here and there, the roots hanging loose. It took about 30 seconds for the chicken to complete its circuit. A dry, dusty, shallow trench suggested it never strayed from its beaten path. The group peered up at the monster as it thudded past again. Nearly as tall as a 2-story house, it appeared as though the giant legs simply ended at the underside of the cabin. Its structural joists and floorboards were warped, but unbroken. "So, what now?" Darcy said, a tremor in her voice. "I can promise you I am not going up there." "How are visitors even supposed to knock on the door?" Thomas grumbled. "Maybe that's the point." Abigail had to speak up as the legs thudded past again. "Maybe the witch doesn't want visitors." "Sorceress," Morgana corrected her. "I seem to remember nobody can approach her home unless she allows it. Her home isn't relevant. We just need to speak to Baba Yaga, not invite ourselves for tea." Emily giggled. "Well, okay, but where is she?" The golem was at a loss. "I suppose we just wait?" Hal sighed. "Or one of us could fly up there and knock. We're here on important royal business, right?" "Yes," Abigail agreed. "Hal's right. We're not your average passers-by wanting a remedy for a cold or a curse to lay on an enemy or whatever. We just need to ask her what happened at Castle Grey and whether she was involved. We'll be in and out in 2 ticks." She sprouted wings, but before she could buzz away, Lauren quickly transformed and opened her own wings with a whump. Emily was even quicker, and she shot into the air first, her long snake tail whipping about in her hurry to get ahead. "This is my mission," she called down to them. "Mine and Hal's. Be right back." They waited impatiently, expecting to hear the tap-tap on the door, then a crackly voice, and then maybe Emily shouting for them all to come on up. Instead, all they heard was the steady stomping of giant chicken legs as they passed by time and time again, kicking up dust in their wake. Then Emily screeched and came hurtling back down, twisting and turning as she tried to regain control. She would have landed heavily if Robbie hadn't doubled his size in an instant and caught her. Only partly transformed, he toppled backward with Emily's silver-colored scaly coils sprawled all over him. "Oof! Ow!" Darcy hurried to help her up. "What happened?" Emily hissed and glared up into the mist. "I landed on the porch and went to knock, but before my fist hit the door, something shoved me backward really hard." "Something?" "An invisible force." Climbing to his feet and shrinking to his normal height, Robbie dusted himself off. "I guess that's answered that. We have to wait for the witch to come out." "Sorceress," Morgana said. Thomas began his transformation. "Let's call for her then." The moment he stood there on 4 legs with his red mane blowing in a gentle breeze, he opened his mouth and roared. Everyone took a step back. In manticore form, Thomas had a curiously human face and spoke in a high, fluty voice, so it was always a surprise to hear him emit such a thunderous, lion-like bellow. It echoed across the field. All 4 girls started shouting as well, their shrill voices almost deafening Hal. He figured his own dragon roar would be a strong contender for noisiest shapeshifter, and perhaps Robbie's ogre roar as well, but the present cacophony might just be enough. He glanced across at Fenton, Dewey, and Robbie, and they shrugged and grinned. Judging by their winces, their ears were hurting as much as his. Morgana refrained from joining in. She was a queen after all. She stood looking almost regal in her smooth mud dress that swayed in slow motion whenever she turned. The roaring and shrieking petered out after a while. The girls absently rubbed their throats while Thomas sat and brooded about their failure to draw out Baba Yaga. One by one, everyone turned to face Hal. "We might need some dragon persuasion," Darcy said, smiling at him. "Just a breath of hot air. Maybe land on the roof and tear off a few tiles. Roar down the chimney. "I'm not doing that," he exclaimed. "We're not here to terrify her. We just came to talk. Maybe she's not even in." "Oh, go up and try," Lauren begged. "Just peer in the window. That should be enough to show her we mean business." "Yeah, and I doubt that invisible force will be strong enough to push you back," Emily assured him. Grumbling, Hal gave in to the badgering and transformed. He flew up through the mist and exploded into the clear air above, blinking in the sunlight as he hovered above the moving cabin. It was the strangest sight, a roof and chimney poking up above the gloom, like a boat caught up in a whirlpool. The porch was shrouded in a haze, but he could see enough to know he wouldn't fit on it if he tried. So he landed carefully on the roof instead, trying not to dislodge any slate tiles as he straddled the apex. His claws still knocked a few loose, and he winced as one of the girls far below shouted in alarm. The rafters groaned under his weight, and the roof sagged slightly, but it held. Now that he was safely perched on the moving cabin, he leaned over the front and peered upside down at the door. It had another of those skulls hanging from it, and he swore the empty eye sockets glared at him. Gritting his teeth, he tapped on the door with his snout. Or tried to tap. The moment he touched, a powerful force whacked him so hard that his head snapped upward and caused his eyes to water. He twitched his nostrils and blinked. That had hurt. Meanwhile, below the cabin, the chicken legs marched on, undeterred by the additional weight of a dragon. "Huh," Hal thought. "Definitely no knocking on the door, then." He flapped his wings and lifted off, then hovered to one side of the cabin, surprisingly difficult to do when the building was a moving target. He glanced in the windows and saw nobody, only an eerie darkness. She might be in there, or she might not. Growing frustrated, he rose higher to get a dragon's eye view of the entire field. Woodland surrounded it, and the grass was lush at its edges, but non-existent in the center, where the mist hung over the forever-stomping, chicken-legged cabin. He saw no sign of Baba Yaga. He did, however, see a graveyard near the far side of the field amid some of the greenest, longest grass. How fitting for a witch. With a sigh, he plunged into the mist and landed. "No luck," he said after he'd shifted. His friends were all back in human form as well. "This is a waste of time." Morgana nodded, looking a little forlorn. "Then I suppose we should leave. I must not keep you here any longer. You all need to go home." Hal immediately felt bad. "Wait, no, I didn't mean that." "We're not finished," Emily told her. Morgana shook her head. "No, I think it's time for us to part ways. Thank you, all of you, for putting up with me and accompanying me on this journey, but now—" Lauren let out a scream, and they all spun to face where she was pointing. "It's her!" Morgana gasped. A shadowy, long-haired figure flew out of the mist, a woman sitting upright within a large, high-sided floating bowl, holding a thick rod as though it were an oar. Baba Yaga rushed toward them with a screech. Chapter 17. Baba Yaga. "How dare you!" Baba Yaga shrieked. "You ruined my roof!" She moved so fast that she'd already arrived before anyone had a chance to react. Her giant wooden bowl was deep enough that she couldn't easily topple out, even when it wobbled from side to side. Circling the group at a dizzying pace, she waved the blunt-ended oar and caused a few of the shapeshifters to duck. "Think you're oh so important, do you?" she sneered, nostrils flaring. "You can turn into monsters, and that makes you better than anyone else, eh? Special, are you? You mutton-heads!" Her straggly hair flew wildly as she jerked her head about and attempted to whack them with the long, blunt instrument. "Sorry," Hal stammered. "I didn't mean to mess up your roof." He counted at least 5 gray tiles on the ground. "You landed on it!" she shrieked, still rushing around and around. "You were a dragon! What did you think was going to happen, you twit?" "Well, we tried to knock on the door," Emily argued. "How are we supposed to get your attention if you make it so hard to knock on your door?" Baba Yaga let out a strangled cry. "You don't fool! That's the whole point! Do you know how many people come to me with their ridiculous, petty worries? Do you? Do you? I made it hard to reach my cabin on purpose, you bunch of dullards." Morgana raised a hand and opened her mouth to speak, but just then Thomas gave a roar and launched himself at the sorceress as she raced by yet again. The manticore successfully sent her flying, and the two of them ended up sprawled on the ground. The wooden bowl bounced and rolled, and the strange ore clattered down at Hal's feet. "Ah!" Baba Yaga screamed. Enraged, she scrambled to her feet and faced Thomas, who defiantly waved his scorpion tail from side to side. But the woman, who stood no higher than Hal's shoulder, simply gave the manticore a sharp clip around the ear. He jerked sideways and tensed up, looking like he might pounce again. The moment seemed to last a lifetime, but it was Thomas who caved. Or rather, he wilted. His legs curved out to the sides, and he sank slowly to the ground. His tail lost its ability to stand upright and sagged, bending in a way it had never done before. He looked deflated. "What's happening?" he croaked, his blue eyes widening. Baba Yaga pointed at him. "Stay right there, cretin. Your bones will grow back in a minute." Glowering at the rest of the group, she added, "Anyone else want to attack me? How about you, dragon boy?" Hal felt the full weight of her glare, and he couldn't help staring at her hideous nose. It was long and pointed, with flared nostrils. "Ah, no, I'm good," he muttered. "We don't want any trouble. We just came to talk to you." Seeing her disbelieving look, he looked down at Thomas and shrugged. "Don't mind him. He doesn't think sometimes." "He never thinks," Robbie retorted. The golem raised her hand again. "Baba Yaga," she said, in a soft but firm voice that caused the sorceress to look over at her. "Do you know who I am?" The small woman snarled and glowered a bit more, her somewhat bulbous eyes gleaming. Then she nodded, turned her back, and went to recover her flying bowl. "Of course I know who you are," she grumbled. She said no more, as she struggled to turn the heavy bowl upright. It rolled onto its bottom with a soft thump. "If you've damaged my trusty mortar," she warned, holding out her hands, palms forward. As if on invisible strings, the wooden bowl jerked once, twice, and then eased off the ground. It floated in midair, and she nodded with satisfaction and let it down again. When the woman stared at the blunt club by Hal's feet, he picked it up and handed it to her. It was heavy, but she lofted it easily. "What is that?" he asked. She sneered. "You've never seen a pestle and mortar before?" "Not that size," Darcy said. "My mom bakes, and she has a small pestle and mortar at home, but—" "Shut up," Baba Yaga snapped. "Did I ask you to comment? Shut up." "Ooh, she's just lovely," Abigail whispered to Hal. On the ground, Thomas groaned and fidgeted, but was unable to move. His whole body was limp. "If you know who I am," Morgana said louder this time, "then talk to me. Tell me what happened. What did you do?" Baba Yaga spun around to her and pointed a gnarly finger. "I did what your chamberlain asked, and I did it well," she snapped. "The rest is up to you. I'll have no part in your family squabbles." "My chamberlain?" Morgana took a step forward. "What did he ask you to do?" She blinked, perhaps because she'd remembered that her chamberlain was a man. Baba Yaga shook her head and grumbled under her breath, turning this way and that, as if trying to decide whether to get involved or not. She was still grumbling when she stepped into her large wooden mortar, hunkered down, and clutched her pestle under her arm. The bowl rose off the ground, and she spun slowly to face them. "Please," Morgana said, "Baba Yaga, my memory has left me, and—" Well, of course it has, you crazy woman. How much recollection do you think a mud creature can retain? You'll get it all back when your body is restored. When my... The golem clenched her fists. Where is it? Baba Yaga, as the rightful queen, I command you to talk to me. The sorceress floated there, staring at the golem. The shapeshifters held their collective breath and stood perfectly still, all except Thomas, who wriggled and panted as his body started to refill with bones. Baba Yaga let out a shriek. All right! All right! Shut up! With an exasperated cry, she spun around in her mortar and wagged the blunt club toward the stomping chicken. Little house, turn your back to the forest and your front to me. Everyone watched, amazed, as the giant legs slowed. Instead of passing by in another endless lap, the tree trunk limbs ground to a halt and swiveled around to face the sorceress. Hal found it odd that the woman's little poem had said turn your back to the forest when in fact there was woodland on at least 3 sides. The legs started to bend and the cabin descended from the mist. Just when it looked like the stiff limbs and talons were as contorted as they could be, they bent even more until the cabin touched down on the dirt. There was no earthly way those giant legs could ever fit under there, but... Hal shook his head. Maybe she magicked the bones out of them, he whispered to Abigail. Speaking of bones, Thomas struggled uneasily to his feet. He looked angry, but also defeated. At least the spell had been short-lived. Come in, you idiots, Baba Yaga demanded, hurtling at speed toward her front porch. She sailed up the steps on her mortar, and the door flew open just in time for her to float inside without stopping. Yeah, come on, idiots, Robbie said with a grin. She's talking to all of you, you know, except me, obviously. Fenton gave him a hearty shove. Morgana led the way up the steps and through the door, and the 9 shapeshifters trailed in after. Though it had looked dark from the outside, it seemed to brighten as they crowded into a single large room. The sorceress's possessions were jammed on every available shelf, or hanging from numerous hooks, pinned to walls, dangling from the ceiling, stuffed in drawers, sticking out of a cabinet, piled on top of the cabinet, and stacked in corners. It was a wonder nothing came loose while the cabin was marching around the yard. Maybe there's a spell for that, Hal mused. Not enough chairs for you all to sit, Baba Yaga said, from somewhere on the other side of the room. Hal couldn't see past his friend's shoulders. He could barely see the golem either. When the group moved a little farther inside, Hal found himself pressed up against a rectangular table. Surprisingly, the table had nothing on it but a neat stack of 10 bowls and spoons and an iron cauldron. How did those bowls stay put? Why didn't the cauldron slide off the table? He had to know. How do you stop everything crashing to the floor? Pah! Baba Yaga said with obvious scorn. She didn't bother answering the question. Do you live here? Darcy asked instead. Where's your bathroom? Where do you sleep? Emily added. Where do you cook? And what do you cook? Dewey murmured. Robbie chuckled and whispered, Frog's legs and brains, probably. A few strands of hair, a bat's wing, that kind of thing. Shut up, stupid boy, Baba Yaga yelled. All of you, shut your silly mouths before I shut them for you. Abigail glanced sideways at Hal and cupped her hand to her mouth. Witches are always so... Abruptly, her mouth vanished, completely sealed up. Below her nose was smooth skin and nothing more. Her eyes widened as she felt around her face with shaking fingers. Trying to mask his horror, Hal put a finger to his own lips and shook his head. He wanted to tell her it would wear off in a minute, hoped that it would, but he dared not say a word, even in whisper. He caught a reaction ahead of him and realized Robbie's mouth had also been wiped off his face. His eyes were wider than Abigail's. Baba Yaga rose into view over the table. Hal stood on tiptoes and spotted Morgana taking a seat at the end. Move down, the sorceress nagged as she gestured at the friends to spread out. They did so, edging farther into the room. "Now, if anyone's hungry, there's broth in the pot." Her offer took Hal by surprise, especially when a delicious smell wafted his way. Surely that couldn't have been there before. Most of them hadn't eaten since the previous evening, and several stomachs growled in protest. Despite having wolfed leftovers not so long ago, Fenton was the first to dip into the pot, ladling some steaming broth into a bowl. He sipped, frowned, then nodded. Everyone else inched forward to get some, and the circle of shapeshifters moved slowly around the table. Robbie grabbed a bowl but looked miserable as he tried to spoon some into his non-existent mouth. It trickled down his chin instead. "Your pie hole will be back in a few moments," Baba Yaga told him. "You too, dearie," she said, shooting Abigail a glance. "That is, if you can refrain from speaking unless spoken to." "Please," Morgana said at last, "tell me how I came to be in this awful body." Baba Yaga hovered above the table, squatting comfortably in her wooden bowl with the pestle across her lap. "I'm not saying a word. Don't have the patience, but I'll show you, much quicker." "Show us how." "With magic, of course. Why else do you think I'm feeding you? A spoonful or two of that broth will help you see what I'm thinking." "But I can't," Morgana said, frowning at the cauldron. "Nonsense! Shove some down your gullet, woman." Reluctantly, the golem accepted a fresh bowl from Emily and tipped a spoonful into her mouth. Not surprisingly, some of the broth leaked out and ran down her chin. While everyone, including Robbie and Abigail, once their mouths had been restored, sipped their broth and paid strict attention, Baba Yaga closed her eyes and began to speak. And as she did so, images flowed. Hal wasn't quite sure if the vision was real or just in his head. It didn't matter, though. He almost forgot about his broth, because he suddenly became aware he was alone in the cabin, and sitting at the table upon which rested a huge tome open to about halfway. His own finger, long and gnarly, traced the strange words on the page. A shout from outside caught his attention. "Baba Yaga!" "Oh, for crying out loud!" he grumbled in a voice quite unlike his own. Her voice. He was her. He was Baba Yaga. In the vision, she got up and hobbled to the door. Her ankle was giving her trouble again today. Stepping out onto the porch, she squinted in the morning light at the large procession standing in the dusty field. Only a few people had safe access to her yard. One of them was Queen Morgana. This, however, was not Morgana. It was her bratty sister, Agatha. "Baba Yaga," Agatha called, "I am in need of your assistance." The Queen's sister had the same oval face, almond-shaped blue eyes, and black hair. But where Morgana had a pleasant smile full of kindness and wisdom, Agatha's seemed always to be twisted into an ugly scowl. They were only a couple of years apart, but it seemed more like decades. "What do you want?" Baba Yaga snapped. "How did you get your mob through my gate without being eaten?" She could understand a few determined townsfolk or travelers climbing the fence to visit her, but morons like that were normally devoured by Chitnik. She glanced across the field to find her Griffin snoozing soundly. The beast, unsurprisingly, had the sight and hearing of an eagle. So how had the Queen's dour sister and half a dozen noblemen and soldiers wandered in so casually, not to mention their horses and the wagon? Agatha reached under her cloak and pulled out the special key. "I borrowed this from my sister." Baba Yaga felt anger rising. "Borrowed, eh? Stole, more like." "Keep your beast at bay," Agatha warned, as the Griffin reared her head and fixed her unblinking stare on the horseman. Baba Yaga scoffed. "If you didn't have that key, Chitnik would have devoured you all the moment you stepped foot inside my gate." "I am not here to argue. There has been a change at the castle. As of this morning, I am now Queen Agatha, and you'll address me as such." Baba Yaga sighed inwardly. Trouble was brewing, or had already brewed by the looks of it. "What do you want of me?" Agatha gestured, and one of her noblemen in turn gestured to the soldier sitting atop the wagon. He leaned back and whipped the corner of a huge sheet aside. From what Baba Yaga could see, the wagon was full of dead bodies. "What is this?" she demanded. "You know you can't bury your dead in my graveyard. My graveyard is not for corpses." "We know," Agatha said in a stern voice, "and in the past I've made my opinion clear about that, not that my sister ever listened. But now I have to humbly eat my words and request your sorcery." Baba Yaga practically jumped into the air with her fist raised. "Ha! Typical! All these years you've sought to squash me under your boot, and now, when it suits you—" "I know, but you will help me now, you disgusting old crone, or I'll order my army to squash you under their boots." "Pah!" Agatha rode forward on her horse until she was mere yards from the porch. She glared at Baba Yaga. "As I said, I am the queen now, and you will take these people and bury them in your graveyard for safekeeping. One of them is my sister." Baba Yaga simmered quietly. Dangerous though Agatha was, at least she hadn't outright slaughtered Morgana. Their sisterly love was unquestionable. They just didn't get along. They were more divided than enemy kingdoms in distant lands. "For how long?" Baba Yaga muttered. "Indefinitely." Agatha heaved a sigh. "My sister has had her turn. Now it's mine. I will rule for the rest of my natural life, and when I die of old age, you can revive my sister and give her crown back. She'll have a new generation of people by then, and her reign will be hers alone, without my counsel, and may the gods be with her." There was no argument to be had. Baba Yaga contemplated this as the soldiers took the wagon load of bodies to the special graveyard. She'd lived for hundreds of years and would live for hundreds more, but she didn't want to tangle with Agatha. The so-called queen spoke of an army, which in truth was no more than 24 soldiers, but they could cause a lot of mischief, even to an ancient sorceress. Besides, Baba Yaga liked Morgana. If burying her in the graveyard would save her, then so be it. After 19 graves had been dug, the sleeping men and women were lowered into the holes and covered up. The former queen, Morgana, was placed central to the rest, and Baba Yaga gave her a larger headstone than the others. "Why are there only 19?" she murmured when Agatha approached. "Your Curia Regis is for 20, including the queen." "One escaped," the new queen growled. "If you see him, you are to dispatch him at once." The sorceress took her time, tracing her finger across the surface of the largest headstone. The words, "Queen Morgana of Castle Grey," etched themselves into the stone as Agatha looked on with impatience. "Don't you need to do something?" the new queen urged, "like cast a protective suspension spell? They were all alive when they went into the graves, but the dirt. My sister will suffocate unless you—" "Oh, calm yourself, woman. That soil won't hurt them. However, if you wish to keep their minds and souls intact until they're allowed to return, I suggest we transfer them to effigies. Just small lumps of wood will do." Agatha pooh-poohed the suggestion. "I don't care about their minds." But then she reconsidered. "Perhaps for my sister. Only her, though. Frankly, if her council emerges from deep sleep as complete imbeciles 40 or 50 years from now, nobody will notice the difference." Baba Yaga fumed quietly. Agatha had a rotten soul. A month passed. Nobody came to see Baba Yaga except a scruffy man begging for help. He called from the gate, and Chitnik swooped down and snapped at him from the other side, daring him to climb over. At least the old beggar had the sense not to try. He kept coming back, though. 3, 4, 5 times he showed up, interrupting her important work. Potions didn't make themselves. On the sixth occasion, she lost her patience and flew out to the gate with a good mind to turn him into mush. "What do you want, nincompoop?" she screeched. "Please, Baba Yaga, I need your help." "Well, obviously." "Do you recognize me, kind lady?" The man slipped back his hood and glanced around before focusing on her. She didn't know him, but he had an odd look about him. "You're not a beggar," she said, narrowing her eyes and studying his face. Though bearded, he didn't have weathered skin, nor did he have the usual lost expression. This man had hope and determination behind his gaze, and under his scruffy robes she glimpsed fine clothing. "Who are you? Have you fallen from grace?" "Yes," the man said, nodding with vigor. "Yes, I have. We all have. I am Nesrif, Chamberlain to Queen Morgana." It took a moment for Baba Yaga's ancient brain to fully realize the weight of that claim. "You're one of her counselors, the one who escaped." "Yes." She studied him closely. He did not look well. "What happened to you?" "A month ago, I got wind of a plot to usurp the throne, and I tried to stop it, but only just escaped with my life. Since then, I've been quietly trying to rally people to help me. Everyone is scared. I went to the orcs, and their king laughed and sent me away. I looked for my queen, knowing she had to be imprisoned. Finally, I returned to confront Agatha directly. And before I got close to the castle, one of her soldiers put a sword through my heart, or so he thought." He took a moment to pull his robe apart so she could see the dreadful wound to the right of his chest. The sword had punctured him for sure, but by the mercy of the gods, he was still walking. No wonder he looked so pale and drawn. "That was a few days ago. It's infected. I don't have long." "Why are you here?" Baba Yaga asked, finding her heart softening. "I can do many things, but that wound is—" "Do the right thing," Nesrif pleaded, "and awaken the queen. She must take back her throne. Agatha doesn't know who she's dealing with." "Doesn't know who?" Baba Yaga frowned, growing irritable again. "What do you mean? Who are you talking about?" "The orcs, woman. They must be stopped. Agatha doesn't understand, and now she's taken the throne and made a deal with the orcs, and she risks everything." He swayed and gasped, and Baba Yaga made a snap decision to help him. However, even with the best of her healing magic, Nesrif was too far gone. He collapsed soon after she allowed him in, and after battling a fever all through the night, she watched him die the next morning before he could utter another word about his cause. She felt awful. As a powerful sorceress, she had the ability to transfer a soul into another body, and to suspend a body so it didn't rot, and to restore that soul later, and even to heal small, fresh wounds. But a mortal injury that had already soured was a different story. If only she hadn't been so irritable and cantankerous, she might have helped him days ago. But her swell of guilt made her even more irritable and cantankerous. She knew what she had to do, though. The question was, how best to implement a takeover? Baba Yaga paced back and forth, considering her options. She could wake Morgana and the entire council, and they could return to their kingdom and reclaim their throne. But it was one thing for Agatha to lace an apple with a sleeping drug and incapacitate the rest of the council in what was a cowardly but effective coup. It was quite another for Morgana to march back into the castle and expect a simple reversal and quick reinstatement. The will of the people had nothing to do with it. It was the new queen's army that made the difference now, along with the orcs she'd done a deal with. The sorceress consulted her seer magic, gazing into a crystal ball and making sense of the images she saw there. She will return and fail, and her council will be slaughtered this time, and Morgana will be imprisoned, sentenced to a life in shackles. Her situation will be worse. She leaned closer. Yet the outcome can be altered. if she has help. With a plan in mind, she marched outside to the graveyard. At the back, behind a line of spruce trees, stood several effigies she'd sculpted over the years, all of them giants. One in particular basked in greatness, no less than 10 feet tall, a fine piece of work with a dress befitting a queen. "Awaken!" she yelled. The sculpture, now an animated golem, woke and stared sightlessly ahead. But even a work of art like this wouldn't last long. "Dry, sunny days ahead," she said, deep in thought. "All that walking. You'll be a crumbling mess within 6 hours." Baba Yaga ordered the golem to kneel. She quickly scraped away at the sculpture's chest and dug deep. In that cavity, she placed a solid lump of carved oak, then scooped up the already dried mud and packed it in. Adding a splash of water, she smoothed it out and added back the detail. She recalled Morgana's features and altered just enough of the golem's face to give a sense of familiarity. It would help if people knew who she was. Then, her hands still wet with mud, she placed sticks on the golem's head, forming a crown. "You are the queen," she murmured, "and you will be reseated on your throne where you belong, along with your council. Godspeed, Morgana. May you triumph over your sister and restore your kingdom." But though the golem's march to the castle would be simple, recovering her throne would not, and it would take time. Now fully animated and already starting to crumble in the sunshine, Baba Yaga had to act fast. She rushed to her cabin and found a small pouch of fairy balls Morgana had given her long ago. After squashing one between her finger and thumb, mist began to seep outward from her body. She immediately felt the moisture in the air and smiled. It took half a minute longer to find a blank sheet of paper. After scrawling "Reclaim your kingdom" in large letters, she rolled it up and added her wax seal. Then, back in the field, she ordered the golem to open her mouth wide. Dropping the tiny fairy ball down the dry throat was easy. The slow-moving mist reoriented around the mud creature, its inherent moisture putting an end to the steady crumbling. Pleased, Baba Yaga shoved the parchment in as well, wedging it deep into the golem's mouth so it wouldn't come loose. "Chitnik," she said once she'd persuaded the mindless golem to climb onto the monster's back, "fly to Carter, the town south of here. Drop the golem in the river so she can emerge fresh and new. Afterward, the mist will protect her from the sun as well as enable entry to Castle Grey." She smiled and scratched the creature's neck. "I know you understand me. Come home as soon as you're done. Now go." The griffin gave a squawk and flapped her wings. As she took off, Baba Yaga had one last command to yell after her, "And steer clear of the temple." But Chitnik might have been too far away to hear that last part. Chapter 18. Graveyard of the Living. Baba Yaga's voice cut into Hal's dream state, but Chitnik might have been too far away to hear that last part. "All right, wake up, everybody." Hal blinked. He was back in the sorceress's cabin, standing next to the table. His friends faded into view around him. Baba Yaga hovered in her mortar with her knees drawn up and her pestle held loosely in one hand. "Story time is over." Morgana sighed. "Thank you, Baba Yaga. That explains, well, almost everything." "The broth!" Robbie exclaimed, staring down at the bowl he still held. "It put pictures to your words." Baba Yaga glared at him. "My, you're a dunce, aren't you? Did you just now figure that out?" "I was lost in the vision," he protested. Emily snapped her fingers. So the griffin, Chitnik, flew too close to the temple and got a spear in her side. "What?" Baba Yaga squawked. She puffed up and wagged her pestle. "My Chitnik is hurt? Why didn't you say so?" "She's being healed," Darcy said quickly. "Don't worry, she'll be fine." Emily cleared her throat. "As I was saying, Chitnik got a spear in her side, but still managed to complete her mission. She brought Morgana to our town. "That's my girl!" Baba Yaga broke in again. Abigail finished off the recap, and as soon as she dropped the crumbling golem into the river, she flew off home. But didn't get far and crashed down on the rooftop. That's where we came in. "Explains why the golem was damp," Fenton said. Everyone oohed at that little revelation. Morgana stood up. She seemed a little dry and crumbly from what Hal could tell. As he studied her, small bits fell off her chin and nose onto the table, and when she raised a hand to check, a couple of fingers fell off. Baba Yaga screamed with laughter. "The mist doesn't work so well in here, does it? No matter. You made it here safely." "But she's missing pieces," Lauren said, "and if she dunks herself in water again, she might shrink up a little too much." The sorceress squealed again. "Ooh, you kids are dumb as a box of rocks. None of that matters now, don't you see? Go on, outside, all of you, out, out, shoo, shoo, vamoose, go on, get!" They all jostled out the door and spilled down the porch steps into the gloom that lingered over the cabin. Baba Yaga shot past them in her large bowl, yelling for them to hurry up. "Why is she so rude?" Emily demanded to nobody in particular. Thomas answered, "Challenge her about it, see what happens." The shapeshifters made haste, jogging across the field in the direction she'd made off. Though the mist had thinned quite a bit, it was still impossible to see her until they'd covered half the distance. Then they found her, bobbing up and down, hefting her pestle and shouting, "Get over here, you huge bunch of oafs!" Behind them, Morgana tried to move quickly, but seemed to be dropping bits as she went. Even the mist was failing now. She needed a dunking in water. By the time they caught up to the sorceress, Morgana had lost an arm from the elbow down, and a large section of her robe had broken free. She had pockmarks all over, widening cracks, and loose dust trailing off her hair. Baba Yaga stood in the middle of her graveyard. Come on, move those ridiculous legs a bit faster. All of you, gather round, Morgana, kneel before me." Again, that phrasing seemed disrespectful when speaking to a queen. But the golem dropped to her knees at once, and the sudden jolt caused her entire other arm to break free. It shattered around her. Baba Yaga lowered her mortar to the ground and stepped off. She snatched a stick from the golem's head, then grinned and threw it toward Thomas. "You, boy! Yes, you, the red-headed dolt, walk around these 19 graves here." Bemused, Thomas took the proffered stick and frowned. "Yes," he murmured. "Yes, all right. I feel like this is the right thing to do." Hal watched him closely. He understood the strange feeling Thomas was experiencing while gripping that ordinary little stick. He'd felt it too, the sense that someone else was guiding him, advising him from within. It was a good, relaxing, reassuring feeling while it lasted. Thomas wandered about. He passed the first 9 graves, then a larger one, and moved on to the next 9. It was during that last section that he paused and swung around to face one of the headstones, the third from the end. "I think," he started to say, but what he thought was left unsaid, because at that moment a skeletal hand shot out of the ground in a shower of dark soil. Thomas yelled and stumbled back. Hal clutched Abigail's hand. Morgana jerked in surprise. Everyone else recoiled and gasped. Meanwhile, Baba Yaga burst out laughing. The soil erupted, and the skeleton fought to sit up. Clothes hung off its bones, as well as dried muscles and flaps of grey skin. Thomas turned to run away, but Baba Yaga yelled at him, "Stand still, you half-wit blockhead numbskull!" White-faced and nervous, Thomas did as he was told and froze in place, the stick held up like a weapon. The skeleton finally freed itself from the shallow grave and clambered to its feet. The ghoulish creature still had boots on, and the skinny leg bones jutted from them. With a rasping moan, the living dead man lurched toward Thomas with his arms out straight, bony fingers grasping. Rather than grab Thomas and sink its teeth into his brain like most zombies would, the skeleton snatched the stick from his hand. Stumbling backward again, Thomas tripped and sprawled. "Get it away from me!" Baba Yaga clicked her tongue and cursed, then sneered at the boy. "Have you learned nothing, you ding-dong dunderhead? The poor man only wants that stick. He's happy now, see? Watch." To everyone's astonishment, a long, dark grey, wispy aura curled out of the stick, passed into the skeleton's bony fingers, and swept up its arm. All at once, the ghoulish creature jerked upright and froze. Muscles began knitting together. Flesh bubbled into existence. Skin lost its pallid color and turned pink. Eyeballs popped into place within the skull's empty sockets. More skin appeared, hair grew, ears emerged. Before long, the transformation ended, and the freshly restored man smiled. Despite his clothes being utterly filthy and disgusting, he looked the picture of health. Thank you," he exclaimed, beaming around at them all. "I'm Chancellor Petty of Castle Grey, and—" He frowned, noticing the graves. He then focused on the golem. "My queen, are you—" "She's fine, Petty," the sorceress answered with a manic grin. "Children, what are you waiting for? Grab a stick and get this done." Hal didn't think the day could get any stranger. Each of them took a piece of Morgana's crown and warily entered the graveyard. Thomas thought he'd done his part, but the sorceress wasn't letting him off the hook yet. "Get another, you loony knucklehead! We don't have all day!" He did so reluctantly. The newly risen Chancellor was eager to help. Together, they spread out and walked back and forth, trying to unite the souls with the skeletons. Pandemonium struck all at once, with girls screaming, boys yelling, the Chancellor gasping in horror, and Baba Yaga squealing with mirth. Skeletons burst out of their graves and stumbled about with arms raised, letting out eager moans as they went to snatch their sticks. But an eerie silence fell when auras simultaneously crept up bony arms to claim their places. 10 more people fleshed out and became whole, 6 men and 4 women, all of varying ages. Morgana, struggling to stay upright, called out to them as they came fully to life. "Grandmaster Erwin, welcome back. Constable Theodore, I'm so sorry this happened to you a week before your retirement. Eleanor, you've been a month in the ground and still look radiant. Oh, Seraphina, your blade is rusted." In all the excitement, and with the sound of so many happy voices, the shapeshifters' horror gave way to relief. They grabbed the rest of the sticks from the golem's head and hurried over to the remaining graves. More moans and groans filled the air. Before long, a determined crowd had gathered in front of the dried-up golem. 18 trusted council members, 9 shapeshifters, and a sorceress floating in her mortar. "Our dear Chamberlain is missing," Morgana said, with dust trickling from her eyes. "Nesrif's unnecessary death will be avenged, but before that can happen, we have a castle to take." A cheer went up. "And before that," Baba Yaga yelled over the noise, "we have to raise your queen's body from the dead. Or did you dum-dums forget?" She stepped off her mortar again. Standing before the kneeling golem, she gazed for a moment at the crumbling sculpture. "I'm sorry for this awkward moment, but there's no other way." Without another word, the sorceress thrust her fist straight into the golem's chest. Morgana didn't flinch, though she looked a little surprised. She tilted her head and watched as Baba Yaga twisted and dug around, scrunching up her face in concentration. Then she yanked her hand free, holding a small chunk of oak wood shaped like the head of a staff. Abruptly, the golem disintegrated. Every scrap of her either crumbled to the ground or blew away in the breeze. A rough pile of dried-up dirt was all that remained, except for a small glass ball that lay on top, looking almost like a single drop of dew. Baba Yaga grinned and pointed. "Look, it's a big un, isn't it? And it's still spewing this infernal mist. because it didn't get digested in Morgana's dry gullet. Smart, eh? Now someone pick it up and swallow it. Although the idea of that appalled Hal and his friends, several of the council were willing to do so. In the end, it was Constable Theodore, a very wrinkled old man who joked that he had nothing to lose if he happened to choke on it. He swallowed it with a grimace, and for a second it seemed it might actually have gotten lodged in his throat. Then it went down, and he smiled. It'll dissolve soon, and we'll see the sun again. In the meantime, let us continue. Baba Yaga took the precious lump of oak wood and hobbled over to the largest of the graves. She looked like she might say some words, but she had no time because the soil erupted, and an emaciated woman sat up. Like the others, the undead corpse had wasted away, a feast for the maggots, but she was just as lively and eager to reclaim her soul. Lurching out of the grave, she grabbed the oak wood from the sorceress, and as with the councillors, a dark grey aura crawled from the wood into her hand and stretched up her arm. The woman regenerated with everyone watching in silence. Unlike the golem, the real queen wore a shorter dress that reached to her knees, though its colour was hard to make out under all the grime. Hal thought maybe a dark shade of blue. She had dark brown pants on under the dress and matching boots, all of which had fared well despite a month underground. A sword hung at her side, its handle dull. Perhaps the blade would be shiny under its protective sheath. This was a woman who'd gone to meet with the orcs at their temple and returned to betrayal. Emily gasped. Darcy cooed under her breath. Dewey murmured something that sounded like beautiful. Hal looked again. Yes, the queen definitely had a kind face, and her smile shone through several layers of grime. Her eyes were a dazzling blue, and though her black hair hung messily around her face and shoulders, that didn't spoil her radiance. All at once, the council members dropped to their knees and bowed their heads, even the old man Theodore, who struggled with bad joints, and Baba Yaga, who was smiling and nodding with obvious satisfaction. One by one, feeling very strange and out of sorts, the shapeshifters dropped as well. Hal couldn't believe this was an actual queen, the ruler of a hidden kingdom, the stuff he'd read about in books. Royalty was so much more awe-inspiring than a simple town leader or mayor, but there were protocols when meeting queens, weren't there? Bowing and scraping, proper royal etiquette, making sure to address Her Royal Highness the correct way, and so on. And all this time, they'd simply been calling her Morgana. Better than Mud Lady, Miss Golem, and Mrs. Mud, but still, how rude. From now on, she's the Queen, with a capital Q, Hal thought. Queen Morgana turned slowly, casting her gaze over her kneeling crowd. Now that I am fully restored, my memory is swiftly returning, she said in a calm voice. It is vitally important to reclaim my kingdom. Our kingdom, my faithful friends. Together, we will overcome our obstacles and wrest control from my foolish sister. This will not be an easy task, for Agatha has command of the soldiers now, and I cannot guarantee their fealty to me. Agatha needs to pay for her insolence and impetuity, the old man Theodore said in a wavering voice. She will be the downfall of the land if she seeks war with the orcs. She doesn't seek war, the queen said. While we've slept, orcs have settled at the castle. Agatha plans to ally herself with them. I'm not sure which is worse. A passionate "Aye" swept through the council. Even Baba Yaga grumbled something. At that moment, the mist faded. Just like that, it was gone. The sky brightened and the sun shone down. This caused another round of cheering, during which Constable Theodore belched loudly, evoking a ripple of laughter. The Queen raised her hands for silence, and a somber tone returned. I wish nobody harm, but my sister will indeed pay for her actions. However, that's not important right now. What's important is taking back the castle. Baba Yaga's decision to drop me in the town of Carter and draw attention was a masterstroke. Now we have 9 amazing young shapeshifters on our side." "Huh?" a woman said, shielding her eyes against the glare of the sun. "Shapeshifters?" a man rumbled. With a smile, Queen Morgana made a sweeping gesture to Hal and his friends. "Meet the finest army we ever could have hoped for, an army of fierce, resourceful, and smart young boys and girls who can transform into creatures of all shapes and sizes. With their combined talents and extraordinary teamwork, Castle Grey is ours for the taking." Another cheer went up, and even though some of the council looked a little skeptical, it was evident they trusted the Queen's judgment. Hal guessed he shared his friend's pride and excitement at being praised so highly. But he had his reservations too. "So we're going into some kind of battle?" he whispered to Abigail. "Did we agree to this when I wasn't paying attention?" "Apparently. I guess we can decide for ourselves whether to help or not, but I'm kind of enjoying myself at the moment." He chuckled. It seemed there were more than 9 shapeshifters present. The simple, humble, forgetful golem had transformed into a beautiful and really awesome queen. It was going to be extremely difficult to refuse her request for help. With the awakening and impromptu ceremony over, Baba Yaga was suddenly impatient to go back to her solitude. "All right, everybody, time to go, time to go. Come on, Shoo, get out of here." "We need clothing," one of the councilwomen demanded. "These rags are unbefitting even the lowliest peasant. If we're to make an impression on the good people of Castle Grey, we need to look the part." Everyone agreed, and Baba Yaga threw up her hands in a submissive gesture. Yes, all right. You moronic bunch of chowderhead dingleberries. I'll see what I can rustle up. Or rather, I'll see what I can do to repair what you're already wearing." The entire council traipsed off after Baba Yaga, eager for a magical do-over. The sudden quiet was a relief. It gave the shapeshifters a chance to climb to their feet, take a breath, and meet the rejuvenated Queen Morgana. They crowded around her, feeling a little less awkward now that the 18 men and women had wandered off. "You look amazing," Emily gushed. "So strong and regal and cool." "No wonder everyone loves you," Darcy added. The Queen laughed. "Oh, please, I think not. But they approve of my rule, and that's important. Or at least they did. Now, I really have no idea. I'm sure Agatha has poisoned their minds, inadvertently or otherwise." Hal got straight to the point. "So you want us to go into battle for you? To swoop in there and fight orcs and soldiers and take back your castle for you?" The woman nodded, her face serious. "If you would." "Fine," Abigail said, cutting in. "But before we go anywhere, we need to know what we're fighting for. Right, Morgana? I mean, Queen Morgana, Your Majesty?" Hal smiled, his thoughts exactly, and everyone else's, judging by their vigorous nods. Queen Morgana paced around them, gripping the hilt of her sword. "I'm glad you asked. My memory is fully restored now, and I remember exactly what happened in the days leading up to that fateful night. And I remember what's at stake. I'll tell you my story, young shapeshifters, and then you'll help me. Come." Feeling a little doubtful, Hal and his friends followed the Queen across the field. She called out to her counselors who were clustered around Baba Yaga's cabin and told them to hurry. "We will march on Castle Grey this very minute," she commanded. This spurred the group of men and women to make haste. Queen Morgana didn't seem to care so much about being covered in grime. Somehow, she shone through it all. In any case, she didn't wait around. Her council would be along shortly after. "You know, we could fly," Hal said as they exited Baba Yaga's field and turned into the lane. "We'd be at the castle in no time." "It's not far," the Queen said, "just past those trees and up the hill." "Fine," Abigail said, "so you'd better start talking more. I mean, Your Royal Highness. Our job was to get you here, not get into a fight. We're not doing a thing until we know what we're fighting for." "Or even if it's worth the bother," Thomas added. Emily gasped. "Thomas!" But Fenton joined in. "No, he's right. This might be important for the Queen and her people, but that doesn't mean it's important to us. What if it's some daft, sisterly squabble? We're not going to risk our necks fighting orcs and castle guards for that." "Right," Thomas agreed. "I'm so sorry, Queen Morgana," Emily gasped. "Don't listen to them." "No, they speak wisely," the Queen said, looking over her shoulder with a grim expression. "The orcs are dangerous, but it's not their brute strength that scares me. It's what they have in their possession." Chapter 19. Castle Grey. The path from Baba Yaga's place took the group out of the woods and onto wide-open grassy slopes. Across the shallow valley, on top of a distant hill, stood the Golden Temple. Queen Morgana pointed to it as she talked. "For years," she said, "the orcs have kept to themselves, and we've taken care not to venture into their territory. If we bumped into each other outside our realms, we nodded and moved on past. There has been no trouble between us for a decade." "What changed?" Emily asked. "Let her speak, Em," Fenton complained. "Did you know the temple was designed by elves and built by orcs?" The woman continued. "Strange as it may seem, orcs will work hard for a relatively modest wage and a good meal." "Designed by elves," Emily repeated with a dreamy expression. "They're good at that. The temple on the Mountain of Whispers was the envy of their kind," the Queen said, "and the inspiration for the structure you see on the hill. But they couldn't get the centaurs to help with this one, so they hired local muscle instead." "But orcs, though," Robbie said, looking doubtful. Fenton prodded him. "What? House builders in Carter hire ogres like you to do their heavy lifting, so why not orcs?" "Exactly," Queen Morgana agreed. "That elf-orc relationship lasted throughout the construction, over several years. That's where my people came in, a group of travelers led by my father, King Edgar. When we came upon these hills, a handful of elves were living rough while overseeing the project, and they were experimenting with pocket realm magic. We stumbled upon one of their early creations, the realm that we now call the Grey Kingdom. The castle and the homes were already there in Old Earth, but empty and abandoned. The elves didn't want the realm for themselves, so they graciously allowed us to have it." "Why didn't the elves want the Grey Kingdom?" Dewey piped up. "Because the orcs were just about to complete construction of the temple. The elves moved into that glorious structure just after we settled into our castle. Those were happy times for us all." "And the orcs?" Emily asked. The Queen sighed. "The orcs suddenly found themselves out of work and with nothing to do. When brutish creatures with very little imagination grow bored, they stir up trouble. So just months later, they returned to the temple and invaded. They'd done all the work, so it was theirs, or so they claimed. After a short and violent battle, the elves fled, leaving behind their research on fairy magic." "Pocket realms," Abigail said. "Yes. Suddenly the elves were homeless. We offered them refuge at Castle Grey, of course, but they declined, believing it was a matter of time before the orcs again grew bored and moved on. But they never did." Hal again thought about the Mountain of Whispers and how it had been inhabited by what the elves believed was a demon. Those elves had fled the temple and settled in the hills, awaiting their chance to move back in. A different group of elves and two different temples, but still. First a demon, then orcs. It seemed they couldn't catch a break. "It's hard to believe orcs can be anything other than mindless brutes," the Queen was saying, "but I think they've changed over the years. Increased intellect, a desire to understand the mysteries of the universe, perhaps even a greater appreciation for life. We've tentatively become peaceful neighbors. Yet that same improvement to their demeanor has made them infinitely more dangerous." The hill they walked on looked familiar all of a sudden. Their trail intersected with another, and that one seemingly led nowhere. The invisible pocket realm lurked there. As I understand it, the Queen went on, the orcs have dabbled in pocket realms and created many within their temple. This makes more sense after what you told us earlier, Abigail. Pocket realms with no need for such things as gloom globes for entry would be extremely beneficial. I imagine it would make the temple seem much bigger on the inside. Don't you think? Is that a problem, though? Hal asked. Do we care? No, except that they must have become adept at pinpointing specific locations within Old Earth. They've recovered very dangerous artifacts. Artifacts? Emily repeated. What do you mean? Queen Morgana waved her hands about. Oh, terrible things, Emily. Relics from ancient tombs and museums. A severed hand belonging to the legendary King Midas, which turns anything it touches to gold, including people. The feared weapon of the mighty warrior god Dagda, who with one swing could kill 9 of his enemy, as well as give life back. The Sintamani stone, which grants invincibility and immortality to whoever possesses it. There are many dangerous and incredible objects held in the temple, but none so powerful as Pandora's jar. Hal sucked in a sharp breath. He'd heard of that. Wait, what? Lauren said. Jar? You mean box, surely? Hal huffed with annoyance. Lauren, it doesn't matter if it's a box or a jar. If it's what I think it is. Queen Morgana halted again, turning to face them. It's a jar, but the point is, it contains more evil spirits and darkness than you could possibly imagine, and it must never be opened. Opening that jar would be the beginning of the end, a rapid spread of hate, jealousy, greed, crime, disease, all the bad things in our lives magnified 1,000 times over and released into our world like a plague. Yet, she spread her hands, the orcs have it in their possession. Do they know what they have? Abigail asked in a hushed voice. Would they ever open it? Well, that's just it, young lady, I don't know. But they have threatened to open it, and they've toyed with several of the artifacts already. Look at that dome, for example. That's the work of an ancient, dusty, severed hand. They all spun about and stared in wonder at the glittering gold dome on the distant hilltop. The legendary King Midas's severed hand did that? Hal tried to imagine picking it up and using it to turn half the building to gold. How would he even pick it up without becoming a shining statue himself? Using gloves? And that, children, is why I must negotiate with the orcs. The prospect of them handling Pandora's jar is absolutely terrifying. I must understand their intentions and attempt to reason with them in the most peaceful, diplomatic way possible, something my dear sister is incapable of. But that's for later. First, we retake the castle. The Queen's counselors trailed behind. They'd left the woods and were partway across the grassy slopes Hal and his friends had passed over 5 or 10 minutes before. Even from this distance, it was clear Baba Yaga had restored their fine clothing to full splendor. Do we have to wait on them? Robbie asked the Queen, jerking his thumb backward. Queen Morgana shrugged. We all carry fresh fairy balls for entry to the kingdom. She came to a halt, extracted one of the tiny objects from a small pocket in her tunic, and crushed it between her finger and thumb. Now, let's show my sister who's in charge. Faint mist seeped from her loosely curled hand. She dropped the fairy ball onto the path. I'll leave the door open for my council, she said with a wink. Almost immediately, the towering castle gateway loomed 10 feet ahead. For a moment, it seemed too intangible to be real, but as the mist thickened, so the structure darkened and solidified. A pocket realm, Darcy whispered. You're not welcome here, a woman shouted from high on the wall. The Queen glowered at the hazy figure. If you know what's good for you, Rhea, you'll command those archers to lower their bows. A few muttered voices filtered down from the thickening mist. A couple of men were there, too. I have orders, Rhea said, sounding a little less certain now. I'm sorry, but if I disobey Queen Agatha, she'll have my guts for garters. And if you disobey me, Queen Morgana warned. Then she stopped and sighed. Fine, I won't ask you to choose, I don't need to. But make no mistake, Rhea, I am coming in. Hal decided it was time to show his far more fearsome side. He transformed and let out a roar. Meanwhile, Robbie grew to his full ogre size, his head and shoulders vanishing into the mist above. It looked like Emily and Thomas were about to shift as well, but Queen Morgana gestured for them not to. "Two are enough for now," she whispered with a smile. She peered up at the short tower above the gateway and raised her voice. "Do I need to worry about those archers, Rhea?" A few more mutterings. "With monsters by your side? No, ma'am. But if Queen Agatha calls everyone to arms, then you'll have a choice to make, Rhea. You'll have to show your allegiance to one queen or the other." "She has orcs, ma'am. They're no match for a dragon." Robbie grunted and beat his chest. "Or an ogre," the queen added. "Now let's move on." She headed in. Hal stomped after her, tucking his wings in tight. Everyone followed, then spilled out around him. Queen Morgana walked briskly several yards ahead. "Queen Morgana," Abigail said, breaking the brief silence, "tell us about Seth. Where does he fit into this?" "Ah, yes, Seth. The orcs figured out what he was and took an interest in him. They began to venture close to our territory. We were careful not to chastise them too harshly for trespassing, because the last thing we wanted was a battle. What if they retaliated by opening Pandora's jar? We didn't know if they would do that, or if they even realized the scale of the deadly weapon they possessed. So we walked on eggshells, unsure how to deal with them." "So what did they want with Seth?" Emily asked. "Emily, let her finish," Fenton complained. The Queen ignored her question. "My sister and I disagreed on the safest course of action. She suggested we raise an army and invade. Then she changed her mind and said we should find a way to sneak into the temple and take them by surprise. Later, she conjured up a plan to lure the orcs out and trap them. Her plan, and that of her closest allies, was always to wage war." "And yours?" Darcy asked. "My plan was to talk, to learn their intentions, to negotiate if need be, never to initiate a war based on fear and ignorance. My council and most of my people were behind me on this. My sister raged at me for being a coward." "And where does Seth come in?" Emily piped up. "Shh," Fenton hissed. The Queen sighed. "Seth is an innocent boy, but a special one. Whenever he was bored or needed exercise, he would fly around the castle grounds as much as the bubble would allow. But he needed more space, so he would leave the pocket realm and spread his wings across these hills. And the moment he did that, he became visible to the orcs. They saw him many times. They spied on him, and they realized he was a shapeshifter." "Then came nosing about," Abigail muttered. "They wanted to take Seth away. Why? To use him as a weapon? To experiment on him?" "Well, that's the question, isn't it?" the Queen said. Her non-answer infuriated half the group, judging by the huffs and sighs. The gloom lifted abruptly, revealing the castle in the near distance, standing over numerous homes. The people who lived here had to be used to the sudden appearance of mist when visitors arrived at the gate, but they stopped short at the sight of a group of kids, an ogre, and a dragon, and a fully restored Queen Morgana. The everyday murmur of voices fell silent. Men and women faltered in their tracks. Children skidded to a halt. All eyes turned toward the odd group as the last of the mist dissipated. Queen Morgana spoke more softly now, out of the corner of her mouth, as the group continued walking. "My sister assured these good people that we would never bow to pressure and hand children over to the orcs. She insisted on war and slowly rallied people around her. And then—" "Yes?" Fenton snapped. "And then? Seth came to me late one evening and told me he would fly out to the temple and give himself over to them. That way, he could ease the tension and get inside the temple without being shot at. It was the perfect opportunity, he said. to take them down from within, as he put it. Nobody, not even orcs, could stop a dragon. Well, that's actually not a bad plan, Hal thought, as he stomped along, trying to ignore the numerous stares of silent townsfolk. The Queen shook her head and sighed heavily. Of course I told him no. I couldn't possibly let a teenager act on behalf of Castle Grey when the potential for disaster was so great. But he'd made up his mind, and he hurried outside, shouting over his shoulder that there was nothing I could do to stop him. Well, he was right about that. He transformed and spread his wings, and I knew it was too late. He's headstrong, that one. He had a good coach, Abigail muttered. Morgana turned to her. He never opened up about his past. Who do you speak of? She was called Queen Bee, Robbie announced. Queen of the Swarm. A real piece of work. The Queen's eyebrows shot up. In what kingdom? Hal felt his impatience rising. Thankfully, Abigail cut in. So what happened to Seth? She asked through gritted teeth. I begged him to wait. He very nearly flew away, but he paused. And I climbed onto his back and insisted on going with him. I think he was pleased. Before we departed, a couple of my counselors came out, and I just had time to call out to them, to tell them I was taking Seth to the temple. You were taking him? Thomas said with a chortle. I know, but I had no time to explain. We left, flying off into the darkness, and the whole way to the temple, I begged Seth to turn around and rethink his idea. And, Fenton begged, but whatever she might have said next was forgotten, because the growing crowd overcame its surprise and surged closer. Some of the onlookers smiled and dropped to their knees, mumbling, Welcome back, Your Highness, and I am your humble servant, my queen. Others looked uncomfortable, perhaps not so enamored with the idea of Morgana regaining control, or maybe just wary of impending trouble. Whatever their opinion, the Queen picked up her pace and marched with purpose, head held high, cutting straight through the parting crowd and making a beeline for the castle. Hal felt the weight of 100 gazes as he stomped after her. His friends stuck close by, clustered just in front. Thomas quietly shifted to his manticore form, and several in the crowd drew back with a gasp. Emily shifted also, this time becoming a forest-dwelling naga, larger and more powerful than the silver-skinned winged variety. Apparently, news of the Queen's arrival had already spread, because the large double doors opened and 6 orcs filed out, ducking as they came. They formed a wall. With red eyes burning, they gripped their clubs with determination. Queen Morgana stopped. Stand aside, she demanded. I have no quarrel with you unless you try to stop me. I am here as the rightful queen of the Grey Kingdom, and anyone who stands against me will be imprisoned and tried as an enemy of the crown. The orcs didn't budge. Hal growled and opened his wings a little, just enough to draw attention. All 6 orcs glanced at him. The Queen gestured vaguely behind her. I have powerful allies. Make no mistake, I am entering this castle in the next minute, whether you try to stop me or not. Ask yourselves if you wish to walk away unharmed, or die in an inferno. Putting on his very best menacing airs, Hal shuffled forward and let out a bellow so loud that even his friends flinched. The orcs recoiled and crouched, their eyes widening. A small commotion from behind caused Hal and some of his friends to glance over their shoulders. The Queen's council had caught up at the most perfect time. They marched quickly, their shiny robes billowing. The lady named Seraphina held a gleaming dagger. Now the show of force was complete. A restored queen, a group of shapeshifters, and 18 royal staff. All faced the orcs and waited. For a moment, the tension in the air caused Hal's scales to prickle. Then, to his surprise, the orcs parted. Their spokesperson offered an exaggerated bow. Since this is a royal matter far above our station, And since we have no desire to suffer another defeat in a skirmish with you all, we will stand aside, call it a truce, for now." "Thank you," Queen Morgana said, the relief evident in her voice. "Open up for Her Royal Highness!" one of the counselors yelled, making everyone jump. Almost immediately, the double doors reopened. The Queen drew in a deep breath, tossed her hair back, squared her shoulders, and marched inside. Hal waited until all of his friends and the counselors had followed her in. Robbie had to shrink down to half-ogre size to fit through the doorway. Then it was Hal's turn. He reverted to human form, aware that the orcs watched him warily. At least 100 villagers stood in the background, silent and curious. As soon as he darted inside, a couple of guards quickly swung the doors shut. Being no more than a short passage through a very thick wall, the large group quickly moved into the castle's expansive courtyard, an entirely flagstone floor open to the sky above. A much larger structure loomed ahead, with crenellations along the top and 4 levels of small windows. Hal remembered from his brief flight within the Pocket Realm that this structure was laid out in a triangular shape, with its 3 towers evenly spaced at the points. There weren't many guards, and they didn't try to stand in the way. If anything, they moved aside and bowed. The Queen led them all straight along a cool, echoing hallway, ignoring several adjacent rooms. At the end, a well-lit chamber awaited. Everyone's boots and shoes clicked noisily on the hard floor. At last, they entered the throne room. Agatha sat there, or rather lounged there with her legs crossed. "Hello, big sister," she said, looking thoroughly fed up. Chapter 20. A New Reign. She was exactly as Hal remembered from the vision Baba Yaga had shown them. Oval face, almond-shaped blue eyes, and black hair. The crown she wore sat crooked on her head, almost like an afterthought. Her shimmering silver gown, laced loosely and dirty around the hem, suggested she didn't much care for the finery of being a queen. "You'll address me in the appropriate manner, Agatha," the real Queen snarled. "On your feet!" Agatha rolled her eyes and, surprisingly, uncrossed her legs and stood up. She casually brushed herself down, then stepped aside and gave an exaggerated gesture toward the throne. "There, it's yours. Happy now?" Hal glanced sideways at Abigail. She raised an eyebrow. This wasn't going exactly as expected. Even Morgana looked a little surprised. She paused, then climbed the few steps to the throne and sat. Agatha removed the crown and passed it over. "You'll need this. Didn't fit me very well anyway. Your head must be bigger than mine." The Queen took it, but she didn't put it on. Not yet. "This is an outrage," one of the counselors hissed. All 18 of them had spread throughout the room, glancing about and looking toward the various exits. Where were Agatha's guards? Her advisors? "I don't understand," Morgana said at last, frowning at her sister. "I expected you to fight tooth and nail for the throne. I thought you'd have an army of guards, but apart from a few we saw on the way in, you're here alone." Agatha shrugged, descended the 3 steps and started pacing. "What can I say? I don't go for all that pretentious queenly stuff. I want to rule with decisive action, not sit around pontificating." She stopped and smiled. "Why, at this very moment, the soldiers you expected to find here are busy elsewhere. Instead of standing idle, they're working to ensure my reign continues, with or without a silly crown and an expensive chair." Queen Morgana blinked, her mouth falling open. "Agatha—" "That's right, dear sister. You're so wrapped up in the whole idea of being queen and ruling over the castle that you seem to have forgotten the actual purpose of being in charge. It's not about looking regal. It's about protecting our people. That's what I'm doing as we speak." "Agatha, what have you done?" The woman swept past Hal, patting him lightly on the shoulder, before doing the same to Abigail, then Robbie. "So these are the shapeshifters I've heard so much about? First there's Seth, and now there are—" She frowned and counted quickly. My goodness, 9 more of them. King Gruul will be eager to get his grubby hands on them. A ripple of anger spread through the group of councillors. Arrest her! The woman named Eleanor urged the old constable. You have mocked the Queen for the last time, Grandmaster Erwin shouted to Agatha. The lady with the newly restored knife, Seraphina, edged closer. Let me slit her throat where she stands. Others chimed in. No, she deserves a fair trial, and then execution. She deserves nothing. She's a traitor to the crown. Agatha has brought shame upon the grey bloodline. She must be held fully accountable. Agatha laughed and spun to face them. Oh, shut up, you doddery old fools. Look, I'm leaving. Have your stupid throne. Before this hour is out, the fine soldiers of the Grey Kingdom will have entered the Golden Temple, and there's nothing you can do about it. After this, there will only be one course of action left. Queen Morgana stood up, holding her crown loosely at her side. Agatha, stop talking in riddles. You've betrayed me and will pay. But right now you need to explain yourself. Are you saying you've sent my army to battle the orcs? Are you mad? There are but 30 soldiers, most of them inexperienced, and you sent them to fight orcs? Agatha shook her head. Not to fight them, to join them. Her announcement drew gasps of amazement. Agatha nodded. It's true. When you took Seth to King Gruul and handed him over, I did not, and you know it. Well, the king was grateful. He sent orcs a couple of days later with a private message for us to join him. Join him in what? The queen exclaimed. Of course, by that time, I'd already put you and your council to sleep and packed you off to Baba Yaga for storage. Morgana's voice rose as she faced off with her sister. You buried us alive. Oh, stop whining. You were neatly preserved. I planned to let you take your throne back when I was done. Agatha sighed. Sister, people need more than this dreary little place. I know it's safe from the monsters of this world, and we have our own little protective bubble against invaders and pillagers. But Morgana, it's so dull. The Grey Kingdom indeed. Grey by name and grey by nature. Half the people here agree. We need something fresh and new, a brighter future, a new reign, and the orcs can give us that. Morgana threw up her hands in disgust. Despite 9 shapeshifters and twice as many councillors present in the room, the only sound for a moment were her heels as she paced back and forth. What changed, Agatha? She said at last. You were full of anger and hostility, ready to take on the orcs and die for the cause. You scorned me for being weak, for wanting to talk to them. Then you stole my throne, put me to sleep, and just a couple of days later, invited orcs into our home. Agatha folded her arms. They're really quite reasonable once you get to know them, and their presence has convinced many to change their minds. Turns out you were right, sister. Nobody wants to go into battle. So, when I took over, I didn't challenge that opinion. Instead, I made friends with the orcs and accepted their offer. Now our relationship is closer than ever before. What offer? And at what cost? Morgana demanded. What has King Gruul promised you? You have to see it to believe it. Tell me. But Agatha clammed up, a slight smile on her face. Banish me if you like, she murmured. See if I care. Half of your people will walk out with me. Oh, you won't be banished, young lady, Constable Theodore said. He padded forward. Arrested? Yes. Guards. But there weren't any to speak of, and that caused Agatha to smile even more. Do as you please with me. Throw me in a cell if you like. That won't change King Gruul's generous offer. Our people will join him. Soldiers first, then their families, and then the rest. It's a matter of days before all these good people abandon you and make way for the temple. Queen Morgana drew herself up straight. Not if I can help it. Seraphina, please ensure my sister is placed under lock and key. She turned abruptly to face Hal and his friends. I request your assistance again. Until I know better, I must assume that a large group of my people, along with Seth and 4 Selkies, are prisoners of the orcs. We must fly to the Golden Temple and demand an audience." "An audience?" Dewey piped up. "You want to have a chat with the orcs?" Thomas said, sounding doubtful. As Seraphina and the elderly constable marched Agatha away, all remaining eyes turned to the shapeshifters. The Queen had an expectant air about her, perhaps even impatience, as she awaited their response. But when Hal exchanged glances with his friends, it was obvious they all shared the same uncertainty. "I don't know," he said at last. "You're asking us to start something really big. We need to check with Miss Simone first." His friends nodded. The Queen's face darkened. "You're refusing to help me?" she said rather flatly. "We have helped you," Emily protested. "We've done nothing but help you." "And now we need to check with Miss Simone before going any further," Abigail added. Hal nodded rapidly. "Going into battle with orcs? I mean, we were specifically told to stay away from their temple. Even with Seth and 4 Selkies to rescue, that's still—" "And my soldiers," the Queen growled. Thomas snorted. "Yeah, well, that was up to them. They're grown-ups, right? Maybe King Gruel's offer isn't so bad. Maybe the Selkies like it at the temple. Maybe Seth does, too." He narrowed his eyes. "You said it yourself. The orcs have changed over the years. What if their offer is actually pretty good?" Queen Morgana and her entire council gasped. "What good can be found in a temple full of orcs?" the woman exclaimed. "Pocket realms," Lauren said quietly. When everyone looked at her, she shrugged and addressed the Queen more directly. "You told us the orcs had mastered the art of pocket realms, and they have some in their temple. I don't know how all that works exactly, but maybe they're offering a little more than you think? You like living here in a bubble? Well, what if Agatha's right, and there's a bigger, brighter, more colorful realm than the Grey Kingdom? Why don't you ask your sister again? Talk to her, instead of arguing." A long silence fell. Hal couldn't help feeling impressed. The Queen could be a little intimidating at times, but Lauren had spoken her mind and got her point across. And it was a good point. Agatha knew more than she'd said. She'd probably been to the temple and seen with her own eyes what was on offer. It couldn't be anything bad. Not even an evil queen would knowingly send her soldiers into a trap. The more Hal thought about it, the less he felt inclined to wage war on the orcs. At least, not without Miss Simone's approval. "It's time for us to go," he said, trying to avoid Queen Morgana's glare. When they mumbled their apologies and said their farewells, nobody tried to stop them. The council shuffled aside, and the shapeshifters set off the way they'd come in. They walked in silence, relieved to be going home. Still, Hal felt unsettled. "We're doing the right thing, aren't we?" he said, as they stepped out into the courtyard. "Going home, I mean?" Abigail took his hand. "The moment Miss Simone tells us to go fight some orcs, we'll be on it. But we can't get involved in something this big without permission. Can you imagine what would happen if the orcs got angry and sent an army to Carter?" "Ooh," Darcy said with a shiver. "That would be bad." "Our parents could get hurt," Lauren added, "because of us." "Yeah," Fenton agreed. "If we're going to bring trouble to our town, it had better be because the council approved it first." Hal blinked. I don't think—" "You know what I mean," Fenton interrupted. "Now, let's go." After they crossed the courtyard and reached the castle's inner wall, a guard opened the door for them. A couple of orcs lurked outside, but they simply gave curt nods before returning their bored gazes to occasional passers-by. Nobody paid the orcs much attention. It was like they were all equal members of the same community. People went about their business. What did they make of their soldiers setting off for the temple to scope out a new way of life? Their wives had to be nervous for them. But excited, too. The Grey Kingdom wasn't so bad, and it was relatively safe, but it did seem a little drab and unimaginative. No mountain views, no waterfalls, no trees, nothing. Even without Morgana's personal mist, A perpetual haze hung over the place. The promise of more exotic pocket realms had a certain mystique to it. Hal's group had made it through the town and all the way to the broken gate in the main perimeter wall when a voice from behind halted them. "Wait!" They all turned to find Queen Morgana on horseback, galloping along the trail. She slowed her approach and jumped down, holding the reins as she stepped closer. "I want to apologize," she said, "and to thank you for all that you've done. You saved Baba Yaga's Griffin, and when she's fully recovered, I expect she'll be able to fly home. You saved me from a hopeless plight and gave me back my throne. And because you saved me, you saved my people." "Well, most of them." She huffed and shook her head. "Those foolish soldiers. But there's still time to talk sense into everyone else, and after that, I'll find a way to bring my small army home." Feeling a little awkward, Hal and his friends mumbled their acceptance. "Well, it's been quite a journey," Emily said after a pause. She grinned. "I expect we'll see you again, Your Highness." The Queen smiled and bowed her head. "I expect so. Have a safe, sunny, and speedy ride home. And steer clear of the temple." It was amazing how her simple apology and show of gratitude cleared the air and brightened the mood. With a cheerful goodbye, the shapeshifters exited the Grey Kingdom. Once outside, Hal transformed, and his friends settled into place for their ride home. They didn't get far. A couple of dark specks appeared in the sky to the south. Hal watched them warily. They were big, with large wings and 4 legs. And one had a rider. "Are they dragons?" Robbie called. "Is one of them Seth with an orc on his back?" Nobody had an answer, but Hal didn't think so. Their tails were too short and thin. And the wings moved differently. They were feathered. The finer details came into view just as the monsters started to descend on the wooded slopes. Golden feathers, the heads of eagles, the front paws of lions. "They're griffins!" Emily squealed suddenly. "Who could be riding a griffin?" Robbie demanded. But the answer was obvious. Hal caught the flash of blonde hair and a shimmering green cloak in the sunlight, and he knew the answer immediately. He couldn't say it out loud, so he had to wait for one of the others to announce it. "Miss Simone!" Darcy gasped. "She's with Charlie!" There was no doubt. Miss Simone's lifelong Griffin shapeshifter friend, Charlie Duggan, was here. As for the other flying beast, which was notably smaller and had a discolored patch on its side. "And that's Chitnik!" Robbie shouted. "Took you long enough to figure it out," Hal thought with an inward chuckle. Both griffins seemed about to land in Baba Yaga's field. Excited, Hal tore through the sky and followed them down into the field, where the sorceress's cabin stood on hard, flat dirt, with no sign of the giant chicken legs. The golden-haired creatures landed at its doorstep. Miss Simone dismounted and stepped back. The griffin she'd arrived on abruptly morphed into a very tall human man with thick, curly red hair and sideburns. The two grown-ups stood side by side, their backs to Hal as he landed at a safe distance. At that moment, the cabin door flew open and Baba Yaga rushed out. "My baby! Oh, you poor thing!" she shrieked, running her hands over the discolored patch on the smaller griffin's side. "Those horrible orcs! Look what they did to you!" Neither Miss Simone nor Charlie had noticed Hal and his friends yet, and the old sorceress was too busy fussing over her beloved Chitnik to see anything beyond. The griffin squawked and chattered, rubbing her beak against Baba Yaga's shoulder and nearly causing the old woman to topple over. It was only then that Baba Yaga turned her attention to Miss Simone and Charlie. She looked them up and down, opened her mouth to speak, and then noticed Hal and his friends approaching. "Ah, people everywhere! I hate people!" She waved her hands violently as if swatting at flies. "Get out, get out, get out!" "Nice to see you too, Baba Yaga," Abigail said cheerfully. Miss Simone swung around. "Oh, there you all are. I was about to come find you." "Charlie!" Emily exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. "Hey, kids!" the tall man bellowed across the field. "I hear you're all in big trouble again. Nothing ever changes, eh?" They all laughed, but Hal couldn't help noticing how Miss Simone looked skyward, just for a moment. Clearly, she took the situation more seriously than Charlie. Chitnik continued to snort and huff, overcome with joy at being home with her mistress. And Baba Yaga, despite her surly demeanor, couldn't contain her own happiness either. She tried, though. If anything, the insults that spewed from her lips were worse than ever. "In trouble again? In trouble again? You're all dum-dum bird-brained simpletons, you fat-headed noodle-nitty numpties." "What's it got to do with you, you old hag?" Thomas said. "Shh," Darcy hissed. Baba Yaga swung to face the boy. "Typical children, never doing as they're told, always butting in, getting in the way, meddling. And you're the worst, you bozo-cluck wiener, you bone-headed twerp." Miss Simone stepped between Thomas and the sorceress. All right, enough." She glared at the old woman. "You're welcome, by the way, not just for saving your Griffin from a fatal wound, but also for bringing her home to you." Baba Yaga's shoulders slumped, and she stared at the ground. "Ah, well, I suppose thanks are in order." Everyone waited. The old woman looked up and pierced everyone in turn with a steely, grey-eyed glare. "What? I said it, didn't I? What more do you want? Now get off my property before I set Chitnik on you. Go on, shoo, vamoose, scat." She returned to her Griffin and lavished more hugs and kisses on the monster's beak. Chitnik huffed and settled down, giving her wings a little shake before folding them. Miss Simone ushered everyone, including Charlie, away from the cabin. When they reached the grassier part of the field near the gate, she stopped and glared at the classmates with a gaze just as hard as Baba Yaga's, only bluer. "You have a lot of explaining to do. I seem to remember sending Hal and Emily after the golem and giving them permission to stay the night if necessary. I did not say anything about the rest of you. Yet here you all are, skipping school once more. Do you have any idea how much grief I've received from your parents? Didn't I say that they want you to stay home and concentrate on your classwork for just a few weeks without going off on adventures?" Nobody spoke. Charlie cleared his throat. "Well, I suppose I should be off." "Just hold on, Charlie," she said, dismissing him with a wave of the hand. Her glare intensified. "Well, care to explain?" Hal thought maybe he and Emily were in slightly less trouble than the rest of them, so he jumped in. "It wasn't just as simple as escorting a golem home, Miss Simone. It turned out to be much bigger than that, and the orcs are involved. You see," he launched into the story, with his friends chipping in as he went along. But Robbie spoke up more and more, and by the end, he'd completely taken over, seemingly unaware of the incredulous looks he received. "And so we had to fight 12 or 15 orcs just to get out of the castle alive," he said, brandishing his arms about. "And we figured, if they're that tough, how could we possibly battle a whole temple of them? There's at least 100,000 in there. So I picked Agatha up and threw her in the dungeon, and I told everyone we should stop and think for a minute. They wanted to charge into battle, but I said we should ask Miss Simone first, and that's why we left just now." He stopped, panting a little. Charlie Duggan guffawed and clapped him on the back so hard that Robbie stumbled forward. "Bravo, my boy!" One of Miss Simone's eyebrows was firmly arched. "Well, Robbie, that's quite a tale. I'm guessing about half of it is true, in which case—" Frowning, she stared off into the nearby trees. Hal took a glance around to see that his friends could barely contain their smirks. Thomas nudged Robbie and muttered, "You're a dunderhead nincompoop." That set the others off, including Charlie, and before long, the snorts and giggles broke Miss Simone's concentration. She snapped her head around. All right, enough. Let's go home. I suspect we're not done in this part of the world, and we'll end up back here to help Queen Morgana rescue her people, not to mention 4 Selkies and that scrag boy. Her voice softened. But for now, I'm afraid we have a much bigger problem than orcs. We do? Abigail asked. Yes. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Miss Simone's mouth. Your grades. Everyone groaned in unison. Charlie grinned. Ah, the woes of being a kid. I'd rather battle terrible monsters and sinister ghouls than sit in a classroom doing math. Why do you think I ditched school early? Not helpful, Charlie, Miss Simone said out of the corner of her mouth. He said his farewells soon after, saying he had to get home to the dog and bone in time for the evening crowd to turn into its usual unruly rabble. He did, however, promise to come flying back in a heartbeat if his help was needed to deal with the orcs. Hal was sorry to see him go so soon. Back to normality, he thought, as he launched with his usual passengers plus Miss Simone. Back to boring old school. But he suspected it wouldn't be long before their next mission. The Island of Fog series. In the next book, Temple of Orcs, a mission to rescue prisoners proves to be quite a challenge. The shapeshifters find themselves up against an invasion of orcs in their hometown, and a deadly weapon that must never be used. The 15th book in the Island of Fog series continues Queen Morgana's plight as she seeks to save her people. And what about Seth? Is he a friend or foe? Visit islandoffog.com for all the most up-to-date information.